Chapter 1762. Luo Tian did not believe Patriarch Hua Shan, not to mention a calamity. Even if he died, he would turn the divine realm upside down this time. Otherwise, he wouldn't be Luo Tian. So, he wouldn't let go of any power that could strengthen himself, not even the power hidden in the giant stone statue. After absorbing all the power from the stone statue, the heavenly law sovereign Godhead in his sea of consciousness started to absorb it crazily, becoming even stronger. His strength also increased by a bit. Patriarch Hua Shan did not say anything more to Luo Tian. When Luo Tian left, he followed. When Luo Tian stopped, he also stopped. Luo Tian was a little impatient and said, "Patriarch, you helped me, I am grateful, but I also helped you, so we are even. Since you have predicted that I will be in trouble, then you should leave quickly, or else it won't be good for you to suffer with me." Patriarch Hua Shan smiled slightly and said, "Just do what you need to do. Treat me as if I don't exist. I will help you at the critical moment. We come from the same plane. There are very few people in the true God realm. Do you think I can just watch you die?" Luo Tian had no choice but to let him follow. Feng Lei wins. Enter the next round. In the center of the venue, a fatty, domineering, and awe-inspiring, shocked everyone in the spectator stands. What a powerful fatty! The God-break realm was actually killed in an instant, too powerful. If the ordinary contestants are so powerful, then wouldn't the seated contestants be even more powerful? In the VIP lounge, Heavenly Law Divine Lord was slightly stunned and said, "Why does this fatty look a little familiar?" The Star Ruler laughed. "Isn't he the fatty who followed Luo Tian in the Demon Abyss? I didn't expect him to survive, and his cultivation seems to have improved quite a bit. Could it be that the fantasy ruler saved him?" The Sovereign of Fate chuckled. "That's definitely the case. However, the Sovereign of Fantasy's Godhead is probably on the verge of shattering. The Clear Sky God King personally came to the Fantasy Palace and struck her sea of consciousness with his palm, causing her Godhead to tremble and crack. The Fortune Sovereign said, since her sovereign Godhead has cracked, it's only a matter of time before she dies. No wonder Brother Heavendao didn't devour the source of her power. So you already knew that she was going to die. Her power is no longer at the level of a sovereign." The Heavenly Tao Divine Lord faintly smiled and said nothing. 2 sources of power were enough. As for the Fantasy Dominator, she was dead. After a long wait, the first round of the competition was finally over. Over 3,000 contestants were left behind. The second round began. Luo Tian was chosen once again. However, his opponent died mysteriously once again. It was the same method as before. His mind was shattered, his sea of consciousness collapsed, and his Godhead vanished. This time, it might be a strange coincidence, but the second time, even a fool would know that it wasn't that simple. Heavendao Divine Lord said slightly, "From the looks of it, Luo Tian has become much stronger." Star Divine Venerable sneered and said disdainfully, "So what if you become stronger? Can you still become a sovereign? So what if you become a sovereign? Can't we 4 sovereigns deal with him? You must know that he can't cultivate origin energy. Just this fatal weakness alone is enough for me to kill him with a single finger." The Fortune Sovereign also smiled and said, "That's right. Even if he becomes stronger, he's still a lowly existence. In our eyes, he's still an ant." The Fortune Sovereign added, "He's only strong because of his inner demon. After such a long time, even if it's still there, he can erupt whenever he wants. If it erupts again, he won't be able to control it and will die." They weren't afraid of Luo Tian. After fusing with the Sovereign's power, their confidence was a bit off the charts. After knowing Luo Tian's fatal weakness, they were even more fearless. No matter how strong the inner demon was, it was useless. Luo Tian disappeared again. He went to the north gate and absorbed the power of the stone sculpture there, waiting for him to return. The third round began. Just like before, he suddenly died again. The audience was in an uproar. What was going on? Everyone who fought Luo Tian suddenly died. Were they all cursed? The savage city master had no choice but to announce Luo Tian's victory. But now, half a day had passed, and they hadn't even seen Luo Tian's shadow. He couldn't help but feel anxious. Round after round, they continued. After a day, Luo Tian's opponents all died mysteriously, and Luo Tian didn't appear in front of everyone. The savage city master didn't see him, nor did Heavenly Law Divine Lord and the others. In the end, the 100 contestants were determined. Luo Tian and Feng Lei were among them. Li Shuer, Xian, and Chun Chun were among them. However, the 5 of them didn't meet. The next day was a confrontation with the 100 seeded contestants. Today, the number 1 warrior was born. At night, savage city master's residence. We didn't find him. He's like a ghost, he hasn't appeared at all. We've searched through all the contestants, but we haven't found the person you're looking for. An elder said respectfully. The savage city master's face turned cold. Luo Tian, where are you hiding? Every time, he sent people to monitor everything. However, every time he failed. His men had not discovered any traces of Luo Tian at all. In the end, even if he went personally, it would be useless. Luo Tian still did not appear, and the people who fought against Luo Tian died in front of him. Their minds were shattered, their sea of consciousness collapsed, and their divine deity disappeared. At this moment, a guard anxiously ran in and said, reporting to City Master, the South Gate's first war god statue is loose and might fall down at any time. What? The savage city master was shocked. The huge stone statue has the aura of the number 1 war god. How could it be loose? The guard said someone saw a man dressed in a black robe with a slovenly old man beside him. That man placed his hand on the stone statue, and then the stone statue started to shake. I don't know if they did something to the war god statue. The savage city master's eyes were filled with shock. One must know that the power of the war god statue was not ordinary. Even the dominator rankers were unable to absorb it. What was he trying to do by absorbing the power from the war god statue? I understand. Send people to pay attention to the whereabouts of the black-robed man and the slovenly old man in the city. Once you find them, report to me immediately. The savage city master's mind was still on the power of darkness, so he didn't have time to care about the war god statue. In another place. After an entire day, Luo Tian still hasn't appeared. That dog can really hide. The star god was somewhat displeased. The heavenly Tao Divine Lord laughed. Don't worry, he will definitely appear tomorrow. I've already sent people to inform the savage city master. Tomorrow, the first match will be between Luo Tian and Li Shuer. He has no choice but to appear. That's good. I almost forgot about their existence. This way, we can force Luo Tian to appear. All right, everyone go back and rest early. There will definitely be a good show to watch tomorrow. After the heavenly Tao Divine Lord, the Fortune Sovereign, and the Fate Sovereign left, the star god directly controlled Li Shuer to enter the main hall. Looking at her beautiful appearance, he muttered, "It took me so long to realize that you are so beautiful. Since you are useless after tomorrow, then serve me well tonight, ha ha." At this moment, on his roof stood a black-robed man. The man's eyes were filled with sinister, killing intent. He was Luo Tian. Prepare to kill. The 4th chapter has been delivered. This chapter is titled, given a nickname, 10,000 book coins as a reward. Old Bull once again thanks the brothers for their support. Thanks to S for his 588 reward. Thanks to First Meeting, Small Mood, Smoking, Drinking, Not Lust, Burial. Thanks to all the rewards and support. Thanks to all the brothers for their recommendation tickets. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 1763. Take off your clothes. Star God was a person who didn't like to waste time. He liked obedient women. She would do whatever he told her to do. Most of the time, he would use the power of a ruler to control the women he wanted to play with. As for Lishwer, he had always been using her to absorb the power of the stars for himself, so he didn't have any thoughts about her. But today was different. There was no woman by his side. Lishwer resisted a little, but her hand still couldn't help but reach for the button. He gently pulled. His coat slipped off, leaving only his underwear on his body. Star God's eyes lit up. I didn't expect the body wrapped under the clothes to be so perfect. I really missed it in the past. Just as he was about to give another order, a figure landed in the courtyard. Star God's face was filled with anger. Who is it? Are you looking for death? How dare you disturb this God's good fortune at this time? The person who wants your life. A cold voice came from outside the house. Star God's brows sank. The voice sounded familiar, but his figure instantly appeared in the courtyard. At the same time, a black figure rushed into the hall, picked up the clothes on the ground, and gently draped them over Lishwer's shoulders. He smiled gently. All these years, I've made you suffer. Lishwer's eyes were trembling. Tears flowed uncontrollably, but she couldn't make a sound. She couldn't speak because her memories were sealed, her power was controlled, and everything was out of her control. Tears and trembling eyes were subconscious. Looking at the tears on Lishwer's face, Luo Tian gently wiped them away. Don't cry, it'll be fine in a while. Luo Tian. It was also at this time. Star God finally thought of who it was. The corner of his mouth drew back, and he laughed coldly. I waited for you for a day, but you didn't come out. I thought you would hide in the dog hole for the rest of your life. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to me. All right, save me the trouble of looking everywhere. I'll let you die now. After you die, I'll slowly play with your woman. When I'm tired of playing with her, I'll send her to her death. Before he finished speaking, Star God had already disappeared from his original spot. The power of the stars surged and slammed down on Luo Tian like a raging sea. Explosions continued to resound in the void. Rumble, rumble. His sovereign power also soared. Against Luo Tian, the star hierarch used a killing move right from the start, not giving Luo Tian any chance to escape. Killing Luo Tian would solve a hidden danger. Luo Tian took a step forward. Eyes narrowing, he waved his right hand. Divine flame. Boom. Target locked. The divine flame burst out. He couldn't see the trajectory of the divine fire because it was moving too fast. The divine fire had already reached the 6th level. The power of the star god was instantly sealed. There was no instant kill. At the same time, Luo Tian's body was like a mirage. In the instant the divine fire suppressed Star God for 1/10 of a second, he shouted, Overlord War Fist! Darkness surge. Rumble. 9 thick, dark fighting auras burst out from his body and surged into his fists. He threw a heavy punch and blasted Star God's head. A shadow appeared at the back of Star God's head and was almost blasted out of it. With Luo Tian's continuous breakthrough, the Overlord War Fist was becoming stronger. The Overlord War Fist was also becoming stronger. It could already bombard the soul. Star God's soul was almost blasted out. He was blasted away. In midair, Star God directly controlled his body. Blood dripped from the wound on his forehead. His eyes were ferocious, and his expression became incomparably ferocious. Luo Tian, I want you dead. Those who said this are all dead. Those who didn't die are about to die. You have to die too, Luo Tian said coldly. His figure was like lightning as he faced the attack head-on. Sovereign power. Fuse. Star God's fist moved and directly condensed 2 sovereign power. All the power in his body erupted. I can kill you even without the origin power. 2 sovereign power. It could easily crush any existence of a single sovereign power. Luo Tian's eyebrows twitched. It seems that Heavenly Law Divine Lord has already taught you the method of fusing the sovereign power. I'm afraid, He has already fused all of your sovereign power. You guys really have pig brains. 2. Sovereign power blasted out. The void was trembling. Everything around him was crushed. Luo Tian's eyes tightened. He let out a deep breath and moved his mind. Buzz! Suddenly, the heavenly law, sovereign Godhead, trembled slightly. Immediately after, Luo Tian's 9 battle, Qi, merged into one and wrapped around Luo Tian, forming a defense. Rumble! The dark battle Qi shattered. Luo Tian was unscathed. He directly blocked the attack. However, Star God was sent flying by the recoil. His face was pale. If he hadn't held it in, he would have spat out blood. He shook his head and said, "Impossible. It's absolutely impossible. It's impossible for your strength to become so strong." Astonishment. At the same time, he was furious. Whoosh! Star God floated up and moved his hands, releasing another type of power. He sneered and said, "No matter how strong you are, it's useless. Luo Tian, the origin power is your fatal weakness. Die." This time, Star God did not use any other power. In just a few days, Luo Tian was no longer the Luo Tian of the past. He had become very powerful, so powerful that he was no match for him. The power of origin. Luo Tian sneered. However, this time he did not wait for Star God to attack and attacked first. The flames on his body burned, all of them black, forming a huge dark flame. Dark flame emperor. Tremor fruit. Tear. The power of the 2 devil fruits was strengthened and released at the same time. It was as if space was about to be torn apart. Dark Flame Emperor was grabbed by Luo Tian, and without waiting for Star God to attack, he directly blasted it out. Rumble! Rumble! Star God's body was disturbed by a vibration wave, and his mind felt as if it was about to be torn apart. Next, before he could react, he was burned by Dark Flame Emperor, and countless dark, Qi, crazily rushed into his body. Star God protected his heart, and his body was also wrapped in the origin power. He sneered and said, "Luo Tian, the origin power is your fatal weakness. With the origin power shield, you won't be able to kill me." In addition to attacking, the origin power could also defend. Moreover, if Luo Tian's attack did not have the origin power, it would not be able to hurt Star God. Is that so? Luo Tian smiled slightly. A strand of origin power condensed and released it on his palm, absorbing Star's great method, the ultimate profound meaning. "I will suck out all your divine deity. Suck for me. Explode for me. Thank you, Big Love Cow, for your reward again. Thank you, Little Yuchin, for your support. Thank you for your support." Chapter 1764. The huge suction force contained the power of origin and directly pierced through the Star God's defense. At this moment, Luo Tian's hand was like a black hole, crazily sucking in the power of stars released by the Star God. The Star God slowly lost control of his body. His body kept moving towards Luo Tian's palm, and his face turned pale. The supreme ruler of the divine realm, tyrannical for a lifetime, even when the dark tyrannical ruler was around. He had not been in such a sorry state. Now he was actually being crushed by someone who was not in the ruler realm. He was unconvinced, extremely unhappy, and kept struggling. However, it was completely useless. No matter how he struggled, he could not break free from the huge suction force. Even if he used the power of origin to continuously bombard it, he could not break free from the shackles. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Your dantian is shattered, and you can't cultivate the power of origin. Your fatal weakness is the power of origin. You can't withstand the attack of the power of origin. Moreover, the Tianqin continent has been destroyed, and you don't have the power of origin to absorb. As the Star God Venerable struggled, he also released his thoughts. However, his thoughts flew into the air and were suddenly bounced back by a force. Buzz! It was also at this moment. A dome appeared in the sky, covering his courtyard. None of his thoughts could be transmitted out. You want to call for reinforcements. Do you think I'll give you the chance? Luo Tian sneered and increased his strength again. It was easy to deal with one ruler, but it was very difficult to deal with 4 at the same time. Luo Tian set up a Heavenly Tao barrier in the courtyard after Heavenly Tao Divine Lord and the others left. The sound of the outside world could not be transmitted in. The sound could not be transmitted out either. Otherwise, with the cultivation of Heavenly Tao Divine Lord and the others, Luo Tian would be able to sense it before the fight even started. Other than that, the Heavenly Tao barrier had another advantage, which was to prevent the star god from absorbing the power of stars. Under the dome, he could not absorb the power of stars. Luo Tian came. He had to kill the star god Venerable. Otherwise, killing him would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Luo Tian, all of this was caused by the Heavenly Tao Divine Lord. It has nothing to do with me. He was the one who wanted to kill you. He was also the one who asked us to come to Wilderness City. It really has nothing to do with me. Luo Tian smiled and said, Are you scared now? That bastard, Heavenly Tao, asked you to come. Why didn't you do it when he asked you to? Star Venerable God's face turned cold and extremely ugly. He couldn't understand why he was suppressed by Luo Tian even though he was in the sovereign realm. The aura on Luo Tian's body wasn't the aura of a sovereign, but only at the peak of the godly breakthrough realm. It should be known that even if there were 100 people at this realm, they wouldn't be a match for a sovereign expert. Could it be what Heavenly Tao Divine Lord said was true? He had refined the Heavenly Tao's heart of Heavenly Tao. But why didn't Luo Tian have the sovereign Godhead's aura? He didn't understand. There was no point in understanding this now. All of a sudden, Luo Tian exerted force in his palm. His body also rushed forward, his 5 fingers forming a claw, grabbing onto Star Venerable's head. If you touch my woman, you will die. If you kill my clansmen, you will die. If you want the power of darkness in my body, you will die even more. Star Venerable, you didn't expect this day to come, did you? When you were in the profound sky continent in the demon abyss, you should have thought that this day would come. The time for me to take revenge has come. Absorb for me. Rumble! Star Venerable's body suddenly began to tremble. The veins on his forehead bulged, and all the blood vessels in his body began to twitch. Star Venerable even shouted, Luo Tian, if you kill me, Li Shuer will also die. Only I can undo the seal on her body. Killing me won't do any good. As long as I die, the Clear Sky Divine King will immediately know, no matter how powerful you are, can you be stronger than the Clear Sky Divine King? I advise you to let me go. I promise that I will never go against you again, and I will also undo the seal on Li Shuer's body. His sea of consciousness was shaking. It was rumbling. His divine deity was shaking, and this huge suction force made him unable to take care of himself. It was too uncomfortable. However, Luo Tian grinned and laughed coldly. Clear Sky Divine King? I was really afraid that he wouldn't come. Since your death can attract him, that would be for the best. Absorbing stars of darkness. Break. Rumble. A huge suction force shot out from Luo Tian's palm, and the divine deity in Star Venerable's sea of consciousness was directly sucked out of his body. Star Venerable watched as his divine deity broke out from between his eyebrows. His face was as pale as paper, and he immediately knelt on the ground and begged. Luo Tian, I beg you, let me go this time. I won't dare to do it again. I beg you, I am willing to be your slave for the rest of my life. I will never betray you, please. The stronger the person, the more afraid of death. The stronger the person, the more afraid of losing. What did divine deity mean? Because of his lifetime of cultivation, his divine deity was stripped away, his mind was crushed, his sea of consciousness collapsed, and his soul would collapse at that moment. In other words, he would not even have the qualifications to enter the cycle of reincarnation, not even have the qualifications to be a ghost. In other words, he would disappear forever, without the slightest chance to turn things around. He was afraid, incomparably afraid. Luo Tian, on the other hand, was laughing maniacally. A sovereign? Ha ha ha. Do you think you'll be forgiven for something that's inferior to you? Shatter the mind. The heart of the way of the heavens suddenly moved. The power of a heavenly Tao, sovereign divine, deity, came crashing down. Rumble. The star sovereign's mind shattered. Sea of consciousness broken. Rumble. The sea of consciousness that had been extracted from the divine deity collapsed, and even his soul was sucked out by Luo Tian. With a thought, it was directly devoured by the dark force. Star Venerable's eyes widened as he roared towards the sky. He didn't even scream. Then, a bloody star, sovereign divine deity, appeared in Luo Tian's palm. It was also at this moment. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Star Sovereign, for obtaining 1 experience point, 1 divine essence point, and 1 source energy point. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the Star Divine Sword. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the myriad arts of stars. A series of notifications sounded. 2 sword divine weapons and a divine level cultivation method dropped. However, Luo Tian didn't even look at these. He walked to the hall and looked at the motionless Li Shuer. Luo Tian smiled lightly, cleaned up the bloody divine deity, and then said gently, Shui, swallow it. From today onwards, you are the ruler of the stars. Whether the seal on your body is broken or not, you will always be my Luo Tian's woman. If you don't know me now and forget me, I will get to know you again. I will make you fall in love with me again. While they were talking under Luo Tian's control, Li Shuer swallowed the star divine deity. Whether Li Shuer could break through the seal or not, Luo Tian would make her fall in love with him and become his woman. Chapter 1765. After the divine deity was devoured. After about 10 minutes, the aura on Li Shuer's body began to transform. The power of the stars gathered once again. Suddenly, a burst of power burst out. Li Shuer's eyes flashed with a trace of light as she looked at Luo Tian and pounced on him. Big brother Luo Tian, big brother Luo Tian, in an instant. Breaking through the seal, she threw herself into Luo Tian's embrace. She had been waiting for this moment for countless years. Now she was even willing to die. Looking at her tears and listening to her cries, Luo Tian's heart throbbed with pain. He hugged Li Shuer tightly and said, I will never let you leave me again. I will never let anyone bully you again. Li Shuer cried on Luo Tian's shoulder. She cried loudly. It was as if her heart and lungs were being torn apart. She couldn't say a single word. She missed him too much and had too much to say, but she couldn't say a single word right now. An entire hour later, the two of them hugged each other tightly. They didn't say anything and didn't do anything. In the end, Li Shuer suddenly thought of something and let go of Luo Tian. She immediately said, Big brother Luo Tian and Xan and Chen Chen, what about them? Let's go save them. I also have the power of a ruler now. Although I can't completely control it, I can definitely help you a little. The power of a ruler wasn't something that could be completely possessed after devouring the divine deity. It also needed to be slowly cultivated and controlled. However, Li Shuer's cultivation could only be that of a ruler for the rest of her life. She couldn't break through any more. To ordinary people, a ruler was an unreachable existence. There weren't many in the entire divine realm. To be able to become a ruler was a goal that many warriors couldn't break through even if they worked hard for their entire lives. To Li Shuer, sovereigns were enough. Luo Tian said, They don't have to worry, I've set up a will on them. As long as there's any danger, I'll be able to sense it immediately. It wasn't that he didn't want to save them immediately, but just now he had consumed too much essence chi, divine essence, and origin energy. There was no way he could kill a second sovereign. Li Shuer said they definitely suffered as well. When the chief sovereign of fate and the chief sovereign of luck captured them, They furiously absorbed their quintessence energy. After returning from the fiend's abyss, Chun Chun in particular must have been pressured by the chief sovereign of luck. I'm worried that she, one by one, don't rush. Luo Tian's heart clenched, his fists clenched within his sleeves. I won't let the sovereigns of fate and fortune go. I swear they'll all die before the end of the champion tournament. If Luo Tian still had the strength, he would definitely kill again. However, he had to rest now. He had to replenish his origin energy. Shuer, have a good rest. Tomorrow I'll get Chen Tianjing to send you away. The power of the stars in your body is too eye-catching. If the heavenly law divine Lord discovers it, he will definitely make a move on you. Luo Tian said. He had to get Li Shuer to a safe place. Chun Tianjing's puppet swamp was a very good choice. Today he had given all the divine deity absorbed by the absorbing stars great skill to Chun Tianjing. With the power of these god breakthrough realm divine deity, even if the heavenly law divine Lord wanted to enter the puppet swamp to capture Shuer, it would be very difficult. Li Shuer wanted to refuse. Luo Tian said softly, Shuer, be good, be obedient. Li Shuer nodded lightly and said, All right, big brother Luo Tian, you definitely won't leave me behind again, right? Luo Tian kissed her forehead and said, Never again. Huff! Luo Tian sat cross-legged, quickly recovering his physical strength and profound qi. At the same time, he checked the system. Killing the Sovereign of Stars only gave him a bit of experience and a bit of divine essence, just like a level 1 monster in the beginner village. He couldn't blame the system for this. He was now at the peak of the god breakthrough realm. His experience bar was full, but he hadn't broken through to the sovereign realm. Why? Because he hadn't sensed the power of laws and hadn't fully activated the inheritance power of the dark, overbearing Sovereign of Stars. He couldn't break through. This was a threshold, and he couldn't break through just because he had enough experience. That was why killing the Sovereign of Stars gave him so little experience. Looking at the consumption of the power of the origin, Luo Tian's heart tightened again. The absorbing star's great skill consumes too much power of the origin. Killing a Sovereign of Stars consumed more than 50,000 points. If this goes on, if I meet a godly king, the power of the origin was still his fatal weakness. Hunting sector beasts could replenish his power of the origin, but he couldn't replenish it in the divine territory. There would be a day when the power of the origin in his body would be exhausted. If only I could go back to Earth once. Luo Tian sighed in his heart. Earth was his planet of origin. Only there could he absorb the power of the origin without worrying about consumption. But could he go back? If he wanted to go back to Earth, he had to complete the 5S ultimate mission. Otherwise, how could he go back? Enter the space-time crack to the chaos world? It was impossible. His body was fine in the space-time crack, but he couldn't withstand it in the chaos world. The power of laws in the chaos world was much higher than in the divine territory. I'll take it one step at a time. No matter what, I have to kill the 4 sovereigns and clear sky godly king first. Then I'll enter hell to activate the inheritance of the dark, overbearing Sovereign of Stars and save 2 balls. Luo Tian thought of 2 balls and couldn't help but think of Dragon God Patriarch. Dragon God Patriarch didn't hesitate to use his own dragon soul essence for him. Patriarch, don't worry. I'll take good care of 2 balls. I'll also take 2 balls to Dragon City to see you. In another place, no one in Wild City noticed the death of the Sovereign of Stars. No one made a sound. Everything was so peaceful. However, in the Godly King Palace, the name of Star God dropped from the list of sovereigns. At this moment, number 1 Godly King was furious. Luo Tian is still alive. Clear sky, Godly King. Buzz. Number 1 Godly King's voice immediately reached Clear Sky, Godly King's mind. Clear Sky, Godly King said respectfully, Lord God. Number 1 Godly King coldly snorted. Star God has already been killed by Luo Tian, and he will also make a move on fate, luck, and the three sovereigns. I'll give you one more chance. You definitely can't let Luo Tian, this stinking bug, disturb the divine territory. Clear Sky, Godly King, was shocked. He never thought that Luo Tian would be able to return from the space-time crack. Now that he knew of this news, his heart immediately surged with killing intent. Luo Tian, you actually didn't die. This time, I definitely won't let you off. Definitely not. The next day, the competition proceeded as normal. However, Heavenly Tao Divine Lord, Fate God, and Luck God didn't appear in the VIP lounge. Instead, they were in Star God's courtyard, looking at the corpse on the ground. His mind was shattered, his sea of consciousness collapsed, and his divine deity was extracted. Heavenly Tao Divine Lord narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Luo Tian, your movements are really fast. He couldn't help but look at the two sovereigns of fate and luck from the corner of his eyes, revealing a cold, killing intent. Thank you to Little Mood, Greengrass, Love for supporting me again. Thank you. N. Chapter 1766. The Star God was already dead. If either of them died, then it would be difficult for him to break through to the God King realm, even if he fused with the power of another god. He could not afford to miss this opportunity. Luo Tian's cultivation had already exceeded his expectations. As long as he broke through to the God King realm, he would definitely be able to crush him. The Heavenly Tao Divine Lord retracted his cold gaze. In order to deal with Luo Tian, the two of you should sacrifice yourselves. The 7 God Kings' powers suddenly moved. The God of Fortune and the God of Fate were slightly stunned. They turned around and asked, Brother Heavenly Tao, what do you want us to sacrifice? As long as we can kill that bastard Luo Tian, it doesn't matter how much we sacrifice. Of course, no matter how much did not include their lives. The Heavenly Tao Divine Lord smiled. Just as he was about to attack, he suddenly retracted his power and said, What I mean is that you should sacrifice some of your 2 disciples, Luo Tian's women. Before he could finish his words, the Clear Sky God King landed. The Clear Sky God King stared coldly at the Heavenly Tao Divine Lord and said coldly, You better restrain yourself. Don't be too presumptuous. Otherwise, you should know the consequences. He immediately saw through the Heavenly Tao Divine Lord's intentions. This was a God King expert. The Heavenly Tao Divine Lord's heart sank as he was instantly suppressed. He immediately said respectfully, This subordinate dares not. Humph! The Clear Sky God King snorted coldly and turned to look at the Star God's corpse on the ground. He said coldly, Where is that bastard Luo Tian now? The God of Fortune immediately replied, He participated in the number 1 warrior competition. He should be at the competition venue now. The Clear Sky God King did not say anything and instantly disappeared. The Heavenly Tao Divine Lord's heart skipped a beat as he looked in the direction where the Clear Sky God King disappeared. His eyes turned ferocious. Sooner or later, I will crush you. I'll let you have a taste of being crushed. He was unhappy. The God of Fortune said, Brother Heavenly Tao, I almost forgot that we still have Luo Tian's women. As long as we threaten him with their lives, we can definitely control him. When the time comes, won't we be able to crush him easily? The God of Fortune said, Doesn't Luo Tian have a fatal weakness? How could he kill the Star God? Star Venerable God's origin energy is not weak. How could he be killed by Luo Tian? Or did Luo Tian have a helper? Heaven Tao Divine Lord said faintly, You'll know once you get to the venue. Furthermore, your disciples have also entered the venue. You'll definitely see Luo Tian today. The news of Star God's death quickly spread to the Wild Desolation City, Lord's mansion. The Wild City Master was shocked. Even the Star God is dead? His mind shattered, his sea of consciousness collapsed, and his godhood vanished. From the looks of it, Luo Tian was the one who did it. In that case, I'm afraid that Luo Tian's cultivation base has already reached the level of the tyrannical sovereign of darkness' complete legacy. His heart tightened. The wild city master clenched his fists tightly and sneered. That's for the best. Luo Tian, as long as you go on stage today, your strength will all be mine, ha ha ha. Inside the venue, there were no empty seats. There were more than 100,000 spectators, and the outside of the venue was packed with people. Who do you think will win? Today is the day the number 1 warrior will be born. I think that Fatty is not bad. What's so good about him? He's just an ordinary contestant. You don't know how powerful the seeded contestants are. They are the disciples of the various rulers, and there are also terrifying experts from hell. They are the favorites to win this year. Could any of you be the contestant who hasn't appeared yet? The entire city was in discussion. Who would win? Who would be able to obtain the inheritance of the number 1 war god of the wild city? Would the number 1 war god still be able to bestow the power of inheritance? No one knew. The venue was bustling with noise and excitement. Luo Tian arranged for Li Shuai to stay in Chen Tianjing's puppet swamp and then came to the venue. Not long after, the wild city master walked towards the stage and said loudly, "After yesterday's intense competition, 100 contestants will be chosen from thousands of contestants. They will fight against the seeded contestants. The winner will enter the top 100, and the loser will be eliminated. Contestants, please show your true strength. Let's fight." As soon as he finished, the names of the contestants on the black stone screen began to scroll. Next, Luo Tian's name appeared first. The one fighting against him was the disciple of the Southern Heaven ruler, Yang Zhan. Yang Zhan moved in the air and instantly landed in the corresponding battle enchantment. He said arrogantly, "Luo Tian, get up here and die." As soon as his voice faded, the audience immediately broke out into discussion. Look, there are no accidental deaths after encountering the seeded contestants. Luo Tian, this brat's luck has also run out. The Southern Heaven ruler is a middle-level ruler, and Yang Zhan's strength is also at the peak of the God Breakthrough Realm. He only needs the power of other laws to advance to the ranks of the ruler powerhouses. Yang Zhan snorted again and said, "Luo Tian, are you scared out of your wits after encountering Laozi? You don't even dare to appear? What a useless coward, ha ha ha." The wild city master couldn't help but say, "Contestant Luo Tian, please step out. If you exceed the time limit, it will be regarded as forfeiting the competition. Please step out." He was also worried that Luo Tian would not appear. Suddenly, at the exit of the passage, a man in a black robe walked out. Everyone turned to look at him. The man slowly took off the black robe on his body, revealing his true face. Then his gaze swept across and looked at VIP Lounge number 1. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. In the morning, he had already sensed the aura of the Divine King. The Star Divine Venerable was right. Once he died, the Divine King Palace would immediately know. However, this was good. He didn't have to look for the Haotian Divine King. He really didn't know where the Divine King Palace was. VIP Lounge. The Haotian Divine King's eyes narrowed slightly. Killing intent surged, filling the entire hall. The 3 rulers' faces immediately turned pale. The Heavenly Tao Divine Lord said with difficulty, "My lord, let's take a look at Luo Tian's battle for the time being. He can kill the Star Divine Venerable. Since he has already solved the weakness of the origin energy, we don't have to rush to kill him." This was also something he wanted to figure out. The Haotian Divine King thought of the scene in the Demon Abyss when Luo Tian's heart demon erupted. He snorted and stared at Luo Tian. "I'll let you live for a few more hours." The wild city master's heart boiled as he thought to himself, "Luo Tian, you finally appeared." The idea moved. The battle enchantment that Yang Zhan was in flashed with a strange light. Under the scorching sun, no one noticed it. Yang Zhan's face was full of arrogance as he said, "Coward, you finally appeared. I've been waiting impatiently. Hurry up and die. Luo Tian slowly walked into the battle enchantment. His finger inadvertently touched the enchantment, and the corner of his mouth drew back as he sneered. Yang Zhan was even more unhappy when he saw this. Sneering in front of me, die! Luo Tian took a step into the enchantment, moved his index finger, condensed a force, and the force directly exploded Yang Zhan's head. Headshot, instant kill. Thank you. I have a goddess's wife. I'm willful, a small mood, Southern Yuan, Northern Sea, no longer silent, for the reward and support. Thank you, Cripple, for the 1888 reward and support. Chapter 1767. After one move, Luo Tian turned around and left, not even looking at Yang Zhan. Men never turn around to watch explosions. Yang Zhan collapsed in a pool of blood, dyeing the arena red. Everyone was still discussing how many moves Luo Tian would be able to take from Yang Zhan. How would Luo Tian die? But they looked at the corpse on the arena, unable to react. It was as though their brains were being twisted. What's going on? What happened? What happened just now? Was there a sovereign who ambushed Yang Zhan? How did he die just like that? I didn't even blink, and he collapsed. What happened? They couldn't react. It was too fast. It was so fast that even the city, Lord, couldn't see it clearly. The entire arena was silent. They watched as Luo Tian slowly walked into the tunnel. Only when he disappeared into the tunnel did they begin to discuss. Did you see it? I didn't see anything. I only saw Luo Tian lift his finger slightly. Then he turned around and left. Then Yang Zhan's head exploded. I didn't even see how Luo Tian attacked. Could he kill someone with a lift of his finger? Crazy. Completely crazy. The battle ended too quickly. They didn't even see it clearly. They even suspected that it wasn't Luo Tian who attacked, but a sovereign who sneak attacked Yang Zhan. Luo Tian! Boom! A massive boom rang out as an old man with silver hair and white eyebrows descended from the sky. He roared as he looked at the corpse on the arena, then roared, Luo Tian, give me back my apprentice's life! Next, the aura of a sovereign filled the air. Like lightning, he charged into the tunnel. However, half a second later, the Southern Heaven Sovereign's body flew out like a kite with its string cut. He heavily smashed into the arena, shattering the barrier around the arena where Luo Tian had fought. A bald man walked out of the tunnel. He rubbed his bald head and smiled foolishly. Old man, what are you trying to do? Incomparably domineering. He sent the Southern Heaven Sovereign flying with a single punch. Furthermore, judging from the pained expression on the Southern Heaven ruler's face, it was clear that he had sustained serious injuries. Everyone's expression changed drastically. The Southern Heaven ruler had been severely injured. Was it this fatty who had attacked, or was it Luo Tian who had disappeared into the passage? Oh my God! There's someone who's even stronger than a sovereign in this year's #1 warrior tournament. This is unbelievable. That's impossible. The ruler of the Southern Heaven must have been ambushed. Which ruler would participate in the #1 warrior competition? That's true. No matter what, I like this fatty very much. Ha ha ha! The South Heaven ruler was rendered speechless by the punch. He wanted to be angry. However, the punch just now was not a sneak attack at all. It was a punch that was thrown from right in front of him. He would never forget the power of that punch. Flying up into the air, he coldly snorted and said, Luo Tian, I will definitely not let you off. Although he had been sent flying, he still had to speak arrogantly. After all, he was a sovereign. He wanted to save face. Phone Lei glared at him. You old thing, try saying that again. Before he could finish a sentence, the South Heaven ruler had disappeared. In less than half a minute. Rumble. A corpse fell from the sky. The crowd was in an uproar again. It's the South Heaven ruler who had just left. How did he get killed? What happened? Who can kill a sovereign? In the divine realm, only god kings can kill sovereigns. Moreover, Every single sovereign is protected by the God King Palace. No one would dare to casually kill a sovereign. The corpse was lying there. It was right next to his disciple. The savage city master immediately flew over and checked. His heart sank. His mind shattered, his sea of consciousness collapsed, and his sovereign godhead disappeared. Could it be? Impossible. Luo Tian can't be so strong. Even if he has the power of a sovereign, he can't kill the South Heaven ruler in such a short time. Killing a sovereign is too difficult. Fatty Lei glanced at the South Heaven ruler and laughed. You're such a coward, yet you still won't let my boss go. Now you're satisfied. The savage city master believed that he could instantly kill Yang Zhan, but he didn't believe that he could instantly kill the South Heaven city master. However, what he couldn't believe the most was that his absorption barrier had been destroyed. He recalled everything in his mind, not letting go of a single detail. In the end, the scene stopped at Luo Tian's finger gently touching the barrier. Could it be that my barrier's power was destroyed just like that? If that's the case, then his back began to break out in cold sweat. His heart turned cold. He couldn't provoke him. He definitely couldn't provoke him. Destroying his barrier meant that Luo Tian had already seen through it. It was also a warning. If he dared to provoke him again, he was afraid. The savage city master thought of the star god. Looking at the South Heaven ruler's corpse, his body couldn't help but tremble. Luo Tian, just how strong are you? It was also at this moment. The savage city master dispelled all his thoughts and no longer dared to have any thoughts about Luo Tian. In the VIP lounge, the clear sky divine king's face was a little ugly. He clearly saw how Luo Tian attacked just now. That power was comparable to the power of a ruler. Yang Zhan couldn't resist it. He didn't expect Luo Tian to cultivate to such a level in just over 10 days. What was even more unexpected was that he could kill the South Heaven ruler in less than half a minute. His cultivation level, the murderous intent in the clear sky divine king's eyes intensified. This kid can't be left alive! Except for him. The one who felt the most pressure was Heavenly Tao Divine Lord. His back was also breaking out in cold sweat. He didn't know how Luo Tian killed the star god. He felt that Luo Tian would definitely be injured. However, the death of the South Heaven ruler proved that Luo Tian was no longer the Luo Tian of the past. His current cultivation level was even stronger than the heart demon of the demon abyss. In Luo Tian's hands, his heart of heavenly Tao could unleash its strongest power. He can't be allowed to live. Heavenly Tao Divine, Lord swore to himself. He looked at the clear sky divine king's back and thought to himself. Outside the venue, the patriarch of Mount Hua chewed on a chicken leg and chuckled. Good move. You actually killed a ruler expert in one move. The names of the rulers are recorded in the Divine King Palace. The number 1 Divine King will know immediately if one dies. You killed 2 rulers consecutively. Do you know the consequences of doing so? Luo Tian ignored him. What would the consequences be? He didn't know. However, he was clear about his goal this time. He wanted to turn the entire divine realm upside down. If anyone dared to stop him or laugh at him, they would have to pay the price with their lives. Moreover, he would make his brothers and women all become sovereigns. 2 ruler godhoods weren't enough. Chapter 1768. The moment Luo Tian came out of the space-time crack, he secretly swore that he would definitely turn the divine realm upside down. Moreover, his 5S ultimate mission was to become the number 1 expert in the divine realm. Only by becoming the number 1 expert could he truly lead the entire divine realm. Killing 2 Dominator experts was just the beginning. The Star Dominator's godhead was given to Li Shuer, and the Southern Heaven Dominator's godhead was given to Qin Tianjing. Only when he became stronger would his puppets become stronger and be able to protect them better. The Hua Mountain Elder tore off a large piece of chicken drumstick and didn't say anything else. When Luo Tian left, he also left. 2 hours passed. The first round of battles ended, leaving behind 100 contestants. And Chun Chun, Xin, and Feng Lei were all among them. The second round soon began. However, this time was a little different. The Fate Master personally went backstage and said a few words to the Wild City Lord. Although the Wild City Lord didn't want to go against Luo Tian, he didn't dare to offend the Fate Master either. He could only nod and agree to his request. The second round's battle list appeared on the black stone. Luo Tian versus and Chun Chun. Feng Lei versus Xin. Seeing the battle list on the black stone screen, Luo Tian's eyes darkened. At this moment, so damn despicable, Feng Lei walked up and asked, "Boss, what should we do?" "I admit defeat. I can't fight with sister-in-law." Luo Tian had already contacted Feng Lei and said faintly, "Don't worry, neither of them will go on stage." "Huh?" Feng Lei asked, "Do you have a way?" Luo Tian smiled mysteriously and said, "You'll know later." If he didn't even prepare for this, then he wouldn't be Luo Tian. When he knew that Chun Chun and the others were participating in the #1 warrior competition, he wanted to fight. This was used by the 4 Dominators to deal with him. Yesterday, he killed the Star Dominator because Li Shui'er was in danger. And Chun Chun and Xin also had Luo Tian's power planted in their bodies. He could clearly sense Chun Chun and Xin Ari's position in the crowd. Shortly after, "The competition has begun. Contestants, please step forward." The chief sovereign of fate laughed coldly. "Luo Tian, let's see how you deal with your own women. If you don't do anything to them, you'll die by their hands." "Ha ha ha," Heavendao Divine Lord said. "Let them use their origins' powers to attack Luo Tian. I want to see how Luo Tian will defend against it." The Fortune Dominus laughed. "Everything is under my control. That lass is completely under my control. She'll do whatever I want her to do. She'll even strip in front of everyone. Ha ha ha." The Supreme Sky God glanced at the Luck Dominus from the corner of his eye, but he didn't say anything. He also wanted to know how Luo Tian defended against the attack of the origin energy. How did Luo Tian make up for this fatal weakness? He desperately wanted to know. Half a minute later, and Chun Chun coldly walked out of the passageway. Her body emitted a demonic charm that no man could resist. Her appearance once again caused a commotion. So beautiful. The title of #1 beauty in the God domain is hers. Just looking at her makes my heart feel like it's going to jump out. I can't take it. If such a woman can become my wife, I'm willing to exchange anything, even my life. And Chun Chun was truly beautiful. The fox demon race was born with a seductive body, coupled with the cold expression on her face. She made countless men gasp in admiration. Even some sovereigns couldn't resist her demonic charm. The Supreme Sky God King's atoms apple bobbed slightly as he gently swallowed his saliva. The Fortune Dominus immediately stepped forward and said respectfully, "Lord Supreme Sky God King, after we deal with Luo Tian, I'll personally send this lass to your God Palace." The Supreme Sky God King smiled. He was very satisfied with the Fortune Dominus. He also couldn't resist Chun Chun's demonic charm. Amidst the commotion, Luo Tian also slowly walked out. Seeing Chun Chun's cold appearance and the cold look in her eyes, the anger in Luo Tian's heart suddenly rose. "And Chun Chun, you're innocent. You're lively and cute. That's the real you, not this cold appearance." He walked towards the arena. The barrier closed, and Chun Chun didn't hesitate at all. She directly released all the power of luck. The moment Luo Tian entered the barrier, her killing move was activated. The power was all the power of origin. Swish, 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 countless phantoms of Chun Chun appeared in the barrier. Below the phantoms were all sword energy. The sword energy contained this vigorous power of origin. In an instant, Luo Tian was in the middle of a killing intent. The Fortune Dominus's eyes turned ferocious as he said coldly, Luo Tian, I want to see what you will do. Kill your woman? Or be killed by your woman? Ha ha ha. If he didn't kill and Chun wouldn't stop. She was now like a puppet, completely controlled by the fortune dominus. The heavenly Tao divine lord stared at Luo Tian carefully. He didn't miss any detail or movement. He wanted to know how Luo Tian would defend against the attack of the power of origin. The supreme sky god king also stared at Luo Tian with rapt attention. In the barrier, Luo Tian looked at the phantoms of Chun all around him. Looking at her cold face, he said faintly, "And Chun, I've made you suffer. Be good, close your eyes. It'll be over soon. I'll take you home." As soon as his voice faded, Luo Tian's palm suddenly moved. Wang. He released the absorbing star's great technique and placed his palm on Chun's chest. He suddenly pressed down. Plop! A force directly penetrated Chun's heart. At this moment, Luo Tian's gaze turned and stared in the direction of the VIP lounge. Soul absorption, open for me! Boom! A power of origin penetrated Luo Tian's palm and searched along Chun's power of luck. In less than half a second, it found the power of luck that controlled Chun. In an instant, Luo Tian moved with all his might and directly absorbed the power of luck. Swish, 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 in the VIP lounge. The face of the old woman, the fortune dominus, began to distort and her body began to tremble. A huge amount of luck was being absorbed. She immediately begged the Supreme Sky God King for help. Supreme Sky God King, save me, save me. The Supreme Sky God King didn't immediately take action. His idea sank. A divine king's might directly penetrated the barrier and entered Luo Tian's sea of consciousness. I'd like to see what kind of power you're using. However, just as his divine might entered Luo Tian's sea of consciousness, his entire body was stunned. Dual divine deity. It's actually dual divine deity. Impossible, it's absolutely impossible. The Supreme Sky God King's face was pale, as if he had discovered something incomparably terrifying. At this moment, Luo Tianyin smiled coldly and said, "Since you're here, don't even think about leaving. You want to crush me with your divine might? Turn all of it into my power. Heavenly law divine deity, darkness divine deity. Absorb. Thank you to Moment Degree for series of rewards. Thank you to equals asterisk arrogant young mannion equals green grass. Who is it for the rewards and support. Thank you, brothers. Thank you." And Chapter 1769. The ultimate profound meaning of the absorbing star's great skill. It could absorb the owner's power through other people's bodies or the power in one's own body, as long as it did not exceed a certain range. And Chun was being controlled by the lucky dominator. The absorbing star's great skill was not to absorb Chun's power, but to find the power that was controlling Chun and directly absorb the lucky dominator's power. Luo Tian purposely let the clear Sky God King's divine might crush into his own body, followed by another round of absorption. This was the ultimate profound meaning of the absorbing star's great skill. The clear Sky God King's body sank. His heart was incomparably shocked. It's actually dual godhood. Immediately after, his hands quickly formed seals. In the blink of an eye, a doppelganger was formed, while his original body instantly left the area. Boom! Boom! The clone could not hold on for more than 3 seconds before its body exploded and turned into dust. Phew! The clear Sky God King's back was covered in cold sweat as he took a deep breath. This Luo Tian is already so strong, it seems like he has already grasped the secret of dual godhood. It was also at this moment the lucky dominator's body was withering and trembling nonstop. Save, save, save me. God King, Lord God King, save me. He no longer had any energy left to condense a clone. Luo Tian's power was in every corner of his body, binding him like thousands of silk webs. Those silk webs were crazily absorbing the power in his body. His body was weakening, his mind was trembling, and his sea of consciousness was on the verge of collapse. Heavenly Tao Divine Lord and the Lucky Dominator kept retreating, fear rising in their hearts. The clear sky God King's eyebrows turned sinister as he formed a blade with one hand and released a blade energy. Origin slash. Swoosh. Bang. A slash in the void directly cut off those invisible energy webs. The Lucky Dominus stumbled backwards and fell on his butt. His face instantly looked like a wolf that had aged several decades. He panted heavily and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty." When he thought of what had just happened, he felt a wave of lingering fear. Hao Tianxinwang looked coldly at Luo Tian, who was under the boundary, and murmured, "Your power is still afraid of the attack of the power of the origin. I don't know where the power of the origin comes from, but I know very well that the power of the origin in your body will be exhausted one day." Luo Tian also looked up at the clear sky Divine King and laughed loudly. "What? Even a God King would be afraid? Didn't you want to use your divine might to crush me? Continue. What's the point of creating a clone? What a piece of trash." This was a direct provocation. His voice exploded throughout the entire venue. Everyone heard it. What did he say? "Your Excellency, could it be that there are other experts besides the Southern Heaven Ruler? Even God King experts are here? It can't be. No matter how strong Luo Tian is, he is just an ant-like existence in front of a God King expert. He dares to provoke a God King expert. Is he courting death?" Although they didn't believe it, they didn't hear it wrong. Luo Tian was provoking the clear sky Divine King. The most important point was the clear sky Divine King didn't dare to reply. If he hadn't condensed a clone in time to block Luo Tian's absorbing star's great method, he didn't know if his power would have been completely absorbed by Luo Tian. Then again, double divine deity. He was afraid of the power of double divine deity. Seeing that the clear sky Divine King did not reply, Luo Tian laughed coldly. "God King expert? Bullshit." Then he picked up in Chun Chun and walked down the boundary. The master of Wild City was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He knew that the 4 rulers had come, but he didn't know that even the God King expert had come. If what Luo Tian said was true, and the God King expert was really here, he actually didn't dare to reply to Luo Tian. Then how strong was this Luo Tian? The master of Wild City was dumbfounded and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. VIP lounge. Heavenly Tao Divine Lord finally couldn't help but ask, "Your Excellency, what exactly is double divine deity? Could it be that 2 divine deity were nurtured in the sea of consciousness? This is impossible. No one can do it." He had also let people try to nurture double divine deity. It was completely impossible. Either he was devoured by the divine deity's power, or his body exploded from the powerful force. Unbearable. The Master of Fate also looked at the clear sky Divine King, waiting for an answer. Luo Tian was too powerful. He was so powerful that they were afraid. He was even more terrifying than Luo Tian when his heart devil erupted in the demon abyss. The secret of double divine deity was only known to the people of the Divine King Palace. In other words, only the Divine King experts knew. Hao Tian, God King, pondered for a moment and said, "Dual godhoods only exist in legends. Legend has it that the myriad worlds of the divine realm were created by a master with dual godhoods. In the past, there is no such thing as the myriad worlds of the divine realm being created by a master with dual godhoods. As for how to nurture double divine deity, no one knows. However, there's one thing I can be sure of. People with dual godhoods are extremely powerful. They'll definitely become god kings. Of the 2 godhoods hanging in Luo Tian's sea of consciousness, one is the darkness godhood. It should be the inheritance of the tyrannical sovereign of darkness after he endured 999 heavenly tribulations of darkness. The other one is even more powerful. I can sense the power of heavenly Tao, the power of darkness, and the power of the dragon god's soul essence. The dragon god's soul essence is especially powerful. If he can fully grasp this power, I'm afraid even I won't be his match. The clear sky divine king did not hide anything. Moreover, this matter had already exceeded his expectations. He had to make a trip to the divine king palace. The heavenly Tao divine lord was stunned. He had always thought that he was awesome for being able to fuse with the power of a ruler, but now, compared to Luo Tian, he was simply too weak. He had felt it the moment the heart of the heavens was refined. However, he never thought that Luo Tian would be able to condense his divine deity from the heart of the heavenly Tao, and it was even a ruler divine deity. His heart was filled with incomparable shock. The ruler of fate's voice trembled as he said, "My lord, what should we do now?" The clear sky divine king glanced at him and said, "You'd better release the seal on your disciple's body now, or else Luo Tian will follow your seal's power and absorb your power, just like the ruler of luck." At this moment, the ruler of luck had turned from a beautiful woman into an old woman, and the skin on her face was wrinkling. The ruler of fate was so scared that his face turned pale. With a thought, he immediately removed the seal on Exar's body. He didn't dare to stay in the slightest. Heavenly Law Divine Lord asked, "My lord, is there no way to deal with Luo Tian?" The clear sky divine king's brows sank and said, "I need to return to the divine king palace. I need to check on the weakness of the dual divine deity. The number one divine king will definitely know." Backstage. And Chen Chen slowly woke up. The moment he woke up, he was so scared that he cried, "Big brother Luo Tian, I can't control myself. You, quickly run." Luo Tian pulled in Chen Chen into his embrace and said, I'm sorry. Thank you to Tears Have Stopped Flowing for the large wave of rewards. Thank you to Little Mood for the continuous support. Thank you. Chapter 1770. In the match between Feng Lei and Xian, due to Xian's seal being released, he automatically admitted defeat and entered the next round. Xian had also reunited with Luo Tian early on. The two women hung around Luo Tian's neck, unwilling to part for even a moment. When they were in the demon abyss, they thought that Luo Tian was dead. Now that they saw him again, they were naturally crying tears of joy. It was the same for Feng Lei, who was standing at the side. Luo Tian hugged them tightly and said faintly, "A lot of people are watching." And Chen Chen said coquettishly, "I don't care. I don't want to leave big brother Luo Tian ever again." His voice, coupled with the evil charm on Chen Chen's body, made Luo Tian almost unable to control himself, and his little brother instantly went into a state where he was about to go berserk. Suddenly, Luo Tian frowned, patted Chen Chen's back, and said, "You two come down first. I have something to take care of." Feng Lei immediately stepped forward and asked, "Boss, what happened?" Luo Tian grinned and said, "Someone wants to escape." "Huh? Who?" Fatty Lei asked. Luo Tian laughed. How Tian Divine King, he should be going to call for reinforcements, but the debt in the demon abyss has not been settled. How can we let him go? Divine King Rancor? The three of them said at the same time. They were also immediately worried about Luo Tian, but Chen Chen and Xian are still obediently let go of Luo Tian. No one could stop Luo Tian from doing what he wanted to do, and they would not stop him either. Feng Lei said, "Boss, do you need help?" "Help me protect the two of them. How Tian Divine King won't be able to leave Wilderness City." Luo Tian instructed, then turned and disappeared. Buzz. At the city gate, Luo Tian placed his palm on the huge stone statue and instantly channeled a wave of energy into it. Following that, South Gate, North Gate, East Gate, the huge stone statues at the three city gates were all injected with energy by Luo Tian. "You want to leave? Let's see how far you can go." While speaking, with a thought, Luo Tian's heavenly Tao, sovereign godhead's power surged out. His darkness element godhead also started to circulate. The two godheads' power intertwined, and in the end, the energy poured into the stone statues at the four city gates came to life. Buzz, 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 buzz. Bursts of buzzing sounds could be heard. The entire desolate city was enveloped in a buzzing sound, and even the ground was shaking. What happened? What's that sound? It seems to be the sound of a spirit formation being activated. This is the first time I've seen such a powerful spirit formation. It was also at this moment. Boom! In the sky, a black shadow was bounced back. The clear sky divine king floated in mid-air and frowned. Dome enchantment. Luo Tian leaped into the air and sneered. Your Excellency, where are you going? Clear sky divine king frowned, and his heart sank. He knows that I'm leaving Wild City? When did he notice it? The divine king realm was one realm higher than the ruler realm, so it was impossible for him to sense the movements of the divine king. The only possibility was that when the divine king was condensing his clone, Luo Tian had left a power to monitor him. Then, Clear Sky Divine King sneered, Luo Tian, do you think that you can stop me with just two divine deity? Luo Tian laughed. If you have the ability, then break through the barrier. You are a divine king ranker. What can't you do? Go, break through this barrier. For waves of dual divine deity energy poured into the stone statue of the number one war god in the desolate city, and released from their bodies. The combined barrier was extremely powerful, and Luo Tian was sure that the Clear Sky Divine King would not be able to break through the dome barrier. Hua Shan Ancestor was slightly shocked and muttered, Good boy, I thought he was absorbing the energy from the giant stone statue, but I didn't expect him to use the giant stone statue to form a formation. He is indeed smart and powerful, but his eyebrows tightened and his fingers moved slightly. The calamity is still there. Could it be? He raised his head to look at the Clear Sky Divine King in the sky, and his heart sank, saying, The calamity is not in the Clear Sky Divine King, but in the Divine King Palace? If that's the case, then, Luo Tian, oh Luo Tian, how good would it be to leave with me? Now I'm afraid. Sigh. The Clear Sky Divine King continued to attack, constantly using the power of the Divine King to break through, but it was completely useless. He could not break the barrier at all. It was the same even if he used the power of the source to attack. He was in a sorry state once in the demon abyss, and here he was in a sorry state once again. Luo Tian seemed to be his nemesis. Luo Tian smiled slightly. Continue, why did you stop? Actually, every time the Clear Sky Divine King attacked, Luo Tian's heart would have to endure a strong pressure, because he was the eye of the formation. He was the source of power for this formation. When the Clear Sky Divine King attacked the barrier, the first one to bear the brunt was him, the eye of the formation. However, the arrogant look on his face, the Clear Sky Divine King did not see it at all. The Clear Sky Divine King did not attack Luo Tian either. He sneered and said, Do you think that by stopping me, the Divine King Palace will not know what is happening here? Then you are underestimating the Divine King Palace too much. At this time, the Divine King rankers in the Divine King Palace are probably already impulsive. He originally wanted to go to the Divine King Palace to look through the information on dual divine deity, but he did not expect to be stopped by Luo Tian. He actually did not break the barrier, and he did not want to continue. Anyway, when he arrived, the Divine King Palace had already moved out. Luo Tian sneered. What? You called for help? What a useless Divine King ranker, but it's good that you called for help. It saves me the trouble of looking for some bullshit Divine King Palace. Call them all over. I'll deal with them one by one. Overestimating yourself. The Clear Sky Divine King disdainfully said, Luo Tian, your dual divine deity is indeed powerful, the number one person in all of history. However, no matter how powerful you are, you can't be a match for any of the divine kings in the Divine King Palace. As soon as he finished speaking, The Clear Sky Divine King instantly disappeared and returned to the VIP lounge. In the Divine King Palace, the Clear Sky Divine King was ranked 9th and was also the newest Divine King ranker. The other Divine King rankers had all become Divine King rankers hundreds of millions of years ago. Their cultivation was several times higher than the Clear Sky Divine King. Luo Tian looked at the sky. Come, all of you come. If the heavens want to go against me, I will break through the heavens. What is the Divine King Palace? He was not afraid at all. In the sky above the Divine Realm, where the Divine Palace was, the number 1 Divine King was furious. Dual Divine Deity. There is actually an existence of dual Divine Deity in the Divine Realm. Could it be that he is the reincarnation of Master? No, Master is not dead at all. How can he be reincarnated? No matter what. Dual Divine Deity in the Divine Realm. Only Master has the qualifications to be eternal. Only he can teleport. Anyone else has to die. Suddenly, the number 1 Divine King bellowed, Divine King Palace, listen up! 7 Divine Kings flew over from the void and stood heavily on the main hall of the Divine King Palace. The number 1 Divine King shouted, Go to Wild City! Chapter 1771. VIP Lounge. Fortune Dominator stood up and said, Your Excellency, didn't you return to the King of God's palace? She felt afraid when she thought of Luo Tian. At the same time, Fortune Dominator hated Luo Tian to the core. It was Luo Tian who had sucked her beauty. She couldn't wait for Clear Sky God King to bring all the God King experts from the King of God's palace to crush Luo Tian and trample on Luo Tian. Heavenly Tao Divine, Lord, and Fortune Dominator couldn't help but look at Clear Sky God King. Clear Sky God King's expression was cold as he snorted and said, Luo Tian, stop them! Luo Tian stopped them. The 3 of them were stunned. Luo Tian was strong, but was he so strong that Clear Sky God King wasn't his match? Heavenly Tao Divine Lord began to plan, I have to break through and become a God King expert. Otherwise, I won't be Luo Tian's match. Similarly, he won't let me go. If not for the protection of the King of God's palace, I would have captured Luo Tian's relatives in the ancient continent. The ancient continent had a natural sovereign body, so it was protected. Otherwise, Heavenly Tao Divine Lord would definitely capture everyone related to Luo Tian and bring them to the divine domain. Clear Sky God King said, I only returned to the King of God's palace to check on the information of dual godhoods. The King of God's palace knows everything about my situation here. I believe the number 1 King of Gods will definitely send someone over. That's good, that's good. Fortune Dominator finally relaxed. We must kill Luo Tian. We must kill him. He is the greatest scourge of the divine domain. She now had a psychological shadow over Luo Tian, touching the wrinkled skin on her face. She even had the thought of eating Luo Tian. Clear Sky God King said, Just you wait, Luo Tian. Your days are numbered. In another place, Luo Tian brought in Chun Chun and Xan, to Chun Tianjing's puppet swamp. Fatty Lei also went. When he saw Chun Tianjing, the 2 big men hugged each other and cried bitterly. I have something to tell you. Luo Tian looked at the scene of the 3 women crying tears of joy in the distance and said softly, The Divine King Palace should be sending people over. I'm worried that the number 1 Divine King, the number 1 expert of the divine domain, will follow along. At that time, I'm afraid. It was not a coincidence that the Clear Sky Divine King rushed over the next day after the death of the Star Venerable. The palace of the Divine King must have some kind of magic treasure that allowed them to know everything that happened in the divine domain. Therefore, Luo Tian concluded that the Divine King Palace would definitely send someone over. It could be 1 Divine King or 2. It could even be all of the Divine King rankers. After all, he knew that his dual divine deity was special. In the divine realm, only the person who created this interface had dual divine deity. The palace of the King of Gods would never allow anyone who could threaten him to exist. Luo Tian already knew this when the clear heaven divine king appeared in the abyss of demons. Fatty Lei said, CK him to death. Chun Tianjing also said, Boss, just tell me what to do. I have now fused with most of the power of the Southern Sky Dominator's divine deity. With my ability, creating 10 low-level Dominator puppets is not a problem. Fatty Lei looked at Chun Tianjing in shock and said, Damn, Big Beard, you're too awesome. Next, Fatty Lei said, Boss, I don't know about the Divine King rankers, but any Dominator rankers are not my match. During the time that you disappeared, with the help of sister-in-law Huan, my cultivation has also become much stronger. It was more than just a lot. It had simply increased by several times. He even knew where he came from now. Infernal Domain. Furthermore, it was an extremely powerful bloodline race in the Infernal Domain. Since his brother had become stronger, Luo Tian was naturally happy and said, I want you guys to leave the Divine Realm and hide in the Outer Realm. No matter what happens, don't come back. Huh, I won't leave. Boss, don't tell me you want to leave us behind again? The two of them became anxious. Luo Tian said, This time I will bear everything. Last time, I left you guys and endured everything. However, don't worry, my life won't die so easily. Even the vast Heaven Divine King is not my match, and the other Divine Kings are the same. Divine King Palace. All the Divine Kings. Luo Tian didn't even dare to have 100% confidence in dealing with the vast Heaven Divine King, let alone dealing with the other Divine Kings. It was precisely because of this that Luo Tian needed them to leave. Luo Tian had left them behind in the profound sky continent and let them suffer the pain of death. Now, he would definitely not let these brothers suffer this kind of pain again. Fatty Lei looked as if he was going all out and said, Big Beard, protect sister-in-law and leave. I'll stay. Chun Tianjing immediately said in a bad mood, What are you saying? I want to stay too. Luo Tian said seriously, You guys don't understand at all. Only when you leave can I go all out and kill them. You guys will only drag me down here. If you guys are here, I will also be restrained and distracted. Fatty, Big Beard, I promise you that I will definitely not die. I still have to bring you guys back to where I originally lived. Luo Tian smiled slightly. That's a very beautiful place. The two of them fell silent. Luo Tian continued. Don't worry, once I'm done with the Divine Realms matters, I'll look for you guys. Leave the Divine Realm immediately, understand? They still remained silent. Huff, good brother. Luo Tian put his hand on their shoulders, patted them heavily, and then left. Sigh. Patriarch Huashan let out a long sigh and said indifferently, Luo Tian, oh Luo Tian, why don't you understand them? Do you think they will leave? Do you think you can survive again? This is a calamity. Luo Tian walked out of the puppet swamp and saw Patriarch Huashan. Luo Tian said with some annoyance, Patriarch, I think you should worry about yourself. The Divine King Palace will kill anyone related to me. You are also one of them. Ha ha ha. Patriarch Huashan laughed. Luo Tian, if you leave with me now, you still have a chance. I guarantee that within 1,000,000 years you will be able to kill your way back and become the #1 expert in the Divine Realm. Bear with it for now. 1,000,000 years? How many million years does a person have? Moreover, if I leave, what about them? What about their relatives in the ancient continent? Do you think the Divine King Palace will let them go? Lingtian Business Alliance disappeared overnight, and the Refining Guild was purged. Do you think the Divine King Palace will let anyone related to me go? No way. Since that's the case, then I'll kill them all. Luo Tian cursed. He had no other choice. He regretted his decision to run away in the Tianxian continent. This time, even if he had to face a powerful enemy, he would never back down. Patriarch Huashan sighed and said, Why don't you understand? You will die. All the Divine King experts in the Divine King Palace have been mobilized. including the number 1 divine king. Luo Tian was not surprised, but revealed a death god smile and said, "They've all been mobilized? That's exactly what I want. Then let's kill to our heart's content. Thank you to Confused Reality for your support. Thank you to 80982052 for your support. Thank you to all the brothers for your support. Thank you." And Chapter 1772. At this point, was there any other choice? If the Divine King Palace did not meddle in other people's business and did not go to the demon abyss, Luo Tian would not have dealt with the Divine King Palace. Since he wanted to participate, since he wanted to provoke him, with the power of the Divine King Palace, he did not give Luo Tian a choice at all. Moreover, the Divine King Palace was destroyed by the Lingtian Business Alliance, and everyone related to the Lingtian Business Alliance was killed. Why was the refining guild purge? Just because you're strong enough? Just because you're the overlord of the divine realm? You can control the life and death of others? Luo Tian refused to accept it. Since he dared to deal with the Haoqian Divine King, Luo Tian was prepared to deal with the Divine King Palace. However, he wanted to deal with the Divine King Palace alone, so he didn't want to implicate his brothers and women. Feng Lei and Big Beard were already dominator rankers. Xian, and Chun Chun and Li Shuer had also recovered their memories. Now, as long as they hid in a certain continent in the outer realm, even a divine king ranker would find it difficult to find them. Luo Tian would take care of the rest by himself. Looking at Luo Tian's departing figure, the Huashan ancestor laughed helplessly. All of this is destined by the heavens. There's no way to change it. Then, the Huashan ancestor muttered to himself, "Luo Tian, no matter what happens, I will help you. I will definitely help you change the laws of the divine realm and change everything in this world, because only you can change this world. And my mission is to help you ascend to the throne of the divine realm's number 1 expert." Mission. When the Huashan ancestor mentioned the mission, unfortunately Luo Tian had already walked far away and could not hear it. Otherwise, he would definitely be shocked. The battle for the number 1 warrior was still ongoing. After a few rounds, it was already the top 16. Luo Tian against the Hell Region's contestant, Wu Buwu. 2 contestants, please step forward. As soon as the voice faded, the entire audience began to discuss. Hell Region contestant Wu Buwu is the favorite to win the championship. Along the way, he only used 1 move. I heard that he is the direct disciple of the Hell Lord and is the most dazzling genius in the Hell Region. His cultivation level should be at the ruler realm. Very strong. Luo Tian is also very strong. Those deaths that happened yesterday must have something to do with him. The strength he displayed in today's match was too strong. I think Wu Bowu is stronger. I think so too. The contestants from the Hell Region were all seeded contestants. Out of the top 16, 4 of them took up a quarter of the slots. It had to be said that the players from the Hell Region were all very strong. Wu Bowu lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. His white robe fluttered in the wind, and his cold expression attracted the screams of countless young girls. So cool! So handsome! Wu Bowu, you're the best! Wu Bowu's face didn't change at all. Looking at Luo Tian, who was slowly walking out of the passage, Wu Bowu hooked his finger and said coldly, "Hurry up and die. If I kill you, I will be 1 step closer to freedom." He could not wait any longer. Only by becoming the number 1 warrior would he be able to escape from hell and regain his freedom. Luo Tian raised his eyebrows slightly and walked up the stage unhurriedly, with a thought. He did not sense Wu Bowu, but the aura of the VIP lounge. None of them are here. He was shocked. The clear sky God King was not here. Heavenly Tao Divine Lord, Fate God, and Luck God were also not here. Luo Tian thought, where could they have gone? Are they hiding? His heart trembled. If they were really hiding, it would be really hard for him to find them in the huge wilderness city. Trash! Why aren't you serious when fighting me? Why don't you take a look at who your opponent is? Bastard, go to hell! With a cold expression, Wu Bowo moved his hands and released the power of hell, directly wrapping Luo Tian. Looking at Luo Tian's absent-minded expression, Wu Bowo felt insulted. No one dares to ignore me like this. No one. Hellfire, burn for me. The power of hell directly turned into hellfire and turned into a fire dragon that pounced on Luo Tian. Too fast, too fierce. Even the enchantment on the stage was trembling. However, Luo Tian raised his eyes slightly. Wong. Rumble! With a snap of his fingers, his arms began to burn. The flames soared into the sky and were wrapped in dark doqi. Then, the thick flames instantly engulfed the hellfire, and a Dharma statue appeared in the flames and struck down with a palm. Luo Tian did not look at Wu Bowo. After striking down with his palm, he turned and walked towards the exit of the enchantment, not putting Wu Bowo in his eyes. Wu Bowo's anger soared. However, facing the fire Dharma, he did not have the slightest bit of temper. His entire body was being roasted. He let out a painful scream and roared towards the sky. Ah! Rumble! 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 Ah! With a slap, it turned into powder. The enchantment above the stage was trembling violently. The audience instantly quietened down. It's another instant kill. Is he still human? A seated player from the Hell region? This is too weak, right? One move and he was instantly killed. Furthermore, Luo Tian did not even look at him. This is a player with dominating power? Damn! Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing, Wu Bowo for obtaining 1 experience point, 1 divine essence point, and 1 source strength point. The system continuously sounded out a few notifications. It was still the same as before. They were all points of experience and were completely useless. Luo Tian frowned and thought to himself, could it be that I really have to go to hell to find the source of darkness to break through to the Dominator realm? He was unable to break through. No matter how much experience he obtained, he was unable to break through this level, because he did not comprehend the power of law. It could also be said that he did not obtain the source of darkness, so he was unable to break through. He kept trying, but it was to no avail. He still could not break through. He could not help but become anxious. Tomorrow, the people from the King of God's palace will arrive. Before that, I have to break through. Only dual Dominator Godheads can withstand the attacks of the King of Gods. There is no time to go to hell to find the source of darkness. I have to rely on myself. But how can I comprehend the power of law and condense my own Dominator consciousness and Dominator power? If anyone was here, they would definitely say that he was crazy. It was the Heavenly Tao Godhead and Darkness Godhead. 2 types of Dominator power, but he actually wanted to comprehend a 3rd type of power. If he was not crazy, what was he? Phew, what should I do? Luo Tian exhaled. At this moment, Patriarch Huashan walked towards him. In another place, the Heavenly Tao Divine Lord came out of the clear Sky God King's room and looked at the Fate God and Luck God in the courtyard, revealing a strange smile. Thank you to Little Mood, Blank World, Transparent World for the donation and support. Thank you. Chapter 1773. At the competition venue, on the semi-final stage, Luo Tian stood inside the barrier and swept his gaze across the entire arena. Instant kill! Instant kill, instant kill, instant kill. The shouts shook the sky. They were all hoping that Luo Tian would be able to instantly kill his opponent. His opponent was an expert from the Hell region. Luo Tian did not kill him immediately, but asked, "Do you know a guy called Morongbai?" "I don't know." The man replied. Luo Tian asked again, "Do you know a woman called the Poison Widow?" "I don't know." The man said again. Luo Tian exhaled and said, "If you don't know anything, then you should go back to hell." At this moment, that person suddenly said, "I don't know them, but I know a dragon called Two Balls." Huh. Luo Tian's heart tightened. He took a step forward, rushed to the man's side, and asked in a low voice, "Where's Two Balls?" What did he say? The man said, "Two Balls told me to bring you a message. He said that he has already seen the ancestor and that he is fine in hell. He told you not to worry, and he also told me to tell you that he knows the location of the source of darkness." After he finished speaking, that person walked to the exit and said to the Wild City Lord, "I admit defeat." The Wild City Lord was startled. He really wanted to know what he had just said and why Luo Tian was so agitated. The enchantment opened and that person walked out. However, previous chapter, next chapter, boom. A bolt of power struck down like lightning, directly turning that person into ashes. A huge black shadow descended from the sky. Its voice was hoarse and extremely low, and it said coldly, "Useless thing, you actually embarrassed hell, and you actually admitted defeat." Humph. The voice came from a certain place. Everyone in the venue felt their minds being crushed by the power of death. It was extremely uncomfortable, as if the scythe of death was placed on their necks. Luo Tian was the same, his body sinking slightly. The mayor of Wild City was shocked and thought to himself, "What's going on with this year's champion battle? The 4 sovereigns are here, the god kings are here, and now even the sovereign of hell, who has never left the infernal realm, is here. What do they want?" Immediately, the mayor of Savage City said respectfully, "Greetings, ruler of hell. Please be magnanimous and give Savage City some face. After all, the competition still needs to continue." "Lord of Hell." Luo Tian raised his eyes and looked at the huge shadow. In the meantime, the Hell Overlord was also looking at Luo Tian. The sky was so dark that it blotted out the sun. There was no light in the world. Red lightning kept flashing in the dark clouds. It was as if Savage City had turned into hell. It made people feel incomparably scared. After shooting a glance at Luo Tian, the Hell Overlord's silhouette flickered and disappeared. Everyone in the venue felt their hearts drop as they gasped for air. Just now, they felt like they were about to die. Too powerful. So this is the power of the Sovereign Lord of Hell. I almost wanted to kill myself just now. The power of death. This is the power of the Sovereign Lord of Hell. Too terrifying. Ah, indeed. The Death Overlord was the only Sovereign Lord in the infernal realm. In the divine realm, his strength was comparable to that of the God King rankers, which was extremely powerful. This was also the reason why Luo Tian felt such a strong pressure. However, Luo Tian raised his head and looked in the direction where the Hell Overlord disappeared. He sneered and said, "Acting cool with lousy, just you wait. You dare to squeeze my people. Just you wait for me to come to your hell and burst your chrysanthemum." After knowing the news about Dan, Luo Tian was eager to enter hell. However, it was impossible now. "Two Balls, Poison Widow, Xiaobai, Tang Tang, you Cold Frost. Just wait a little longer. I'll go to hell to save you guys in a few days." Luo Tian secretly clenched his fists. He had to go to hell. The master of Savage City walked onto the stage and said, "The list for the finals has been decided. Luo Tian against Long Ao. The battle will be held tomorrow afternoon." Originally, it would have continued today. However, why did the master of Savage City suddenly receive orders from the Clear Sky Divine King to arrange the finals for tomorrow afternoon? He didn't know either. Of course, he didn't dare to ask either. He didn't dare to offend the dignity of a Divine King ranker. Luo Tian frowned. Tomorrow's finals? Seems like the Clear Sky Divine King wants to stall for time. Rumble. 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 Suddenly, the world began to shake, and the Savage City began to shake violently, as if a great earthquake had occurred. A gigantic beam of light shot up into the sky, directly breaking through the 9 heavens. Next, the divine light shone brightly. It was peaceful, and when it landed on one's body, It made one feel as comfortable as a spring breeze. The entire venue was in chaos. As the divine light shone down, everyone was dumbfounded. The master of Savage City was even more shocked. Divine King. The new Divine King has been born. Who is it? Who broke through to the Divine King realm in Savage City? Oh my God, the first person to become a Divine King in tens of millions of years. Just which Dominator ranker is it? It was too shocking. It was as if a miracle had descended. The master of Savage City was sure that this Divine King ranker was in his Savage City. The surrounding people also had shock on their faces. It was too difficult to break through to the Divine King realm. A clear sky Divine King had only appeared tens of millions of years ago. He had been promoted by the #1 Divine King because of the meritorious service of the murderous demon, the dark, tyrannical Dominator. As the divine light shone down, his sovereign godhead had already transformed into a divine king godhead. Luo Tian's heart sank. He did not even think about who it was, because the heavenly law godhead in his body was trembling and resonating. He thought to himself, Heavenly Law Divine Lord, you really couldn't help but fuse with the sovereign godhead of the Destiny Sovereign and the Fortune Sovereign, and break through to the Divine King ranker. Indeed, it was the Heavenly Law Divine Lord. Moreover, he had even obtained the consent of the Clear Sky Divine King, who had even protected him. However, the Heavenly Law Divine Lord had taken a huge risk to break through to the Divine King realm. He had forcefully broken through. In the end, he succeeded. The Heavenly Law Divine Lord clenched his fists tightly and laughed wildly towards the sky. Wahaha! Wahaha! Power! Power! The power of the Divine King! I have finally broken through. Ha ha ha! Divine King ranker! I have finally broken through. His laughter was filled with endless arrogance. At this moment, the Heavenly Law Divine Lord bellowed, Luo Tian, prepare to tremble under my Divine King's pressure. Ha ha ha! Actually, he, too, had been forced to the edge of a cliff. He knew full well that all heaven would never let him off the hook. The Astral Sovereign's godhood had been extracted, but he absolutely couldn't afford to lose the Fate Sovereign and Fortune Sovereign godhoods as well. The Heavenly Law Divine Lord's wild laughter echoed in the sky above Savage City. Luo Tian walked out of the venue. The Hua Mountain Patriarch walked over and said faintly, The Heavenly Law Divine Lord has already become a Divine King. If he joins hands with the Clear Sky Divine King, you have no chance of winning. Haven't you always wanted to break through the Sovereign Realm? I can help you. Chapter 1774. The Heavenly Tao Divine Lord had broken through to the Divine King realm. In addition to the Clear Heaven Divine King, which was 2 Divine King experts, and the Divine King experts in the Divine King Palace who would arrive tomorrow, Luo Tian did not know how many Divine King experts he would have to face. The pressure in his heart also multiplied. He wanted to become stronger, but how could he become stronger? Experience he could not rush up. Comprehension. How could he comprehend the power of law? If he wanted to suddenly comprehend the darkness divine deity, it was impossible without the source of darkness. It was too late to go to hell to find it. The only way he could become stronger now was to comprehend the power of law by himself. But he had no clue. I can help you. The old ancestor of Mount Hua stood in front of Luo Tian. For some reason, Luo Tian always felt that the old ancestor of Mount Hua was a little mysterious. From the Tian Shan continent to the ancient continent, he was incomparably mysterious. Who exactly was he? As far as he knew, the old ancestor of Mount Hua was not a Divine King expert. Then who was he? What was his cultivation level? Luo Tian had no idea. However, since he had said it, Luo Tian asked, How can I help? The old ancestor of Mount Hua said, Killing Tao. Huh. Luo Tian frowned, and his mind suddenly trembled. The old ancestor of Mount Hua continued, In the Tian Shan continent, you comprehended the profound meaning of the killing Tao. However, you walked the path of the killing Tao of death which is indeed very strong. However, after entering the ancient continent, it disappeared from your body. I don't know the reason. Luo Tian looked at the old ancestor of Mount Hua seriously and said, "Continue." Seeing that Luo Tian was interested, the old ancestor of Mount Hua lamented, "You're finally willing to listen to me seriously. I'm suffocating." He immediately said, "Think about it. What's the thing you've done the most along the way?" "Kill," Luo Tian said without hesitation. Ever since he crossed over to this world, he had been killing nonstop. Killing people, killing demon beasts, beheading all kinds of evil spirits. He killed everything because only by killing could he become stronger, gain experience, and obtain divine tools. The old ancestor of Mount Hua smiled and said, "That's right. From the very beginning, you walked a path of killing piled up with blood and corpses. I dare say that in the entire divine realm there is no one who can kill like you. So, you are a natural god of slaughter." God of slaughter. Luo Tian shivered. He had killed many people and killed many demonic beasts. This was also his cultivation path. Suddenly, he felt that Patriarch Huashan knew everything about him. In fact, he knew Patriarch Huashan better than he did. Luo Tian thought to himself, system. Or someone arranged by the system. He couldn't help but suspect. However, Luo Tian did not reveal these suspicions and said to Patriarch Huashan, "Continue. How do I cultivate the Tao of slaughter? And how do I become a god of slaughter?" Patriarch Huashan said, "It's very simple, as long as you start comprehending the first person you kill. From that scene of slaughter, you will slowly accumulate. You don't need to comprehend it, nor do you need to force it. You only need to slowly recall it, and from your memories, you will understand the concept of killing. You will know what killing is, what Tao is, what the power of the law of slaughter is, what the power of the god of slaughter is." He spoke very slowly. Patriarch Huashan looked at Luo Tian and thought to himself, "Your body was born for the Tao of slaughter. You are the only person in the history of the divine realm who is able to cultivate the power of the god of slaughter. You are a natural god of slaughter." He did not say these words out loud. Patriarch Huashan continued, "You still have one night left. It's very, very short. Whether or not you can break through will depend on your luck. Luo Tian, remember my words. Kill, why do you kill? Tao, why do you achieve Tao? Slowly understand, slowly recall. I believe that you will definitely succeed." Finished. Patriarch Huashan's figure slowly disappeared into the crowd. The sloppy old man was like a beggar on the street, but he was also so mysterious that Luo Tian couldn't see through him. This was the first time he couldn't see through a person, just like how others couldn't see through him. Kill? Why do you kill? Tao, why do you achieve Tao? Huff! Luo Tian moved in the air and landed on a desolate mountain. The scene of his first battle appeared in his mind, the scene of his first kill, starting from Jade Mountain City, starting from Li Shuer, starting from Ma Tong, starting from Morong Wanjian, starting from Yin Mountain Corpse City, starting from the Gnome Tribe, Nether Sea Domain, Heavenly Palace, Divine Race, Broken Sky City, Heaven Sword City, and then the Ancient Continent, everything replayed in Luo Tian's mind bit by bit. He was especially careful with every scene of killing. It wasn't difficult for him, who was at the peak of the God breakthrough realm, to recall these things. Slowly, a power that even he himself couldn't detect was gathering bit by bit in his sea of consciousness. Power to kill, power of the Tao, the power of the God of killing was slowly awakening. Actually, just as Patriarch Huashan had said, he was a natural god of killing. These powers had always been lurking in his body, and now that he needed them, the attributes began to crazily rush over. The sin value in the system was increasing bit by bit. Every time Luo Tian recalled killing a person, his sin value would increase by 1 point. Every time he killed a group of people, his sin value would increase by 1 point. Even he himself didn't notice the increase in the sin value. He wasn't sure why it was like this. Slowly, Luo Tian was intoxicated by it and forgot everything. Wasteland City. Hao Tian Divine, Lord's residence. Natural law divine, Lord opened his eyes, and streams of divine power entered his body. His eyes suddenly opened. What a powerful force! He immediately stood up and said respectfully to the Hao Tian Divine King, "Thank you for your help, Lord. I am now able to unleash the power of the 8th level of the Divine King. Tomorrow, I will definitely be able to kill Luo Tian and make him pay the heaviest price." Hao Tian Divine King smiled slightly and said, "In the future, we will all be people of the Divine King Palace. There is no need to be polite with me." The ruler of hell was also here and laughed. "Natural Law Divine King, you killed Luo Tian. I hope that you can turn him into a ghost and reincarnate in my hell. I will let him suffer the torture of my hell, and let him have a taste of my hell's methods." The reason he appeared in Wasteland City was also because of Luo Tian. Because Luo Tian's brothers and women were still locked up in hell, he could not let Luo Tian barge into his hell. At the same time, he was also worried. Natural Law Divine King laughed. "Definitely, definitely!" Ha ha ha, ha ha, ha ha. The three of them laughed at the same time. In a certain place. "Chan, where do you think Luo Tian is?" "I miss him so much." "Big sister Yin Meng, don't worry. He must be living better than anyone else. There must be a lot of beautiful women by his side. What are you worried about?" "It's strange. We just entered the divine realm. Why did someone try so hard to get us to come to Wasteland City?" "Thank you, Green Grass. I belong to her for your support." "Thank you." And Chapter 1775. It was a long night. The moment Luo Tian opened his eyes, he felt as if he had experienced life and death. Every time he killed someone, every time he killed a demon beast, the obsession in his heart had never changed, to become stronger and protect the loved ones around him. This obsession grew stronger and stronger. Slowly, it formed a strong resonance in his sea of consciousness. Early morning. Luo Tian's forehead turned sinister, and the obsession in his sea of consciousness, or it could be said to be consciousness, or the killing Tao essence, slowly floated in his sea of consciousness, slowly being absorbed by the dark divine deity, bit by bit. Suddenly, rumble, rumble, the world began to shake. The thick clouds began to rotate, forming a huge vortex. In the center of the vortex, a bolt of lightning struck down. Crack! Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! This bolt of lightning did not strike Luo Tian's body, but directly penetrated his body and entered his sea of consciousness, heavily striking the dark, divine deity. Luo Tian's body instantly sank, almost unable to sit still. It was incomparably uncomfortable. At the same time, Luo Tian was also abnormally excited. It's coming, it's coming, it's coming. It's this feeling, it's this power. He had already touched the threshold of the killing Tao law. It was precisely because of this that the heavenly thunder struck his sea of consciousness, heavily tempering his dark divine deity. Not enough. Not enough, not enough at all. Luo Tian raised his eyes, suddenly opened his arms, and stood up directly. Looking at the center of the vortex, he roared out, "Come, come, kill me if you can't kill me. I will definitely destroy your sky." Crack! Rumble! Another bolt of lightning struck down, and the dark divine deity in his sea of consciousness began to tremble slightly. Luo Tian's eyes turned ferocious as he unleashed all of the Tao of killing that he had comprehended since last night into killing intent. His fleshly body, on the other hand, was completely defenseless. Killing intent soared to the sky. The power of the killing Tao soared to the sky. It wrapped around Luo Tian's body. Luo Tian's eyes were bloodshot. He looked at the sky with an arrogant and overbearing posture. The murderous aura on his body was constantly rushing up. It was as if he wanted to slash apart the heaven and earth. Kill. Fearless of death. Fearless heaven and earth. fearless of everything. Kill. It was a path with no turning back. Luo Tian never looked back, never gave himself any leeway. He did as he pleased and moved as his heart desired. Those who refused to submit would be killed. Anyone who dared to touch his brothers would be killed. Anyone who bullied his woman would be killed. Those who humiliate, bully, curse, kill. Streams of energy converged, and all heaven's hair fluttered in the wind. His robes fluttered, and he stood there like a mad devil. Lightning bolts bombarded his godhood, causing it to tremble violently. The killing path, true meaning in his sea of consciousness, was condensing. It was being absorbed by the Godhead. At this moment, the wind howled and the world was dark. The clouds were constantly changing, from black to scarlet. In the end, even the heavenly thunder became dark red. Within the vortex above the 9 heavens, bolts of heavenly thunder came crashing down. Blood was oozing out of every pore of Luo Tian's body. It was too uncomfortable. At the same time, every pore was transforming, and his power was becoming stronger. It was too comfortable. He was suffering between pain and pleasure. At this moment, Savage City, countless experts flew out and floated in the air, watching the red lightning strike in the savage mountain range. Who is transcending the tribulation? No, who should be condensing the sovereign Godhead? The power of the lightning is too strong. Could it be that someone has comprehended a new power of law? Who is it? This power is too strong. A new power of law, red lightning. What kind of power of law is it? Countless experts were discussing. At the same time, there were also many experts who wanted to get closer to find out. However, the moment they got close, they were engulfed by the powerful power of law and turned into ashes. In that instant, ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing, ding! Sin value plus 1 inch, ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing, ding! Sin value plus 1 inch. Along with these notifications, the sin value in Luo Tian's body had already soared to the peak, and all the people he had killed were also released at this moment. Rumble. Rumble. The powerful power of sin surged into the heavenly thunder, turning from the original dark red heavenly thunder into another color, a thick black. It was even more ferocious than the dark force, heavenly tribulation that the dark, overbearing dominator had struck down. The pain Luo Tian suffered was even stronger. It changed. It changed. It changed again. The color of the heavenly thunder changed again. Could it be that he comprehended 2 powers of law? Impossible, absolutely impossible. No one in the entire divine realm can comprehend 2 powers of law at the same time. Even the number 1 divine king can't do it. The change in the color of the heavenly thunder also means the change in the power of law. Just now it was dark red, and now it has turned black. It must be 2 powers of law. Who is it? Is there such an expert in the divine realm? Crazy. He was completely crazy. It was impossible for 2 powers of law to appear at the same time, and it was even more impossible for them to appear on one person at the same time. They even suspected that there were 2 people condensing the sovereign divine deity. However, there was only one heavenly thunder. Everyone in the savage city was watching, looking at the savage mountain range. No one dared to take half a step closer. Everyone was discussing who it was. The heavenly law divine lord was also watching. The Haotian divine king and the hell overlord were also watching. However, their powers could not penetrate the laws, and they also did not know who was condensing the sovereign divine deity. Who could it be? The heavenly law divine lord frowned. Although he did not want to think of that person, he could not help but think of Luo Tian and muttered, "Could it be Luo Tian?" The Haotian divine king immediately said, "Impossible, he has a heavenly law, sovereign divine deity in his sea of consciousness and a darkness divine deity. If he wants to condense the sovereign divine deity, he must find the source of darkness. Otherwise it is impossible to condense the sovereign divine deity. The heavenly law divine Lord asked, "Then who could it be?" Although he believed what the Haotian divine king said, and he also knew that if Luo Tian wanted to condense the second sovereign divine deity, he must obtain the source of darkness. However, he still could not help but think of Luo Tian. The Hell Overlord said, "Could it be that he comprehended another power of law and integrated it into the darkness divine deity?" As soon as his voice faded, the Haotian divine king and the heavenly law divine Lord looked at him at the same time. The Hell Overlord was slightly stunned and slowly said, "As far as I know, the darkness divine deity, the power of darkness, has the power to fuse and devour everything. If Luo Tian really comprehended another power of law, he can also integrate it into the darkness divine deity." Immediately, the three of them were shocked. The thing they did not want to see the most had happened. Thank you to JQK for the tip of 20,000 plus 1888 book coins. Old Bull will add 2 chapters to express his gratitude. Thank you to Little Mood, and you always say scram? Green grass, Mites Bonway, I belong to her, Southern Yuan, Northern Sea. Darkness's support. Thank you so many brothers for your support. Thank you. Chapter 1776. The Heavenly Thunder continued. Luo Tian continued to endure the pain. The dark divine deity in his sea of consciousness was still transforming crazily. Above Wild City, a ball of divine light scattered down. Immediately after, 8 golden figures descended from the sky. Divine light spread out and enveloped the area within a radius of several million kilometers. Everyone was shocked. At the same time, everyone involuntarily knelt down and kowtowed, including the experts of the Dominator realm. The people from the Divine King Palace had arrived, and it was everyone. Boom! Welcome, Lord Supreme Divine King. Haotian Divine King knelt on the ground, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. Heavenly Tao Divine Lord also knelt on the ground, because he had no choice but to kneel. From the moment the 8 Divine King experts from the Divine King Palace landed, his mind seemed to be crushed by a force. It was abnormally uncomfortable, and his knees uncontrollably knelt down. This feeling was very uncomfortable. The first Divine King was also known as the Supreme Divine King. He was the first expert to become a Divine King in the Divine Realm, and he was also the disciple of the expert who created the Divine Realm. It could also be said that he was the manager of the Divine Realm's myriad worlds and had unparalleled power. Haotian Divine King was very shocked. He had never thought that the Supreme Divine King would personally come. The Supreme Divine King looked at Haotian Divine King coldly and snorted softly. But with a soft snort, Haotian Divine King almost peed in his pants. "You can't even do this well. What a piece of trash," the Supreme Divine King said. Haotian Divine King immediately kowtowed and said, "I beg for the Supreme Divine King's forgiveness. This disciple will do his best to kill Luo Tian." The Supreme Divine King ignored him and walked to the side of Heavenly Tao Divine Lord. His eyes moved and he said coldly, "You are Heavenly Tao Divine Lord? The new Divine King expert who was promoted yesterday?" Without waiting for Heavenly Tao Divine Lord to speak, the Supreme Divine King said again, "Do you know what kind of punishment you will receive for killing a Dominator Realm expert?" His voice, the aura that was slightly released from his body, and the pressure of a Supreme Divine King expert, all of them showed the cold arrogance that despised everything, arrogance that ignored everything. The Heavenly Tao Divine Lord could not even raise his head in front of the Supreme Divine Lord. A force was crushing down on the back of his neck, making him extremely uncomfortable. All he could say was, "This disciple also wanted to kill Luo Tian and get rid of the scourge of the Divine Realm. I had no choice but to do so. I hope that the Supreme Divine King will forgive me." Supreme Divine King sneered, suddenly bent down, looked into Heavenly Law Divine Lord's eyes, and said, "Do you know what I see in your eyes?" Ambition. He could see through it with a single glance. The Heavenly Tao Divine Lord's heart shrank. The Supreme Divine King sneered, "Martial Tao should have ambition. Having ambition is a good thing, but your ambition must not be too rampant. Otherwise, even if your ambition is as big as the sky, I can destroy it with a single finger. Do you understand?" It was as if he had been struck by lightning. The Heavenly Tao Divine Sovereign's mind was shaken, and his sea of consciousness was in turmoil. Even his God-King Godhead was on the verge of shattering. The power of a Supreme Divine King was too strong, so strong that the Heavenly Tao Divine Lord realized that even though he had become a God-King expert, he was too insignificant in front of the Supreme Divine King, as insignificant as a speck of dust. In the past, he did not feel it, but now he finally understood what it meant to be the #1 God-King, the strongest expert of the divine realm. The Supreme Divine King walked into the main hall and coldly snorted at the kneeling God-King Clear Sky and Heavenly Tao Divine Lord. "Come in. All of you come in as well." Boom! Buzz, buzz, buzz! The 8 God Kings landed in the courtyard and walked into the main hall. Only after they entered the main hall did the God King Clear Sky and Heavenly Tao Divine Lord dare to stand up and quickly enter. The Supreme Divine King said, "Since you have become God Kings, you are part of the God King Palace. You are responsible for maintaining the stability of the divine realm. You must not let the divine realm fall into chaos. I do not wish for the dark, tyrannical sovereign's matter to happen again. Do you understand?" The 9 God Kings immediately said in unison, "Yes, sir." The Supreme Divine King looked at the God King Clear Sky and said, "Now, tell me about Luo Tian's situation. You told me through telepathy that he has 2 godhoods in his sea of consciousness. I want to know if you can confirm it." This was the key to his arrival. Otherwise, he would not even bother to appear here. 2 godhoods in the billions of years since the birth of the divine realm. There had never been one. In this realm, other than his master who was a God King, no one else could have 2 godhoods. The God King Clear Sky immediately stood up and replied, "Lord Supreme Divine King, there are indeed 2 godhoods in Luo Tian's sea of consciousness. One is the Heavenly Tao Godhood formed from the heart of the Heavenly Tao, the power of darkness, the Dragon God Soul, and his heart demon. The other is the Darkness Godhood from the dark, tyrannical sovereign's inheritance. The Heavenly Tao Godhood is already the sovereign realm's godhood, while the Darkness Godhood is still at the peak of the God breakthrough realm. To actually condense the sovereign source of power into a godhood, it seems like he must have had a fortuitous encounter." The Supreme Divine King's eyebrows twitched and his eyes flashed. He directly looked at the space-time crack in the demon abyss, looking at the void in the chaotic space-time crack, and secretly said, "What exactly is inside? Why is he not crushed to death by the chaotic power of law? What kind of secret is he hiding?" 2 godhoods. If the legend is true, then when he grows to a certain extent, he will be able to open up a plane. This opening up a plane to the Supreme Divine King. This was something he had always dreamed of. He also wanted to learn from his master and open up a plane that belonged to him. However, no matter how he tried, he failed. He did not have enough strength. "Huff!" The Supreme Divine King exhaled and said, "When I came here just now, I felt that someone was condensing the sovereign godhood near Wild City. Do you know who it is?" The God King Clear Sky looked at the Heavenly Tao Divine Lord. The Heavenly Tao Divine Lord hesitated for a moment, then stood up and said, "The space where the sovereign godhood is condensed is protected by the power of law. We are unable to enter, so we do not know who it is." The Haotian Divine King was slightly shocked. Just now they had all determined that it might be Luo Tian, but the Heavenly Tao Divine Lord actually said that he did not know. What was he planning to do? The Supreme Divine King did not ask any further. He did not have the time to care about the matters of the sovereign expert. Of course, he did not know that two powers of law had been awakened just now. The Supreme Divine King said, "Where is Luo Tian now?" The Haotian Divine King trembled and said, "At noon he will appear at that time." "Lord Supreme, how do you want to deal with him?" The Supreme Divine King was not in a hurry and said, "That will depend on whether or not he knows how to appreciate favors." Rumble, rumble, rumble. It was unknown how many bolts of lightning struck Luo Tian's sea of consciousness. But in that instant, Luo Tian hysterically roared, "Do it for me!" It was a bit late, but there would be another chapter today. Chapter 1777, 1819, boom! In the blink of an eye, the power of the law of sin, the power of the law of killing, crazily poured into Luo Tian's sea of consciousness from the natural laws. It was quickly absorbed by the dark sovereign divine deity. At this time, the dark sovereign divine deity was transforming crazily. All of a sudden, bam! There was a loud sound in Luo Tian's sea of consciousness, like a bomb exploding. His ears buzzed, and his mind couldn't take it. Huge shock waves spread out from his sea of consciousness, one after another, causing the entire sea of consciousness to turn upside down. It was completely out of Luo Tian's control. He couldn't even sense the existence of his sea of consciousness. Is this the power of the law? Is this the process of condensing the sovereign divine deity? It's too King uncomfortable. It's like being seasick. It's too uncomfortable. Luo Tian didn't stop it. He couldn't stop it either. He could only let it develop on its own. "Kacha!" A clear and crisp voice rang out in his mind. Immediately, Luo Tian's chrysanthemum tightened and trembled in fear. What could make a "kacha" sound in his sea of consciousness? The divine deity cracked. "Oh my God! CK bless me." Luo Tian's mind turned sinister. All the divine essence in his body surged into his sea of consciousness. He wanted to control it and check what was going on, but his power was instantly repelled. He couldn't enter his sea of consciousness at all. What's going on? What's going on? I can't control my sea of consciousness. Luo Tian tried again and was once again repelled. "Kacha! Kacha!" The sound became more and more brittle, like a thick layer of ice cracking. Every time there was a "kacha" sound, Luo Tian's head felt like it was about to split open. That intense pain was unbearable. It was too uncomfortable. "You're going to play me to death." Luo Tian roared and used his head to hit rocks and trees crazily. He didn't know if it was because his strength was too strong or because his head was too hard after being struck by lightning. Everywhere he went, it turned into dust. A towering tree gently bumped into it. They instantly withered and turned into fine powder. A boulder weighing hundreds of thousands of kilograms was smashed into smithereens. This power was a little too terrifying. Luo Tian was in so much pain that he almost died. Suddenly, it was unknown when the patriarch of Mount Hua had come out. He was shocked by what he saw. Looking at Luo Tian's pained expression, he said, "Hold on. You must hold on. You are splitting the Godhead now." "What is it? Split the Godhead? I think it's splitting my head," Luo Tian said in pain. His sea of consciousness had become a battlefield. The crazy battle was for the control of his sea of consciousness. Luo Tian had to bear all the pain. Splitting of the Godhead? Did such a thing really exist? How could the Godhead split? Godhood was something that had been tempered by heavenly tribulation. Even without heavenly tribulation, it still required some sort of source of power to form it. Furthermore, it wasn't something that just anyone could do. How could Godhood be split? It was similar to schizophrenia. Looking at Luo Tian, the patriarch of Mount Hua's palms were sweating. He didn't know how to explain it to Luo Tian. The only thing he could say was, "Hold on. You must hold on. Don't do anything now. Just let them settle it." You just have to grit your teeth and hold on. If you can hold on, you will gain power that you can't imagine. Hold on your head. Try holding on for a while. Your head is about to split. As Luo Tian was speaking, a surge of energy was moving under the surface of his scalp. It was fighting in his head, and there were loud banging sounds. This wasn't some godhead splitting at all. They were trying to kill him. The patriarch of Mount Hua was anxious. However, he knew that there was nothing he could do. He could only rely on Luo Tian. Bam! 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 King Hell. It hurts so much. He had never felt so uncomfortable before. It was worse than death. However, Luo Tian gritted his teeth and held on. The patriarch of Mount Hua had no reason to harm him at this time. Moreover, he wanted to control his sea of consciousness, but he couldn't. The only thing he could do was to hold on. Luo Tian was drenched in sweat. He was rolling on the ground in pain. The patriarch of Mount Hua was anxious. He muttered to himself, "You must hold on. You must hold on. This is the only way for you to change your fate. You must hold on. Luo Tian, all my hopes are on you. Don't let me down." He had his own mission. He couldn't do it himself. Luo Tian was his last hope. After an unknown period of time, Luo Tian was in so much pain that his face was white as paper. He fainted, woke up from the pain, and finally fainted. "Wake up! Luo Tian, wake up quickly. The battle for the #1 warrior is about to begin. Don't you want to take first place and complete the mission?" The patriarch of Mount Hua kept calling out to Luo Tian. Suddenly, Luo Tian's eyes widened in anger. Huff! He took in a deep breath and finally regained his senses. He shook his head. It's finally over. CK, it's even worse than death. The patriarch of Mount Hua became excited and said, "You're finally awake, you're finally awake, ha ha ha. Luo Tian, sense your sea of consciousness and see what's new." Luo Tian couldn't wait any longer. He also wanted to know what was going on in his sea of consciousness just now. The idea moved. Sea of consciousness. Oh my God! Luo Tian was stunned. His sea of consciousness was incomparably huge, comparable to the size of a plane. What shocked him even more was that there were 4 divine deity floating above his sea of consciousness. It wasn't 2, nor was it 3, but 4 divine deity. Heavenly Tao, sovereign divine deity. Killing Tao, sovereign divine deity. Sin Dominator divine deity. Darkness divine deity. 3 Dominator divine deity. 1 Darkness divine deity. Luo Tian was about to go crazy. He looked at the patriarch of Mount Hua and said, "How could this be? For divine deity, there are actually 4 divine deity in my sea of consciousness. How is this possible?" Even he himself couldn't believe it. The patriarch of Mount Hua was also shocked. "You said 4 divine deity." He had thought that Luo Tian had split out a divine deity just now, but he had never thought that he would split out the 2 powers of the ancient code just now, forming a body of 4 divine deity. Ha ha ha! The patriarch of Mount Hua laughed out loud in excitement. Luo Tian asked suspiciously, "What are you laughing at?" The patriarch of Mount Hua laughed out loud. "I'm happy, of course I have to laugh." "Wait a moment, I'll calculate it for you again." While they were talking, he started to calculate with his fingers again, like an old swindler. The more he calculated, the tighter his brows became. How could this be? Impossible. Why isn't there any trace of change? There's no reason. Impossible, absolutely impossible. It was also at this moment. Luo Tian completely ignored the patriarch of Mount Hua, because the moment he sensed that there were 4 divine deity in his sea of consciousness, the system suddenly sounded out. Ding! I'm so tired. Good night, brothers. Chapter 1778. At this moment, the system suddenly sounded out. It was a little strange. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for condensing the physique of 4 divine deity. You have received a reward of 100 million experience points. a reward of 100 million Shin Yuan points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining God Slaughtering Sword. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining God Murdering Sword techniques. Do you wish to cultivate it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Remnant Soul Reconstruction Art. Do you wish to cultivate it? The system's voice exploded. Luo Tian was a little stunned. The happiness came too suddenly, and he couldn't take it anymore. He actually rewarded me with so many good things. Luo Tian moved and immediately said, "Cultivate, cultivate!" Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for cultivating God-murdering sword techniques. Skill method, God-murdering sword techniques grade. Supreme God level description. This sword technique possesses the power of the God-slaying sword and is divided into a total of 9 moves. Each move will be layered with a layer of sword chi, and after 9 moves, the sword chi will form God-slaughtering berserk slash, and all of the God-slaughtering sword chi will explode out. Description 2. Instant kill rate, 1%. Description 3. When this sword technique is released together with the God-slaughtering sword, the damage will increase by 300%. Rub. God, slaughtering berserk slash. Luo Tian became excited. Furthermore, there was an instant kill rate, and together with the God-slaughtering sword, it could increase the damage by 3 times. System, you're really sending charcoal in the snow. Knowing that I am going to do something big today, you rewarded me with such a good thing. This is too great. If I don't destroy the Divine King Palace today, I would be letting myself down. Luo Tian muttered. Then, weapon, God-slaughtering sword grade, supreme artifact description. Possesses the power of the God-slaying sword, causing damage to the Divine King to increase by 200%. Description 2. The God-slaughtering sword hides the soul of the God-slaughtering God. Once released, it can destroy the heavens and earth. Supreme artifact. A spirit treasure that surpassed ordinary Divine King. Luo Tian's blood boiled once again. Both of these items were good and would be of great help to him. His weapons were the green dragon crescent blade and Tang saber. Although they were top-grade weapons, it was impossible to use them to kill a God King expert. They couldn't withstand the aura of a God King expert and couldn't even break through their defenses. However, the God Slayer was different. It was a supreme artifact. It could easily break through the defense of a God King expert. Coupled with the God-murdering sword techniques, it was like adding wings to a tiger. But what is Remnant Soul recasting art? Luo Tian muttered. He didn't quite understand. He opened the system to check. Cultivation method. Remnant Soul reconstruction technique grade. Description. This technique can only be used once. Use your will, soul, Godhead, or sea of consciousness to reforge your physical body. The reforged body will appear randomly and will not be in a specific location. Description 2. The user of this skill will have everything returned to 0. Description 3. As long as the user of this cultivation method retains a trace of their soul, their physical body can be reconstructed and resurrected. A one-time use cultivation technique? This was the first time Luo Tian had encountered such a thing. Looking at the description of the 3 levels, Luo Tian thought to himself, looks like this is a life-saving trump card technique that can revive me, but all of my cultivation might disappear, and the location of my rebirth is uncertain. It could be the 10,000 realms of the divine realm, or it could be the ancient continent or some other plane. Cultivate. Luo Tian didn't hesitate and confirmed the cultivation. No matter what, it's a life-saving trump card. This trump card can allow him to do it again. That's why he's so strong. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for cultivating the Remnant Soul recasting art. Notice, the Remnant Soul recasting art is in operation. Automatically absorbing player Luo Tian's soul will permanently retaining it. Ding! The remnant soul recasting art has disappeared. After absorbing Luo Tian's soul will, it immediately disappeared from Luo Tian's cultivation method column and appeared in his sea of consciousness, quietly hiding in a corner, motionless. As long as Luo Tian's idea moved, it would immediately activate. All right, it's time to return to Wilderness City, Luo Tian said slightly. However, he was stopped by the Hua Shan ancestor, who looked at Luo Tian seriously and said, "You possess the physique of 4 divine deity. Your cultivation has increased, and you have already reached the early stage of the Divine King, but this time the entire Divine King Palace was mobilized and your calamity did not change because of your physique of 4 divine deity," Luo Tian said directly. "Get to the point." The Hua Shan ancestor frowned and said, "You will die." "Ha ha ha." Luo Tian looked up to the sky and laughed, saying, "Everyone will die. It's not strange that I will die." The Hua Shan ancestor said, "I said you will die today." Luo Tian continued to laugh loudly and said, "I don't know why you said that I will die today, but I don't believe in fate. I didn't believe in it in the past, I don't believe in it now, and I won't believe in it in the future." The Hua Shan ancestor still wanted to say something, but he knew that no matter what he said, he would not be able to stop Luo Tian. Looking at Luo Tian's departing figure, the Hua Shan ancestor's tightly clenched fists suddenly relaxed and muttered to himself, "I will definitely let you live. I will definitely let you stand at the peak of this world." Then he quickly followed after her. Wilderness City. At noon, the scorching sun shone brightly. In the venue, it was packed with people. Although there was only one competition today, they were exceptionally excited. They all entered the finals with complete victories. I'm looking forward to it. This year's battle for the #1 warrior is too exciting. Why hasn't Luo Tian appeared yet? Could something have happened? Yeah, it's already so late. Why isn't he here yet? The master of Wilderness City stood on the stage and said loudly, "Contestant Luo Tian, please step forward." The voice spread throughout the entire Wilderness City. The space between his brows secretly tightened. Could it be that he escaped because of the appearance of the experts from the Divine King Palace? Fortunately, I didn't do anything to him. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know how I died. But how did this Luo Tian offend the Divine King Palace? In the Divine Realm, who would dare to go against the Divine King Palace? It's an existence that's seeking death. VIP Lounge. The Supreme Divine King sat there with his eyes slightly closed, quietly waiting. Hao Qian Divine King and Heavenly Tao Divine Lord continued to watch. Heavenly Tao Divine Lord could not help but say, "Luo Tian couldn't have escaped, right?" Hao Qian Divine King looked at Supreme Divine King and shook his head. "No, Luo Tian will definitely appear." Sister Yunmeng, did you hear that? The voice I heard just now was calling Luo Tian. Is it our husband? Qian said happily. Yunmeng was also happy. It must be him. I didn't expect him to be in the divine realm for such a short time and enter the finals of the battle for the #1 warrior. The 2 girls were exceptionally excited. However, in the moment of excitement, 2 rays of golden light enveloped them. Immediately after, Yunmeng and Qian disappeared from where they were. Thank you to Lone Wolf for your 1888 reward and support. Thank you to _intersection. Wandering in the breeze? Just a little mood. Just to meet you on the next road. Green grass, I will only favor you. Reward support. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Chapter 1779. Luo Tian, please step out. This is the last summon. If you don't appear, you will automatically forfeit. The Wild City Master's voice, once again, sounded in the air above the Wild City. Still not here. What exactly happened? What the hell is going on? Many people around the stands were getting impatient. Even the Clear Sky Divine King, couldn't help but suspect that Luo Tian had escaped. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. He landed heavily on the stage, tidied up his messy hair, smiled faintly and said, "Sorry, I'm late." Almost at the same time, the Supreme Divine King opened his eyes. "He's here." Then, his shadow moved, and in the next second he appeared above the stage, looking down at Luo Tian and said faintly, "You are Luo Tian?" Cold and arrogant, with a tone of contempt for everything. He was like this to anyone, because he was the Supreme Divine King, the #1 ranker in the divine realm. Luo Tian did not raise his head to look at the sky, but said to the Wild City Master, "I'm here, we can begin." At this moment, the Wild City Master knelt on the ground, looked at Luo Tian, and said in a low voice, "Lord Supreme Divine King is asking you a question." Luo Tian still did not raise his head to look and said, "Talking to me? If you want to talk to me, then stand in front of me. Don't think that you are superior to others. What do you think you are?" It was as if he was completely ignoring the Supreme Divine King. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Several rays of golden light descended, and the powerful divine might attacked Luo Tian like a tsunami. "You dog, how dare you? Impudent! Do you know who the person talking to you is? Don't waste your breath with him. Let me send him to the Western Paradise with a single sword strike." The 6 experts from the Divine King Palace suddenly moved and directly landed in the air above the arena. The powerful aura of the Divine King was released, causing the sky to tremble, the earth to shake, and the entire audience to involuntarily kneel down. He didn't dare to raise his head. He didn't dare to show the slightest disrespect. The pressure of the 6 Divine Kings continued to crush Luo Tian's legs, forcing him to kneel down. His sea of consciousness was in turmoil. His physical body felt a strong pressure, as if he was 10,000 meters deep in the ocean. It was extremely uncomfortable. If he had not broken through to the 4 divine deity physique, he would not have been able to withstand the pressure of 6 Divine King rankers at the same time. Kneel. Boom. The power of a God King poured down, directly blasting onto Luo Tian's head. At this moment, buzz, a dark fighting aura naturally shot out and blocked the God King's power. Boom! Boom! The collision of powerful forces directly shattered the enchantment on the arena. The power rushed out like a light wave, cutting off half of the roof of the venue. It was abnormally powerful. He was actually blocked by Luo Tian. The Divine King's face turned cold. Although he did not use his full strength just now, he was still blocked by Luo Tian. To him, this was a great humiliation. He roared, "You dog, I told you to kneel down!" Rumble, rumble. With a move of his hands, the power of the Divine King was released, forming a powerful shockwave that carried the power to intimidate the soul. It was abnormally powerful. The power of this move was extremely dense. It crushed down. Luo Tian's eyes turned slightly sinister, and he was extremely unhappy in his heart. Just as he was about to circulate his power, the Supreme Divine King waved his sleeve, and with a light wave, the thick power shattered and disappeared into nothingness. So strong! Too strong! Luo Tian's heart sank. Was this the power of the Supreme Divine King? He could withstand the power of the Divine King ranker just now. However, he could only block it, but he couldn't dodge it, much less shatter it. However, to the Supreme Divine King, this was a piece of cake. Too valiant! The figure of the Supreme Divine King moved and descended from the sky. Standing in front of Luo Tian, he smiled and said, "I only want to know one thing. How did you cultivate your dual divine deity? As long as you tell me if you can leave here alive today, your family, your brothers, and your clansmen, I will definitely not touch a single hair on their heads." He wanted to know the secret of the dual divine deity. He desperately wanted to know, because he also wanted to become a strong warrior like his master. Luo Tian smiled slightly and said, "You want to know the secret of the dual divine deity? Beg me." Luo Tian, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Don't be so shameless. Who do you think you are? Lord Supreme asked you because he thinks highly of you. Don't fail to appreciate his kindness. A few divine kings immediately shouted angrily. Luo Tian completely ignored them, looked at the Supreme Divine King and said again, "You don't have to beg me now, as long as you kill all of them. Not only will I tell you the secret of the dual divine deity, I will also tell you how to cultivate the dual divine deity." You, good, Luo Tian. He's simply tired of living. Those divine kings were enraged again. The Supreme Divine King faintly smiled and said, "Luo Tian, I'm not negotiating with you. I'm giving you a chance to live. Just like what they said, don't be shameless when given face, understand?" His voice became cold. The pressure of a supreme being came crashing down. Luo Tian almost couldn't stand still, but he still said arrogantly, "I'll shoot your grandmother in the face," as soon as he finished. Divine fire. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. In that instant, Luo Tian took out the god-slaughtering sword, activated the sword art, and used the god-murdering sword techniques. He channeled all of his power into the god-slaughtering sword and thrusted his sword out. Go to hell! No one would have thought. Even the Supreme Divine King himself did not expect this. Luo Tian was actually so bold as to launch a sneak attack. Lord Supreme, be careful! Brat, you're really tired of living. Sneak attack on the Supreme Divine King. Oh my God! What exactly is going on in his head? Madman, he's completely crazy. The distance was less than 3 meters. Very close. The divine fire was dizzy. The god-slaughtering sword exploded with the power of the god-slaughtering sword, and then using the god-murdering sword techniques to kill. It could completely cause several times the damage, and it might even cause an instant kill. So what if he was the Supreme Divine King? The Supreme Divine King was also human. He would die too. From the very beginning, Luo Tian had been calculating. He had been waiting for this moment. The chance had come. He would never let it go. Moreover, this sword pierced into the Supreme Divine King's body with incomparable accuracy. Luo Tian's body moved, and his arm began to burn. Dark Flame Emperor, burn for me! A dark vortex of flames soared into the sky. In an instant, it enveloped the Supreme Divine King. The Dark Flame Emperor began to burn. The Divine King rankers in the air were all dumbfounded. Luo Tian had really gone crazy. However, what surprised Luo Tian was that the Supreme Divine King did not have the slightest reaction. His heart trembled. This is bad. Chapter 2. Chapter 1780. This is bad. It was impossible for the Supreme Divine King to be so weak. Moreover, there was no reaction at all. If it was this kind of trash, it would be impossible for him to ascend to the throne of the Divine Realm's #1 expert. Everything was going smoothly. It was so smooth that Luo Tian felt goosebumps all over his body. As expected, a wave of power came crashing down like a layer of heaven. Pucci! Luo Tian's dark flame emperor broke. It directly turned into a small flame. The Supreme Divine King on Luo Tian's god-slaughtering sword also disappeared. Instead, a hole appeared in the clouds in the sky, and a shadow descended once again. It was completely intact, without the slightest bit of damage, and even the long blood groove on his head did not change in the slightest. The attack just now, Luo Tian did not even break through his defense. In other words, miss. He didn't even know how much HP he had. The thick power instantly disappeared, and the Supreme Divine King once again appeared in front of Luo Tian, laughing coldly. Sneak attack me? If I was that easy to sneak attack, I don't know how many times I would have died. Luo Tian, I'll give you one more chance. This is your last chance. While they were talking, the Supreme Divine King looked in the direction of the VIP lounge and said, Bring him down! Hao Qian Divine King and Heavenly Tao Divine Lord each grabbed a woman and directly landed beside the Supreme Divine King. Luo Tian, hubby, Yi Yunmeng, Qian. Luo Tian's eyes turned sinister, and his anger instantly erupted. Supreme Divine King? You are also the #1 expert in the divine realm. Yet you actually did such a despicable and sinister thing. He didn't expect it. Yi Yunmeng and Qian came. He never would have thought. The Supreme Divine King laughed. The process is not important. The result is the most important. Luo Tian, can you tell me the secret of the dual divine deity now? Nothing mattered to him. He could send people to make the business alliance, which had stood for tens of millions of years, disappear overnight. He could make the equipment refining union clean up overnight. He could even make a plane disappear in an instant. Why would he care about 2 women? Treacherous? Despicable? These were the excuses of the weak. Supreme Divine King laughed complacently. The 2 of them are your women, right? Luo Tian, I'll say the same thing again. As long as you tell me the secret of your dual godheads, I'll let you go, and I promise not to kill you. The clear sky Divine King's face turned stern as he said in a low voice, Lord Supreme, Luo Tian cannot be left alive. Heavenly Tao Divine Lord also said, this punk cannot be left alive. The Supreme Divine King frowned. The 2 of them didn't dare to say another word. Luo Tian looked at them, his anger boiling. He hated being threatened the most, but being threatened all the time made him feel really uncomfortable. Extremely uncomfortable. Hubby, don't bother about us. Hubby, don't worry about us. Do whatever you want. Don't worry about us. Qian said. They never thought that they would be discovered the moment they entered the divine realm. They only came to the divine realm because they missed him too much. Who would have thought that they would become Luo Tian's burden? If she knew, she definitely wouldn't have come. Supreme Divine King laughed playfully. What a beautiful woman. It would be a pity if she died. All right, Luo Tian suddenly shouted and said, give me some time to think about it. The Supreme God King laughed. Sure, but not for too long. Luo Tian said, I'm here to participate in the finals, so the time for 1 match should be enough, right? Supreme Divine King said, I'll give you the time for 1 match. Then, his figure moved and disappeared, standing on the VIP platform. Let the match begin. Huff! Luo Tian frowned. He exhaled heavily, looked at Yunmeng and Qian and said, it'll be fine soon, don't worry, don't worry. The 2 girls didn't know what to say. Luo Tian stood on the stage and closed his eyes slightly. In that instant, the idea sent a sound transmission to the Patriarch of Mount Hua. How are your preparations? The Patriarch of Mount Hua replied, I'm just missing the power of your divine deity. All right, I will release the power of my 4 divine deity during the battle. Pay attention. Luo Tian sent a sound transmission. Hao Qian Divine King shouted. Luo Tian, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and start. Our time is not something that trash like you can waste. Natural Law Divine Lord also said, hurry up and start. How long do you want Lord Supreme to wait? The surrounding spectator stands also burst into shouts. Hurry up and start. Hurry up. Lousy is getting impatient. Luo Tian, hurry up and make your move. On the stage, the other contestant was a contestant from hell. He looked at Luo Tian coldly and said faintly, although I know I am not your match, I will still do my best to fight. Luo Tian, I'm coming. A long sword flickering with black flames attacked the center of Luo Tian's brows. Sword of Hell. The moment the sword appeared, it carried a dense power of hell. It was also at this time. Luo Tian moved and said, let's begin. Then, Luo Tian looked at the VIP lounge and said, double divine deity? I'll show you what the power of 4 divine deity is. Dark divine deity. Buzz. A powerful force suddenly sank. An array of dark energy shot out from Luo Tian's body, forming an incomparably arrogant black dragon. It did not rush towards the Hell player, but instead soared into the sky, roaring in the sky. The power of darkness spread throughout the entire wilderness city. Then he rushed to the west. Following that, Luo Tian shouted once again, "Natural law, sovereign divine, deity." Buzz! The power of the heavens also turned into a huge dragon, roaring as it rose up, crushing everything in the air, flying towards the east and disappearing without a trace. Since sovereign divine deity, God of slaughter, sovereign divine deity. Two waves of power burst out at the same time. This. Is it really the power of four divine deity? Three types of power of law. One type of power of darkness inheritance. How did Luo Tian do it? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Double divine deity doesn't even exist. Yet he was able to cultivate four divine deity. Could it be that he was the one who condensed the power of law in the barren mountain this morning? Everyone was shocked, for divine deity was simply a fantasy. Moreover, three types of divine deity had already broken through to the ruler realm. Supreme Divine King stood up and looked at Luo Tian heavily. He clenched his fists tightly and clenched them even tighter. His heart was filled with excitement. He actually did something that even Master couldn't do. Wahaha! All of his power will be mine. Ha ha ha! He laughed maniacally. Supreme Divine King's aura also spread out. At the same time, that Hell player immediately fled. Too terrifying, I forfeit. I admit defeat. Quick, quick, I admit defeat. He was so scared that he pissed his pants. It was already difficult for him to deal with the Dominator rancor. Now, with the power of four divine deity, was there still a need to compete? The Master of Wilderness City was also shocked, and at the same time announced, Luo Tian wins, becoming the #1 warrior. At the same time, Luo Tian said sinisterly, "Didn't you want to know the secret of the double divine deity? Then get the hell down here." It was also at this moment. The system sounded out. There should be another chapter in the third chapter. Chapter 1781. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for completing the #1 Warriors Battle for Hegemony quest. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the third inheritance of the Dark Tyrant ruler. Buzz! A loud sound rang out in Luo Tian's mind. Next, the dark divine deity in his sea of consciousness began to transform, split open, and flowed out a drop of thick black liquid that looked like blood essence. With a drip sound, the liquid dripped into the vast sea of consciousness, and then the vast sea of consciousness began to churn. One after another, powerful forces surged and struck the shore. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Dark Mode! The third inheritance of the Dark Tyrant ruler is the Dark Mode? Luo Tian was shocked and immediately opened the system to check. Dark Mode. Time, 180 seconds attack. Increase by 500% instant kill rate. Increase by 50% description. When the Dark Mode is activated, targets enveloped in darkness will have their defense reduced by 20%. User, speed, attack, defense increased. Description 2. The user will suffer a backlash from the power of darkness. Use with caution. Good stuff. I'm just missing this. Luo Tian became excited, looked at the Supreme Divine King in the VIP lounge, and laughed wildly. Didn't you want to know the secret of the dual divine deity? Come down and take it. It's in my mind. If you have the guts, take it. Supreme Divine King smiled slightly and said, "You want to play with me? All right, then I'll let you know what the power of the Divine King is." The space between his brows sank. Supreme Divine King was also enraged. A Divine King walked out first and said, "Lord Supreme, there's no need for you to personally deal with a piece of trash. I'll do it." I will make him kneel in front of you and kowtow to admit his wrongs." Then Hao Qian Divine King also walked out and said, "Lord Supreme, leave it to me." He looked at Natural Law Divine Lord. Natural Law Divine Lord was a little unwilling, but he still walked out and said, "Just leave it to us." The Supreme Divine King said, "I'll give you a chance to make up for your mistakes. As long as you capture Luo Tian, I'll bestow upon you the power of the Divine King." Clear Sky Divine King and Heavenly Tao Divine Lord were delighted and immediately replied, "Understood." Tian Tao Divine Lord condensed all of his origin energy and fused it into the power of the Divine King. He roared, "Luo Tian, kneel down." Origin source energy. He would always be Luo Tian's nemesis. Heavenly Tao Divine Lord had studied Luo Tian's powers. Even though he had the power of origins, his weakness, his fatal weakness, was still the power of origins. Clear Sky Divine King did not want to be left behind. He also fused his origin energy into his Divine King power. 2 waves of divine might came crashing down. Luo Tian smiled. "Just the 2 of you? I crushed you like a dead dog back in the demon abyss. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me now?" Their expressions changed slightly. The demon abyss was their humiliation. Immediately, Heavenly Tao Divine Lord moved with all his might. "Get down!" Rumble, rumble. A wave of divine power was released. Heavenly Tao Divine Lord's divine power was very special. Because he had forcefully broken through to the Divine King realm, the power he cultivated was all absorbed from the bodies of other Dominator rankers. So his power contained the power of many experts. I'll let you have a taste of the power of the god slaughtering sword. Luo Tian's eyes turned sinister as the god slaughtering sword aura soared into the sky. Shua, the origin source energy in Luo Tian's body was released. Facing the attack of the origin source energy, he could only use the origin source energy to block it. Otherwise, he would be like in the demon abyss, completely unable to block it. Just as Heavenly Tao Divine Lord had said, the origin source energy was his fatal weakness. It used to be. It was still the same. However, after killing those sector beasts, Luo Tian had obtained a large amount of origin source energy. God murdering, sword techniques. The first move. Luo Tian thrusted out his sword, and the supreme artifact also erupted with an unprecedented power, piercing through Heavenly Tao Divine Lord's power. Luo Tian did not hide the sword chi and directly released it. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The sword chi slashed down. It broke through everything. The combination of the god slaughtering sword and the god murdering sword techniques was perfect. Heavenly Tao Divine Lord's expression turned cold. Facing this unavoidable sword chi, he sneered and said, "Luo Tian, even if you have a powerful divine artifact, it's useless. Because of your realm, with 4 divine deity, you are still in the Dominator realm, and I am in the Divine King realm." Bam! As soon as he finished, that sword chi directly split Heavenly Tao Divine Lord into 2. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing, Heavenly Tao Divine Lord for obtaining 100,000 experience points, 100,000 God Essence points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining a Divine King's Divine Deity. Release it and fuse it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining instant kill. Luo Tian himself did not expect that he would be instantly killed. The god slaughtering sword did indeed have an instant kill chance, but it was pitifully small. Combined with the god murdering sword chi, it was actually an instant kill. It was too awesome. The entire arena was silent. Even the Hao Qian Divine King, who was preparing to attack, was dumbfounded. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! The Supreme Divine King was not angry, but instead laughed out loud. Strong as expected, the power released by the 4 divine deity has a mutated attribute. To actually kill a Divine King ranker in one move, too strong. He was extremely excited. The stronger Luo Tian was, the more excited he became. Hao Qian Divine King frowned. At this time he could not care less. The power of the Divine King's divine deity erupted. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. His body became incomparably huge as power churned within his body. Lord Supreme, if OL9 activates all of the Divine King's divine deity's power, will that brat be killed? A Divine King said worriedly. The Supreme Divine King laughed. You guys have no idea how strong the physique of a dual divine deity is, not to mention the physique of a 4 divine deity. The power of the Haoqian Divine King can at most crush Luo Tian. It can't kill him. The other Divine Kings' faces turned cold. Wasn't the power of the 4 divine deity too strong? If he were to break through to the Divine King realm, who in the entire divine realm would be his match? The Supreme Divine King also understood in his heart. Of course, no matter what happened today, he would not let Luo Tian live. Similarly, he had to obtain the secret of the 4 divine deity. The power of the Haoqian Divine King came crashing down. Luo Tian stood in place without moving. With a contemptuous smile on his face, he said, Haoqian Divine King, you old dog, you almost killed me in the demon abyss. Today, I will make you pay with your blood. While they were talking, Luo Tian suddenly moved. Without waiting for the Haoqian Divine King's power to crush him, Luo Tian's fists turned black. Conqueror's war fist. Boom, boom, punch after punch he punched forward. The Haoqian Divine King also rushed down with all his might. Luo Tian, I will kill you. However, in front of the 4 divine deity, the power of the Haoqian Divine King was completely unable to withstand a single blow. Die. Add more chapters. This chapter would like to thank JQK for his support, and I will add another chapter for you. Thank you to Southern Yuan Beiming, Confused Reality, for his continuous support. The Old Cow sincerely thanks the brothers for their support. Thank you. There was still an hour before Monday. The Old Cow begged for a recommendation ticket. To let the undefeated rank a little higher, please, brothers. Chapter 1782. The divine power of the 4 divine deity moved. All of the power was concentrated on Luo Tian's fists. A black fist wind erupted. The heavy cannon attacked. Rumble. Both fists punched out. Haoqian Divine King's power was gradually disintegrated, collapsing and finally shattering bit by bit. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The black fists exploded on Haoqian Divine King's chest. His chest caved in, his body sank, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, revealing a painful expression. Supreme Lord, save me. He called for help. Supreme Divine King had a smile on his face, but he had no intention of helping. A Divine King, ranker beside him, asked, Supreme Lord, do you want to make a move? After all, they are from the Divine King Palace. Supreme Divine King waved his hand and said, Haoqian Divine King did not do his job well. He does not have the qualifications to continue staying in the Divine King Palace, and he condoned the heavenly law divine Lord to kill the other 2 rulers, which is a violation of the rules of the Divine King Palace. Let him kill it. No one from the Divine King Palace came out to save him. Haoqian Divine King's heart turned sinister. Luo Tian, I'll fight it out with you. Divine deity exploded once again. The power of the Divine King continued to surge out from the Divine King's divine deity. As for Luo Tian, after his fist struck Haoqian Divine King, he did not stop there. His fists were like lightning as he crazily struck out. You don't even have the qualifications to fight with me right now. Haoqian Divine King, die. Bam! Bang, bang, bang! His fists were like a torrential rain as he crazily bombarded. Haoqian Divine King couldn't withstand it at all. After being beaten down from the sky by Luo Tian's fists killed him one punch after another. His health point was dropping rapidly. He was no match for Luo Tian. Not because he wasn't strong enough, but because Luo Tian's four divine deity were too strong. Every ray of power contained the power of the ancient code, and even if he used the Divine King's origin energy to block it, it would be useless. Of course, Luo Tian's consumption was also huge. The power of four divine deity 4 times the consumption. Moreover, there wasn't much origin energy left. This was Luo Tian's divine deity boom. Luo Tian threw a punch down. Looking at the empty HP bar above the clear Heaven Divine King's head, Luo Tian roared, "Explode!" Boom! The earth trembled and cracked open. It was also at this moment. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Clear Sky God King, for obtaining 1 billion experience points and 1 billion divine essence points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining a God King's Godhead. Will you assimilate it? Congratulations, player. Continuous notification sounded. Then, Luo Tian slowly stood up. His fist was still dripping with blood. He looked around and roared, "Who else is there?" The entire place was silent. The wild city master was so scared that he almost peed himself. He felt a lingering fear after absorbing Luo Tian's power of darkness. If he had continued to do so, he would have died a long time ago. Amazing! The God Kings were all killed. Is he still considered human? He's so strong that it's a mess. Luo Tian, Luo Tian, Luo Tian, Luo Tian. The entire audience began to cheer. In the savage domain, the divine realm was the most intrepid and most revered strength. These people only respected the strong. The strength that all heaven had displayed was too shocking, causing them to involuntarily shout out his name. It was as if he had gone mad. The Supreme Divine King's expression was also abnormally excited. He kept saying, "Did you see that? Did you see that? This is the power of the four godhood. This is the power of the four godhood. Ha ha ha. Too strong. Being able to kill a divine king expert at the sovereign realm." He was exceptionally excited. More excited than anyone else. The divine king rankers from the divine king palace could not understand the supreme divine king. Killing someone from the divine king palace, that kind of excitement. Suddenly, the supreme divine king moved in the air and directly landed in front of Luo Tian. With a sinister expression, he said excitedly, "The power of four divine deity is indeed beyond my imagination. Luo Tian, you have truly surprised me. That's even better. Now I don't need the secret of two divine deity for divine deity. I want to turn everything you have into mine." While they were talking, Walala, rumble, the sky changed color. The clouds churned as a huge amount of power was released from the Supreme Divine King's body. The Supreme Divine King's expression was filled with excitement. "Mine, mine, the power of four divine deity is mine." Wahahaha! It was too crazy. He was a martial arts fanatic to begin with. His pursuit of power had never stopped. And now, what he wanted to do was to seize everything from Luo Tian. He wanted to turn Luo Tian into a part of his body. This way, he didn't need to grasp the secret of two divine deity at all. At this moment, Luo Tian's sea of consciousness began to churn. The four divine deity were also trembling, unable to withstand the Supreme Divine King's power, and wanted to break out of his body. This feeling was extremely uncomfortable. Luo Tian frowned. "Dark mode!" Buzz! A ray of dark Do Chi exploded in the sky like fireworks. Suddenly, the entire venue turned pitch black. The dark mode of the dark, overbearing dominator? Next, Luo Tian held onto the god's slaughtering sword, and the idea sank. Hua Shan ancestor! Boom! Understood. The moment the dark mode was released. In the four directions of the savage city, the four stone statues suddenly moved. Their bodies were infused with the power of Luo Tian's four divine deity, and after the Hua Shan ancestor activated them, they began to circulate. The four huge statues raised their battle axes. The four battle axes towered into the 9 heavens. Crack! 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 Lightning flashed as the power of 4 divine deity erupted from their bodies. The Huashan ancestor suddenly shouted, "Kill!" Instantly, with a thought, Luo Tian said, "Divine flame!" Ding! Target locked! Boom! With a move of his palm, a flame spewed out. Luo Tian thought in his heart, "This time I will definitely take half of your life." Walala, 4 battle axes cut through the sky. The Supreme Divine King's body suddenly stopped moving. After being attacked by the divine fire, if he wasn't instantly killed, he would be stunned, even if he was a supreme expert. The Supreme Divine King sneered and said, "Luo Tian, it's useless, ha ha ha, for battle axes chopped down." Rumble! Rumble! The axe chopped down on the head of the Supreme Divine King. But the body of the Supreme Divine King did not move at all. The battle axe was still half a meter away from the head of the Supreme Divine King, and no matter how hard it chopped down, it could not chop down any further. He wasn't injured. Even his defense wasn't broken. The Supreme Divine King was simply too powerful. At this moment, Luo Tian had no choice. The idea moved. Activate the remnant soul, reconstruction palace. At the same time, a sword pierced towards the space between the Supreme Divine King's eyebrows. Fight it out! Thank you to the 2 brothers, Little Mood and Greengrass, for their continuous rewards. Thank you. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1783. The combined attack of 4 slashes could not even break through the defense. The 4 gigantic stone statues, each of them infused with the power of the 4 divine deity, Luo Tian's god-slaying power, but he didn't expect it. Still miss. Too strong. The Supreme Divine King was truly too strong, an existence that Luo Tian was unable to shake. However, at this time he had no choice but to risk it all. At the same time, Luo Tian made all his preparations and activated the remnant soul reconstruction art. Come on, come on. Luo Tian held onto the god-slaughtering sword tightly and instantly released the 9 moves of the god-murdering sword techniques, forming a new combined attack of sword chi, god-slaughtering, berserk slash. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Rumble, rumble. Sword chi flew out one after another, forming a half-moon shape that crushed outwards. The huge shockwave caused the god-slaying power to dance wildly. However, Supreme God King stood motionless in his original position. Those sword chi that were half a meter away from his body were either bounced off or shattered. They were completely unable to harm Supreme God King in the slightest. When they hit his body, they were all misses. The Supreme Divine King laughed wildly and said, "Luo Tian, do you think I'm trash like the Haotian Divine King? I am the #1 person in the divine realm, the #1 expert in the divine realm. I became famous hundreds of millions of years ago with my cultivation reaching the heavens. In the divine realm, I am the law. I am the God who controls everything, a true God, ha ha ha. Come on, become a part of me. Hand over all the power of your 4 divine deity, and let me break through my shackles." The Supreme Divine King said sinisterly. He seemed to have seen the moment he broke through to the Divine King realm, chasing after his master's footsteps and entering a whole new world. A world that truly belonged to the strong. Luo Tian's body was trembling. The 4 divine deity in his sea of consciousness were colliding with his brain. It was extremely painful. His body was enveloped by the Supreme Divine King's power. Unable to escape. What should we do? What should we do? If he can't even break through his defense, he must have a protective magic treasure that is even stronger than the god-slaughtering sword. Where is the Supreme Divine King's weakness? Luo Tian had no idea that the Supreme Divine King was too strong. Moreover, the origin energy in his body was about to run out. Without the origin energy, he was completely unable to withstand the Supreme Divine King's fusion technique. You won't be able to stop it. In this divine realm, I am everything. There is nothing I can't get if I want it. Luo Tian trembled, ha ha ha. The Supreme Divine King laughed wildly. He was incomparably excited. His desire for the 4 divine deities was too intense. In an instant, Luo Tian frowned. You want to merge with me? All right, then I'll drill into your body and see how you're going to fuse with me. There was no other way. He had no choice but to take a risk. However, all heaven knew that the Paragon God King was going to refine him. Patriarch Huashan, he said. Patriarch Huashan. The Patriarch of Mount Hua was extremely anxious. He was even more anxious than Luo Tian. When he heard Luo Tian's voice, he immediately replied, Luo Tian, you can't be fused with by him. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape and will forever be his slave. Luo Tian laughed. Do me a favor. The Patriarch of Mount Hua replied, What favor? Luo Tian said, Help me save Yi Yunmeng and Chan Chan. Get them to follow Feng Lei out of the divine realm and into the outer realm. The further they escape, the better. Don't come back. The Patriarch of Mount Hua said in a deep voice, Luo Tian, what exactly do you want to do? Don't act recklessly, don't act recklessly. Following that, Luo Tian said again, I still have 2 divine kings, divine deity here. I will leave them below the stage as your reward. Patriarch of Mount Hua, you must help me protect them well, I beg of you. The Patriarch of Mount Hua became even more anxious and said, Protecting them is your own fault. What do you want me to protect them for? Luo Tian, I told you not to act recklessly. Don't let him fuse with your body, or else you won't be able to come out for the rest of your life. Don't? Luo Tian laughed. Don't worry, I won't die. I swear. I don't think I'll die. Tell them that I, Luo Tian, will definitely come back. Finished. Luo Tian raised his head and laughed wildly. Ha ha ha. You want to fuse with me, right? All right, then I'll let you fuse with me. Luo Tian gave up resisting and rushed straight towards the Supreme Divine King. The Supreme Divine King laughed cruelly. Become a part of my body. As long as you enter the Spirit Refining Tower, your body will be refined, your strength will be refined, your divine deity, everything will be refined, and everything will be mine. Ha! Luo Tian rushed out. The Patriarch of Mount Hua shouted loudly, Don't! In the VIP lounge, Yi Yunmeng and Chan Chan cried until their throats were hoarse. Hubby, don't. Underground, Feng Lei struggled frantically, but it was completely useless. He was unable to break free from the restraints placed on his body by the Patriarch of Mount Hua. Boss, boss, boss! Let me out, let me go, I want to go out. Supreme Divine King, F*CK, your 18 generations of ancestors. Ah, he was angry. He was raging. Chun Tianjing, Chun Chun, Xan and Li Shuera were all struggling. However, they were unable to break free from the restraints on their bodies, and could only watch helplessly as Luo Tian rushed into the Supreme Divine King's body. Ah, in hell! Dan's eyes were wide open as he roared, Boss, don't! Ah, ancient continent, Niao Niao, who was in Huangfu Ye's embrace, was crying so hard that the entire ancient continent was trembling. The powerful energy continued to wreak havoc in the sky, as if it was about to pierce through the sky. Huangfu Ye's heart tightened as well. Don't cry, be good. Daddy will be fine. He will definitely be fine. The heavenly lady returned from the sacred mountain, her expression extremely ugly. Looking at the crying Niao Niao, her heart ached even more. Outer region, in a certain desolate plain, Lin Yu, Oi's stomach was extremely uncomfortable. A powerful energy seemed to be about to burst out of her body, causing her intense pain. What's wrong? It hasn't even been a month. Why is it so painful? Ling Zixua panicked. Lin Yu was in so much pain that she was sweating profusely. Her face was pale as she said weakly, Luo Tian, Luo Tian, Luo Tian might be in trouble. Luo Tian had tried his best. He had risked his life, but it was no use. The Supreme Divine King was too strong, unshakable strength. He had tried all his attacks, all of them were misses. There was no other way. Luo Tian could only rush into the Supreme Divine King's body and think of a way to break through the Supreme Divine King's defense. This was his last chance. For his family, for his brothers, for his woman, he would give it his all. The moment Luo Tian entered the Supreme Divine King's body, he raised his head and looked at Yi Yunmeng in the VIP lounge. Yi Yunmeng said loudly, "Hubby, Yaya gave birth to a daughter for you. You must come back alive, you must." Luo Tian was stunned. The second chapter has been delivered. Thank you to Little Lily, Dan Yi Nanyuan, Bei Ming for your support. Thank you. Chapter 1784. I'm a father. Haha, I'm a father, I have a daughter. Luo Tian laughed. He laughed like an idiot. Supreme Divine King, did you hear that? I'm a father, I have a daughter, haha. Luo Tian was exceptionally happy. He had never been so happy before. He had always dreamed of having a daughter, and now he had one. He had a brother, a woman, and now even a daughter. During this period of time, he had truly lived his life to the fullest. Supreme Divine King sneered and said, "So what? Even if you have another son, you will still be fused with me and will also become a part of my body. Luo Tian, in the divine realm, no one can go against me. No one can be my enemy. Don't worry. After you die, I will send your family, your woman, your brothers, and your daughter that you have never even seen before down to you." "Ha ha ha," Luo Tian frowned and said, "I have a daughter, so it's even more impossible for me to die." "Is that so?" Supreme Divine King said with contempt, "The source energy in your body has already been used up. Any one of my source energy attacks can turn you into ashes. Why aren't you dead? You are too weak as an ant in front of me. Now, fuse with me." Rumble. As soon as he finished speaking, the aura on Supreme Divine King's body suddenly changed, undergoing an earth-shattering change. An incomparably huge source energy enveloped Luo Tian, and Supreme Divine King laughed wildly, using the source energy to refine you and integrate you into the soul refining tower. "Everything you have will be mine, ha ha ha. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom." Absorb. Supreme Divine King suddenly moved, and Luo Tian's body was suddenly sucked into the darkness by a force. Then, he instantly disappeared from his original spot. "Boss! Hubby!" Luo Tian, Yi Yunmeng, and Qian both fainted. Li Shuer and Chun Chun and Xian are also fainted. The bloody light on Feng Lei's body almost broke through the power that was restraining his body. He was furious. At the same time, old ancestor Hua Shan moved through the air and landed in the VIP lounge. While those God Kings were staring at the Supreme God King, he took Yi Yunmeng and Qian away. By the time those God Kings reacted, old ancestor Hua Shan had already disappeared. They didn't give chase, because Yi Yunmeng and Qian had lost their value. The Supreme Divine King had already fused with Luo Tian, and before long, everyone related to Luo Tian would disappear and be killed. Therefore, they weren't worried that Yi Yunmeng and Qian would escape. After all, they wouldn't live for more than a few days. Mount Hua's ancestor found the God King's godhead that Luo Tian had left behind and dove straight into the ground. "Let's go." Old ancestor Hua Shan did not explain. Fatty Lei was furious as he stared at old ancestor Hua Shan. He even had the heart to eat him. Why did you trap me? Why? Old ancestor Hua Shan said coldly, "Because even if you go up, you will be courting death. Do you think you are very strong? Who do you think Luo Tian is doing all of this for? Do you think he wants to die? It's all for you. Don't you understand?" Old ancestor Hua Shan was furious. He was also extremely angry. He wanted to save Luo Tian, but his strength was simply not enough to fight against the Supreme Divine King. Moreover, his mission was not to fight against the Supreme Divine King. Feng Lei roared. I am willing to die with my boss, but I am not willing to do nothing here. Old ancestor Hua Shan laughed coldly. You are willing to die? All right, since that's the case, then go. I want to see what kind of ability a bald man like you has. What qualifications do you have to die? If you go and die, won't you let down Luo Tian? Huh. Go and die. With a thought, Patriarch Hua Mountain released Feng Lei from his bindings. Feng Lei stared at the Patriarch of Mount Hua, clenched his fists, and roared into the sky. Couldn't, vented out. You're not going? If you don't want to go, then stay here obediently. The Patriarch of Mount Hua snorted and said to Qin Tianjing, Leave Savage City now. Go to the west of the Divine Realm and leave as fast as you can. Enter the outer region. Qin Tianjing also wanted to rush out, but he stood there hesitantly. The Hua Mountain Old Ancestor shouted, If you want to see all heaven's women die here, then stay here and don't move. If you want to see all heaven, then move and leave this place. Feng Lei was suddenly shocked and said, Ancestor, is boss still alive? Yes, he is the boss. He is Luo Tian. He must still be alive. No one can kill him. The old ancestor of Mount Hua frowned. He had no idea either. He only knew that this was Luo Tian's greatest calamity in the divine realm. Whether or not he could get through it, he didn't know either. Everything depended on Luo Tian himself. The Patriarch of Mount Hua did not say much and said, Can you leave this place now? From today onwards, I will train all of you one by one. I will let all of you become super divine king rankers, and then we will kill our way back. Fatty Lei was excited. The Patriarch of Mount Hua raised his head to look at the sky and muttered, Supreme Divine King, you little bitch! You dare to obstruct me from completing my mission. I will definitely not let you off. Just wash your butt and wait for me. Luo Tian, I have done what I promised you. You must survive. You must. The Patriarch of Mount Hua bellowed, Leave the divine realm. Qin Tianjing activated the puppet. The savage city was in a mess. There were countless casualties in the venue. However, everyone was excited. This was going to be an incomparable, great battle. As for Luo Tian, they worshipped him. They feared the supreme divine king. Too powerful, Luo Tian is really too powerful, killing 2 divine king rankers in a row. Since ancient times, who could do that? So what if he's strong? In the end, he was still killed by the supreme divine king. That's right, going against the people of the Divine King Palace will not end well. Going against the Divine King Palace is going against the heavens. Luo Tian is overestimating himself. Everyone, the entire Divine Realm continent, was discussing. However, the master of Savage City was laughing. He was glad that he did not participate, otherwise he would have died. Divine King Palace. In the Supreme Divine Secret Room. The Supreme Divine King sat cross-legged with his eyes slightly closed, quietly comprehending. In the secret room, it was filled with all sorts of power of law. The power of law enveloped him. He cultivated in several types of power of law. However, it was only cultivation. Just like the natural law divine lord, he cultivated in many types of power of law and did not condense a second divine deity. While he was cultivating, the soul refining pagoda in his body began to operate crazily. Wahaha! Ah-ha-ha! It seems like another new rancor has been absorbed by the demon Hung Tuesday. At this moment, Luo Tian opened his eyes slightly and looked around at the countless pairs of eyes staring at him. Chapter 3, there's another chapter tonight. Chapter 1785. Countless pairs of eyes stared at him. Slowly, Luo Tian's line of sight gradually became clear, and there were people all around. Where is this? Luo Tian asked. One of them laughed. You don't even know how you got in. Luo Tian naturally knew how he had entered. This is the Supreme Divine King's body. Supreme Divine King? That means Hong Tu, that bastard, has already cultivated to the supreme divine king realm. One of them revealed a shocked expression. Luo Tian asked again, "Where is this place?" That person laughed. "This is the soul refining tower. Hong Tu's body, of course. This place is a bit special because this is the interlayer of the soul refining tower." Luo Tian asked, "What do you mean by the interlayer of the soul refining tower?" That person said the soul refining tower is divided into a total of 7 floors. Each floor is like a plane, 7 levels, and 7 planes, also known as the 7 refinement 7 souls. Each floor can refine a strand of your power, but it won't happen in this interlayer because he can only feel your existence and not your location. So it's useless for the soul refining tower to operate. However, Brett, your luck is really good. You were sucked into the interlayer. It's useless. As time passes, he will be assimilated. It's just that Hong Tu, that bastard, is a bit slower in absorbing it. Dominator realm. How could he absorb such a trash person? Kid, is there anything special about you? Everyone was chattering nonstop with their questions. Luo Tian didn't know how to answer, so he looked at the old man and asked, "Is there any way to get out?" Pucci. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Brett, you still want to go out? Stop dreaming. Those who enter the soul refining tower will never be able to leave. That is impossible. You just said that Hong Tu has already cultivated to the supreme divine king realm, which means that he should be the strongest warrior in the divine realm. So don't even think about leaving. If he could leave, he would have left long ago. Luo Tian looked at each and every one of them. They had lost all their cultivation, and they were no different from ordinary people. Their strength had been assimilated and absorbed. The old man smiled and said, "Do you know what realm I am at?" Luo Tian shook his head. That person said, "A divine king who has comprehended the law of water. He is someone who has comprehended the law of fire. He has the laws of wood. And they are all at the God King realm. They are all people who have comprehended the laws. Do you think that in the billions of years since the birth of the divine realm, there are only a few God King powerhouses from the God King palace? Ha ha ha. They were all devoured by that demon, Hong Tuesday. Who does he think he is? In the past, he was just an ant-like existence. Ever since he obtained this spirit refining tower, he has been constantly absorbing the power of God King experts, constantly growing stronger." Luo Tian's face darkened. Looking around, there were at least a few thousand people. If these people were all divine king experts, then the supreme divine king had absorbed the energy of thousands of divine king experts. No wonder he was so strong that even his defense couldn't be broken, fusing the power of several thousand divine king experts. Too terrifying. The old man asked, "Your cultivation is only at the ruler realm. I don't understand why he would suck you into the refining tower." Everyone was looking at Luo Tian. Luo Tian did not hide it, as there was no need to hide it here, and said, "I have condensed multiple divine deity." Huh, what did you say? Multiple divine deity? There are 2 divine deity in your sea of consciousness. They were all shocked. Luo Tian shook his head and said, "There are 4 divine deity in my sea of consciousness." Oh my God. Impossible. Dual divine deity has never existed in the divine realm. You actually have 4 divine deity. How is that possible? No wonder Hong Tu would suck you into the spirit refining tower. He wants to obtain the power of your 4 divine deity and also wants to condense 4 divine deity. But what he condensed would not be 4 sovereign deity, but 4 divine king deity. Is he crazy? The supreme divine king is already the highest realm. What else does he want to break through? Wrong. Suddenly, an old man with white eyebrows walked out and said indifferently, "Legends say that the supreme divine king is not the highest realm, and that there is an even higher realm above it. The creator of the divine realm had dual divine deity, and he also had a cultivation that surpassed the supreme divine king. Hong, too, must want to break through the shackles, and if he wants to break through, he can only comprehend the mysteries of the dual divine deity. Then, everyone looked at Luo Tian in unison. How did you condense for divine deity? Right, I want to know too. Sigh, what's the use of knowing? Do you still want to cultivate? There is no divine essence, aura, or source energy in the spirit refining tower, so it is impossible to cultivate. Furthermore, the power we cultivate is not enough for that grandson Hong to absorb. The more we cultivate, the more it will be absorbed by Hong Tuesday. As he spoke, everyone was crestfallen. It was impossible to cultivate in this spirit refining tower. Moreover, even if they could cultivate, the power they comprehended and the power of the ancient code would be absorbed by the supreme divine king. Ding! Divine essence points decreased by 100 points. Ding! Divine essence points, 100 points. The system kept beeping. Every 10 seconds or so, there would be a notification. From the moment Luo Tian entered this place, his divine essence points had been continuously decreasing. Moreover, when he entered the spirit refining tower, he still had a few hundred points of source energy, but now there was only 0 left. Not only that, his cultivation technique, the power of his divine deity, his sea of consciousness, and the power of his mind were all loosening up. Looking at his shocked expression, an old man laughed and said, "The spirit refining tower is already operating. You can feel its power, right? Unknowingly, it has absorbed all of your energy. Judging from your expression, you should already know." Luo Tian frowned and said, "Is there no way to resist it?" The old man shook his head and said, "There's no way." CK, who said there's no way. Of course there's a way. If you can rush to the 7th floor and kill the soul refining demon on the 7th floor, you'll be able to resist the absorption of the spirit refining tower. You might even be able to escape. Another old man said. Luo Tian was secretly shocked. Soul refining demon? The old man from before said, "Don't listen to his nonsense. He's sending you to your death. No one can kill the soul refining demon. If they could, would we still be imprisoned here?" Thousands of divine king rankers. Wasn't he not as strong as Luo Tian? However, Luo Tian wanted to go out. He really wanted to go out. He wanted to see his daughter. What did she look like? And whether she looked more like him or more like Huang Fuya. Tell me, how do I get out of this mezzanine? I want to shatter this spirit refining tower. This chapter would like to thank JQK, Piao Hong, for his tip and update. The old cow is extremely grateful for his brother's support. Thank you. Thank you, sect leader, Sai Night Shan Liwe, for his support. Thank you. And Chapter 1786. Each powerhouse stepped on the eerie white bones and stood at a high place. The supreme divine King Hong, too, was no exception. There were actually several thousand divine king powerhouses hidden in the soul refining tower. That was also to say that Hong too fused with the power of several thousand divine king powerhouses. This was his powerful aspect. An even more crucial point, he absorbed all of the power of laws of several thousand divine king powerhouses, the number one powerhouse in reality. However, inside the soul refining tower, Luo Tian's divine essence was constantly decreasing. The source power was already depleted completely. Right now, even the power hidden in his divine deity was about to be sucked away. If he still did not do anything, he could only wait for death here, becoming like these divine king powerhouses, only leaving behind a body, trapped here forever. It was just that when he heard Luo Tian say that he was going to shatter the soul refining tower, the white-browed old man laughed bitterly and said, "Do you think that you're the only one who thought of doing this? Before you, countless people thought of doing this before, but in the end..." Another old man smiled and said, "The result is to turn to ashes. Little brother, a bad life is better than a good death." Yeah, You being able to enter the mezzanine level is your luck. If you appeared in other levels, then you would have long been sucked dry. Everyone started persuading. Everything that should be tried had been tried, but the result was only to be devoured by the soul-refining beast. The soul-refining beast here would become stronger along with Hong Tu's strength. It could be said that the soul-refining beast was a part of Hong Tu's body, all incomparably powerful. Plus, this soul-refining tower was completely controlled by Hong Tuesday shattering the soul-refining tower, something that was simply impossible. Escape? It was even more of a fantasy story. Is there really no way? Luo Tian muttered and muttered. Everyone has a weakness. Any spirit treasure similarly has a weakness. As long as you find the weakness and hit it in one strike, it'll do. Don't waste your effort, it's useless. Not talking about other things, can you recover divine essence aura? Without divine essence, there's no source of power, let alone other things. The corners of Luo Tian's mouth curled up, and he said with a smile, "If I can recover divine essence aura, then wouldn't there be a chance?" His voice faded. The entire place suddenly fell silent, all looking at Luo Tian. Immediately after, everyone roared with laughter again and said, "What kind of joke is this? Recovering divine essence aura in the soul, refining tower? That's impossible. Even if you have a supreme spiritual treasure, you won't be able to recover. Oh, right, the power of your supreme divine artifact will also be absorbed by Hong Tuesday. Little brother, don't overthink it. Don't worry and stay here. While you're at it, tell us what happened outside. We haven't had a new member for a long time. Millions of years." Luo Tian didn't say anything. Instead, he walked to the edge of a vortex and said, "This should be the entrance to the mezzanine, right? What do you want to do? Are you crazy? Don't go down. You will die if you go down. Listen to this old man's advice. As long as you go down, Hong Tu will immediately be able to sense your location and immediately allow the soul-refining tower to absorb the power of your 4 divine deity. If you stay here, he will still be wary, and his speed will not be as fast. Listen to me." She didn't wait for him to finish. Luo Tian jumped down. The divine king elders were all dumbstruck, their mouths agape as they looked in the direction Luo Tian had disappeared. Following that, everyone shook their heads and sigh. "Young and frivolous, don't you know where you are? How can a ruler realm cultivator resist against the soul-refining beast? His brain must have been flooded with water. Are all the young people nowadays so impulsive? I still want to know some things about the outside world. It seems like I can only wait for the next newcomer. If there are more newcomers, we definitely can't let him be impulsive again. Impulsiveness is the devil." In their eyes, Luo Tian was already dead. The power of 4 divine deity. Everything would be absorbed by Hong Tuesday, without a doubt. However, to Luo Tian, what was the difference between living without dreams and being a salted fish? Rather than living here, he might as well fight it out. Accept his fate? There was no such word in his dictionary. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The strong wind wreaked havoc, and the aura of the soul-refining beast crazily surged into his body like a flood, constantly refining the energy in his body. The divine essence value had been decreasing by 100 points every 10 seconds, and now it was decreasing by 10 times. It was decreasing crazily at a rate of 100 points per second. At this moment, in the sovereign's secret room, Hong Tu grinned sinisterly and said, "Luo Tian, you finally appeared. I thought you were hiding in the mezzanine like those old fellows, living a life of disgrace. Ha ha ha. It's best that you came out. Then I can quickly absorb the power of your 4 divine deity." In that instant, with a thought, Hong Tu shouted, "Soul-refining beast, attack!" Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Luo Tian landed heavily on an empty ground. Above his head, a strong light shone down, like the eyes of a huge beast. The strong light shone on his body, and the surroundings were pitch black. Huff, huff! Huff, huff! heavy breathing could be heard, and a strange aura appeared in the surroundings. Luo Tian shivered slightly and secretly shouted, "Dark mode! Buzz!" Swish! The dark Do Chi spread out, but in the soul refining tower, the power of the dark mode was reduced by half, and the time was also crazily decreasing, because no matter if it was Luo Tian releasing a cultivation technique, a barrier, or space, they would all be crazily absorbed by the soul refining tower. There's no time. Luo Tian looked at the divine essence value. It was dropping too quickly. If he did not make a move now, he would be sucked dry. Young and frivolous, right? Just watch. Look at how young and frivolous I am. As soon as he finished, Luo Tian suddenly rushed out, releasing the god-murdering sword, releasing the god-murdering sword techniques, piercing through the darkness with a sword. The power of the god-murdering sword was being absorbed. The attack power of the god-murdering sword techniques was also being absorbed. The power that Luo Tian displayed here was not even half of the power of the Dominator realm. Under these circumstances, how could he be a match? Bam! Luo Tian was sent flying, and a soul-refining beast instantly rushed over. Its huge body was like an enraged King Kong. It opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Luo Tian's head. Divine fire. Previous chapter, next chapter. Boom. God-murdering slash. The sword technique was like lightning. 9 swords in a second, releasing all of the sword moves, forming the last 10 layers of sword chi stacked together to form the god-murdering slash. Bam, bam, bang, bang, bang. The sword chi wreaked havoc as it crazily slashed out. God explosion. Crack. The power on Luo Tian's body increased explosively. When the soul-refining beast was heavily injured, his fists moved, and the dark Do Chi wrapped around his fists. The dark green dragon and the dark white tiger rushed out and directly pressed the soul-refining beast to the ground. Overlord's War Fist. Die. Thank you, Little Mood, Green Grass, Blackface, White Teeth, for your support. Thank you, 3 good brothers. Chapter 1787. Previous chapter, next chapter. Boom. The soul-refining beast was killed. It was also at this moment. The system sounded out. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing soul-refining beast, for obtaining 398 million experience points, 200 million divine essence points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining soul-refining beast blood essence. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining soul-refining beast blood points. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for triggering the quest. Mission: kill the soul-refining beast rank. S mission description: killing a soul-refining beast will give you 1 point of soul-refining beast blood points. When the player obtains a certain amount of soul-refining beast blood points, they will be able to exchange for the corresponding item or exchange for a free lottery. Reminder: this exchange item and lottery can only be carried out in the soul-refining tower. The system sounded out continuously. Luo Tian was slightly stunned, triggering a quest and even activating the exchange and lottery system. Awesome. Seems like this soul-refining tower has its benefits too. Luo Tian was secretly pleased. Then he checked the items that he had exchanged for: God's Armor, Tathagata, War Buddha, Fairy of the 9 Heavens, and damn, there's actually Sister Guanyin. These people can all be exchanged for to fight for me. Damn, this is great. If I were to get Tathagata and Guanyin out, I'd like to see if the Supreme Divine King can handle these 2 awesome people. Then Luo Tian took a look at the soul-refining beast blood points required to exchange for Tathagata and Guanyin, and instantly felt unwell. System, you need 10 million points of blood points to exchange for a Tathagata, War Buddha. Isn't this a scam? The item was too expensive. He couldn't afford it. Luo Tian looked at the lottery system. This was cheap. It only needed 500 points of blood points to exchange for one lottery. However, this was a scam. First-grade pill, cloth armor, iron sword, and there's a huge blank space. This. What kind of lottery is this? Luo Tian scolded angrily. At this moment, one of the soul-refining beasts roared and came crashing down. Luo Tian immediately recovered and leaped away, dodging another attack. He thought to himself, the spirit refining tower is divided into 7 floors. How many spirit refining beasts are there in each floor? I don't know at all. Also, if I want exchange for items, I don't know how long it'll take me to kill those soul-bound beasts by myself. I need help. Then, Luo Tian thought of the thousands of God King experts in the mezzanine. If they could help him, not to mention the Tathagata Warring Buddha, he could even exchange for the Jade Emperor. However, it would be difficult for them to help Luo Tian. These people were frightened by Hong Tu and the Spirit Refining Tower. The most important point, they did not believe Luo Tian, even if Luo Tian possessed 4 divine deity, because no one could leave the Soul Refining Tower. Phew! Luo Tian took a deep breath, then carried the Soul Refining Beast on his back and jumped. Bang! 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 It was also at this moment. Supreme Divine King Hong Tu bellowed, Luo Tian, you won't be able to escape from my grasp. Get down! Clang! A bolt of furious lightning struck down. The Spirit Refining Tower shook violently. In the mezzanine. What's that sound? Soul Refining Thunder? If you hit it, you'll die instantly. Hong Tu, that bastard, actually released the Soul Refining Thunder. It seems like he urgently wants to obtain the power in Luo Tian's body. However, just the Soul Refining Beast is enough to deal with him. Why would Hong Tu use the Soul Refining Thunder? Don't think too much. That kid is dead for sure. It's good that it's not aimed at us. Suddenly, at the entrance to the mezzanine. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. A huge black shadow attacked and heavily smashed onto the ground, causing the mezzanine to tremble. One of them exclaimed, Soul Refining Beast. Everyone's face turned cold, and many of them retreated in fear. Their fear of the Soul Refining Beast was too strong. Then, a figure flipped and stood on top of the Soul Refining Beast. Luo Tian said slightly, the Soul Refining Beast has a large amount of Soul Refining Blood Essence. It can help you replenish your Divine Essence, and there are still a lot of Soul Refining Beast below. As long as you follow me to kill these Soul Refining Beast, I guarantee that your strength will gradually recover, and you can definitely rush out of this Spirit Refining Tower. Luo Tian's voice faded. Everyone looked at him in unison. All of a sudden, no one took a step forward. An old man said, I don't care who you are, no matter how many divine deity you have in your body. I ask you to get out of here. Get out of the mezzanine. Brat, you will only harm us by doing this. No one can escape from this Spirit Refining Tower. No one can kill the Soul Refining Demon. And Hong Tu will definitely not let you escape. Luo Tian was filled with anticipation, but in the end, they were all blaming themselves for him. Ha ha ha, ha ha, Luo Tian laughed loudly. One of them said, What are you laughing at? Luo Tian said, I'm laughing at all of you for being greedy for life and afraid of death. What divine king stage powerhouse. I think all of you are just bullshit realms. Being crushed by the Spirit Refining Tower, being crushed by Hong Tu, and all of you are still living happily. I really feel ashamed for you. Brat, don't be too arrogant. When we broke through to the Divine King stage, who knows where you were? That's right. What right do you have to criticize us? Everyone said angrily. They were not Divine King stage powerhouses, but they still had the cold arrogance of Divine King stage powerhouses, the aura of superiority. What a joke! Luo Tian sneered, Am I wrong? All of you are greedy for life and afraid of death, hiding in this mezzanine like mice to survive. Do you think Hong Tu doesn't know of your existence? He must be laughing at you. laughing at all of you pitiful worms. An old man said, Brat, provocation is useless. We just want to live well. Is it wrong to want to live? That's right. At least we can live here. If we break through the spirit refining tower with you, we will only die. Ah, the stronger they were, or rather, they were once strong, the more afraid they were of death. Because in this spirit refining tower, death meant disappearing forever. They were afraid of death, extremely afraid of death, and at the same time they had seen a lot of death. People like Luo Tian had also used it, young and frivolous, to break through the spirit refining tower, but there was only one outcome. Death, disappearing forever. Luo Tian sneered. He did not want to say anything more to them, and said arrogantly, If you want to leave this place alive, if you want to have a grand battle, and if you want to die a sensational death, then please follow me. I, Luo Tian, swear that I will definitely lead you to break through the spirit refining tower. Finished. Luo Tian strode towards the exit of the mezzanine and did not look back. He jumped down heavily. After a short pause, a person walked out and said in a deep voice, I'll go with you. It was also at this time. Another person walked out, and me. Damn it. At most, I'll just die. Dying is better than being a coward here for the rest of my life. Wait for me. Thank you to the two brothers Nenyuan and Beiming. Don't act cool if you don't have anything to do for your reward. Chapter 1788. Luo Tian didn't expect this. Out of thousands of people, only 10 would be able to fight with him in the end. First floor of Soul Refining Tower. Luo Tian said, You guys stay together first. Don't do anything. Wait for me to kill the Soul Refining Beast. You guys absorb the Soul Refining Beast's blood essence to recover. Wait for you guys to recover, then hunt together. All right, I'll listen to you. You're the captain. The 10 of them did not have much confidence in Luo Tian. The reason why they followed him down was mainly because they felt that there was no point in living like this. They might as well die. In their hearts, they all thought so. It wasn't that he wanted to follow Luo Tian, but that he wanted to die. Luo Tian also knew, but he couldn't care less. He had to make these people confident, and he had to make the people in the mezzanine confident as well. He couldn't escape by himself. He had to make Hong too afraid. He had to make him panic. Once he was afraid, panic would make him make the wrong decision. Let's start. All of you listen carefully. The Soul Refining Beast are not especially strong. They are only strong because our strength is suppressed in the Soul Refining Tower, which is why they seem strong. When fighting against them, you must remember to attack their weak point, their throat. While they were talking, Luo Tian moved his green dragon crescent blade. A fire dragon swept out, illuminating the darkness. The surroundings were densely packed with soul-refining beast, but many of them were in deep sleep and were not awakened. The 10 of them looked around at the soul-refining beast, their bodies trembling. The 2 of them screamed, I'm not playing anymore, I want to go back, the moment they made a sound and rushed out. Oh, whoa! Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! Their bodies had been devoured. Luo Tian didn't have the time to save them. Even if he could, he wouldn't, because saving such a person would be useless. Luo Tian frowned. He turned around and slashed down with his green dragon crescent blade. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! Flames soared into the sky, forcing a soul-refining beast to retreat. Then he took out the god-slaughtering sword. The god-murdering sword techniques was released. The accumulated sword chi was released at this moment. Bam! Bang, bang, bang! The shackled soul beast was forced to retreat again and again. Luo Tian followed up with another attack. Dark mode and God burst. He unleashed the Overlord Battle Fist. Boom! A punch landed on the soul-refining beast's jaw. After sending it flying, he continued to attack it until its HP dropped to 0. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Soul-Shackled Beast. Obtained 389 million experience points. 200 million Xinyuan. 1 soul-shackled beast chi blood. You need to absorb the blood essence of this soul beast as quickly as possible, said Luo Tian. If you don't, it'll be absorbed by the soul-refining tower. With that, he flashed to the side. The burning fruit was released. Boom! Dark fire fist. The darkness godhead stirred. The power of darkness fused with the flames. Luo Tian's fists turned into black flames and continuously punched out. 5 minutes later. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Soul-Shackled Beast. Obtained 389 million experience points. 200 million Xinyuan. 1 soul-shackled beast chi blood. You guys continue to absorb. Luo Tian instructed and continued to kill. He had to continue killing. Only then would he be able to maintain the consumption of Xinyuan. He needed Xinyuan. Without Xinyuan, he wouldn't be able to release his cultivation technique. Without pills to replenish his energy, he could only rely on hunting these soul-shackled beasts. There was another reason. If he wanted to level up, he needed a large amount of experience to level up. This was the best place to level up. Ruler to God King. There were also 10 levels. Different from breaking through to ruler, Luo Tian didn't need to comprehend the power of laws. All he needed was experience. Level up. The 8 of them began to get excited. Their exhausted Dantian gradually had Xinyuan's aura, just like an engine that had power. Slowly, they gained a trace of confidence in Luo Tian. Captain, when are you going to let us go? I can't wait. Soul-shackled beasts are just like that. Why were we so afraid back then? It's all because of those people who said that soul-shackled beasts were divine beasts. The 8 of them regained their confidence. This was a good thing. However, Luo Tian killed all the soul-shackled beasts around him. Now he had to wake up those sleeping, soul-shackled beasts. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to kill them at all. The distance wasn't enough. Immediately after, Luo Tian said, "Next, we have to cooperate. I will be the attacker. You guys are responsible for fainting and attracting the soul-shackled beasts. Wait for me to kill them. Remember, you must maintain the Xinyuan in your body." Finished. The 8 of them became excited. Come on. Luo Tian took a step forward. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The surrounding soul-shackled beasts were all awakened. The soul-refining tower was shaking. Hong Tu's eyes widened in anger. Sensing the changes in the soul-refining tower, his idea sank and he couldn't help but sneer. Luo Tian, you still want to break through the soul-refining tower? Kill the soul-shackled beasts? Ha ha ha. With just you trash? Come on. The stronger you are, the more advantageous it is for me. In any case, all the power you obtain in the soul-refining tower will be absorbed by me. Ha ha ha. Hong Tu laughed complacently. Hong Tu, you dog thief, despicable villain. Hong Tu, F***ck, your ancestors. Sinister, despicable hypocrite. When the 8 of them heard Hong Tu's voice, they immediately cursed. Their hatred for Hong Tu soared to the sky. Luo Tian raised his head and sneered, Hong Tu, just wash your butt and wait for me. I will definitely kill you. As soon as he finished, burn! Rumble! A dark flame spun beneath Luo Tian's feet and said to the other 8, If you want to kill Hong Tu, then become ferocious now. Kill all the soul-shackled beasts in the soul-refining tower, and kill them all 1 level at a time. His voice was like thunder. Dark flame, Emperor. Explode for me. Flames soared into the sky, enveloping thousands of soul-shackled beasts. 10,890 inch. 11,109. 17890. Dark Flame Emperor's AoE attack. Just in case. Luo Tian definitely could not miss out on any of the soul-shackled beast's chi. He wanted to exchange for Tathagata War Buddha and use him to destroy the soul-refining tower. Kill. The 8 of them looked at each other and moved at the same time. They flew directly in front of Luo Tian. Luo Tian shouted, "You guys are in charge of attracting the soul-shackled beast. Leave the rest to me. Hey, hey, hey! You guys," he shouted a few times. However, the 8 of them didn't listen to his commands at all. Luo Tian started to worry. Although they were all divine king realm-s, their strength had not fully recovered. Facing such a huge group of soul-shackled beasts, they simply could not withstand it. However, in that instant, Luo Tian was dumbstruck and muttered, "Damn, they're all abnormal!" Thank you, Zhou Ning, for your support. And Chapter 1789. Abnormal. This is too abnormal. Luo Tian stood there in a daze as he muttered to himself. The 8 of them were like lightning as they continuously harvested those soul-refined beasts. At the same time, in Luo Tian's mind, ding, 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 a series of explosions rang out. 10 minutes later, ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, level 1 sovereign. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up and obtaining 100 points of soul-refined beast chi as a reward. F*CK. I leveled up in 10 minutes. Luo Tian looked at the long string of zeros in his experience bar and was dumbfounded. It was really too fast. He was worried that the 8 of them would take a long time to recover. He didn't expect their fighting strength to be off the charts. Looking at Luo Tian's shocked expression, an old man landed beside Luo Tian and laughed. "We are ancient divine king rankers, as long as we recover our divine essence. Dealing with these low-level, soul-refined beasts will be easy." Ancient divine king rankers? Luo Tian's heart trembled. The old man smiled and said, "At the beginning of the divine realm's birth, there were many divine king powerhouses with outstanding talent in the divine realm. At that time, the divine essence aura was thick, the power of laws was thick. Breaking through was much easier than now. But only from Hong Tu's appearance, only from the soul refining tower's appearance, everything changed. The source energy was constantly being absorbed, and Hong Tu's cultivation continued to increase. Then he absorbed all the divine king rankers into the tower and absorbed all the power of law from our bodies. He became a supreme divine king and controlled all the power of law. After losing our source energy and laws, coupled with the constant absorption of our divine origin energy, we've become trash. We can only rely on the God King's Godheads in our minds to survive. This is also the reason why we can't deal with the soul-bound beasts. If we were at our peak strength, these soul-bound beasts would be sent back to their mother's womb with a single move." After hearing this, Luo Tian was secretly shocked. Isn't this soul-refining tower too powerful? How did Hong Tu get it? The old man said, "It's his master, who is also the creator of this plane. However, it seems that the soul-refining tower is not a magic treasure refined by his master. There was once a rumor that the soul-refining tower came from another realm, some primal chaos realm, or some other realm. Primal chaos realm." Luo Tian's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, could it be that Hong Tu's master is also from the primal chaos realm? The old man finally confirmed, yes, it is the primal chaos realm. In the legends, as long as you break through the shackles of the Divine King, you will be able to enter the primal chaos realm. Hong Tu has always wanted to enter the primal chaos realm, but his power is also restricted, and he is unable to break through the restrictions of the laws. However, your appearance has given him hope. His master is an expert with 2 godhoods. As long as he can control your 4 godhoods, I'm afraid he will be able to break through the divine domain and enter the primal chaos realm. Everything pointed to the chaos realm. According to what the old man said, the primal chaos realm's plane level was much higher than the divine realm. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, I won't let him absorb the energy of my 4 divine deity. Continue killing. Dark Flame Emperor. Rumble, rumble. Luo Tian continued to use group attack skills, injuring all the soul-refining beast once. Then the 8 experts were abnormally valiant. All of them were quickly killed, and he could obtain all the experience. However, after leveling up, the soul-refining beast's experience points decreased by a lot. His leveling speed also slowed down. Luo Tian was not in a hurry either. The most important thing was that he could still kill soul-refining beast and obtain their blood. Even if they did not have any experience, he still had to kill them. The Tathagata, War Buddha, had to be exchanged. He had to use him to crush everything. In the secret room. Hong Tu had a smile on his face as he muttered to himself excitedly, "My strength is still increasing, ha ha ha! Luo Tian, I have truly underestimated you. Level up as much as you can. The faster you level up, the better it will be for me, ha ha ha!" Luo Tian brought the 8 ancient divine kings to kill the soul-refining beast on the first floor of the soul-refining tower, but he did not stop them. Moreover, he did not use the soul-refining thunder to attack, but instead allowed Luo Tian to do as he pleased. The purpose was simple. Luo Tian's current cultivation was only at the ruler realm, which was not the ideal realm. What he needed to absorb was the power of 4 divine kings, divine deity. That would be the best time. Not to mention, Hong Tu knew Luo Tian's fatal weakness, the power of Source. As long as Luo Tian lacked the power of Source, then he could forget about escaping from his grasp. Hong Tu was very clear that although the power of Source was not strong, it could not be lost. If you did not have it, then it would be fatal. That was because the Source attack was the most powerful attack. Lord Jizun, do you want to send someone to clean up Luo Tian's remaining forces? They have already escaped to the outer realm. We can track them down. No need. They're no longer important. Once I absorb the power of Luo Tian's 4 divine deity, the myriad worlds of the divine realm will no longer be important. Yes, sir. Luo Tian, hurry up and break through. Quickly become a divine king powerhouse, ha ha ha. All of your strength will be mine. Hong Tu's blood boiled. He could almost see the scene of himself breaking through the restrictions of the laws and entering the chaos realm. Bang, 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 in the mezzanine. One soul-shackled beast after another was thrown out. Luo Tian said, "Is there anyone following me?" At first, the soul-shackled beast was gnawed until not even bones were left. Seeing so many soul-shackled beasts this time, those divine king powerhouses in the mezzanine began to waver. Me too. Damn it, I'm going all out. I'll join too. This time, more than 30 people joined Luo Tian. Luo Tian laughed excitedly. "All right, follow me. I guarantee that you will have meat to eat every day." Luo Tian left the mezzanine. Those powerhouses in the mezzanine swarmed up like locusts. 10 soul-shackled beasts were instantly eaten until only bones were left. Quite a number of people's divine essence aura recovered a little bit, but it was absorbed clean again after a few seconds. The feeling of having meat to eat is really great. I don't know how many years it has been since I tasted meat. Did you all notice? The soul-shackled lightning has already been forgotten. It's very strange. Could it be that Hong Tu, that grandson, is busy with other things and doesn't have time to care about the soul-shackled tower? I think it's possible. Everyone, why not follow that brat? Perhaps we can really break the soul-shackled tower and charge out? Is it possible? Not doing it is forever impossible. As long as we do it, it might be possible. All right then, attack together! Luo Tian commanded the many ancient divine king powerhouses to kill the soul-shackled beasts. Suddenly, one divine king powerhouse after another descended from the mezzanine. A moment later, several thousand divine king powerhouses stood in front of him and said solemnly, "We'll follow you and do it." Luo Tian was excited. Raising his head, looking at the eye of Soul Shackled, he muttered, "Hong Tu, your days are numbered." Thanks to Little Mood, I have a goddess wife. I'm willful in and out trembling for support. Thank you. Chapter 1790. Don't act recklessly. Let me kill him first. Let me kill him first. Hey, 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 you bunch of perverts. Luo Tian was about to collapse. These ancient god-king rankers were each more ferocious than the other. After they recovered their divine essence, they all felt an abnormal tightness in their chests, like old pigs that had been starved for a few years. Fortunately, Luo Tian had some group attack skills, otherwise he would have suffered a huge loss. Rumble. Dark Flame Emperor, burn for me. Ha ha ha. Dark Flame Emperor would only be released. However, the large wave of ancient God King rankers behind Luo Tian were like people who saw steam buns as they rushed forward crazily. Ding! Ding, 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 the system exploded. It was so loud that his ears went numb. Awesome. This feeling is really too awesome. I haven't felt this good in a long time. Luo Tian was extremely excited, and his experience points once again soared. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, 3rd Order Sovereign. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. You have obtained 200 points of soul, refined beast's chi, and blood as a reward. At the same time, Luo Tian checked the soul refined beast's chi and blood. Soul refined beast's chi and blood. 278,091 points. 270,000 points. To exchange for the Tathagata War Buddha, I need 10 million points. Damn, I'm still lacking a lot. Luo Tian muttered in his heart, then thought of the lottery system. Rubbing his hands, he said excitedly, "Do you want to try your luck? Let's try exchanging for 500 points. Ding! Do you want exchange for a lottery?" Yes. Luo Tian clenched his teeth. 500 points was equivalent to 500 soul, refined beast. His heart ached, but he became excited again. What if I get a holy artifact? What if I get something awesome? Who knows about luck? After exchanging for the lottery, Luo Tian's mind appeared an interface similar to a slot machine. Do you want to start the lottery? Activate. Luo Tian did not hesitate. With a thought, the slot machine began to roll. Walala walala, walala walala. Stop, stop, stop! Luo Tian saw the fairy of the 9 heavens keep shouting, but it didn't stop. In the end, it landed on the iron sword, and it was a rusty iron sword. Luo Tian immediately cursed. Damn you! Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Iron Sword. Do you want to start the lucky draw? One more time. This is the last time. If you draw again, I'll chop off my hand. Luo Tian looks at the 9 heaven fairies on the heavenly gate and salivates. Because the 9 heaven fairies' battle strength is all 5 stars. They are off the charts. If he could get her to come down and fight, it would definitely be great. Ding! Let the lucky draw begin. The slot machine started rolling again. Walala walala, Luo Tian's palms were covered in cold sweat, and he said, "Stop, stop, stop! Hurry up and stop for lousy F asterisk CKU. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Whip and Candle. Do you wish to use it? I'll use your sister, playing S&M. Luo Tian felt that he would never love again. Looking at the fairy from the 9 heavens who kept smiling at him on the slot machine, he couldn't wait to pull her out and have a good time with her. It was too hateful. 2 failures. Luo Tian thought in his heart, one more time. Don't do it 3 times. Chopping off my hand just now doesn't count. This is the last time. If I don't succeed again, I'll just chop off my little brother. Luo Tian said fiercely, and in his heart he also secretly said, You really want me to use my killing move. Asterisk, 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 Sister Ozawa, Sister Longza, Teacher Hatu, please bestow me with strength. Yeah, mate. Start. Ding! The slot machine started to spin for the 3rd time. Walala walala. It continued to roll. In the end, it still skipped over the ferry of the 9 heavens. Luo Tian's heart immediately turned cold, and he no longer had any hope. It's too difficult. This world is too difficult. Who invented the slot machine? Don't let me meet you, or else I'll beat you up until your mother doesn't even recognize you. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the god of killing gods divine deity. Do you wish to fuse it? Huh. Luo Tian's expression turned cold. He thought that he had heard wrongly. What is it? He immediately opened the system to check, and a god king's divine deity floated in his mind. God of killing gods divine deity? Holy sh**t. This mother***her. God King's Godhead. Moreover, it's the Godhead of the God of Slaughter that I comprehended from the God of Slaughter's law. This is too awesome. Asshole, you really are invincible. Luo Tian wanted nothing more than to prostrate himself in worship. Item: God of killing gods divine deity. Description: the fused person can ignore the God King's divine deity's law. The fused person can break through again. Simply put, it was when others fused with the God King's divine deity, their cultivation would be stuck at the God King's divine deity realm for the rest of their lives. But the divine deity obtained from the lottery was different, and it was compatible with Luo Tian's god of killing gods divine deity. As long as Luo Tian fused with it, he would be able to break through to the God King's divine deity realm. Ding! Do you wish to fuse? Fuse. Of course I'm going to fuse with it. If I don't fuse with it, would I be an idiot? Luo Tian was excited. For him, the God King realm was too important. He needed a strong power that could rival the supreme God King Hong Tuesday. With a thought, the god of killing gods divine deity disappeared and entered his suitable state, instantly devouring the god of killing gods divine deity. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Suddenly, the soul-refining tower shook violently. Someone is going to break through to the God King realm. All the God King experts stopped. There was only one person here who was not a God King, and that was Luo Tian. Everyone looked at Luo Tian. Luo Tian's body continued to release the killing god's aura, and the power of the killing god's laws flocked into a sea of consciousness. In the blink of an eye, Luo Tian's eyes darkened, the aura on his body suddenly changed, and he clenched his fists. Buzz! A wave of killing god's power was released from the gaps in his fists. Scarlet. It was abnormally powerful. Luo Tian said excitedly, "Ha ha ha! Is this the power of the god killing God King?" Strong! The others cheered even more. He actually broke through in the soul-refining tower. This is the first time in history. Ha ha ha! Good boy, you are indeed powerful. As expected of the possessor of 4 divine deity. In the secret room. Ha 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 ha. Luo Tian, I really didn't misjudge you. Your speed is too astonishing. I didn't expect that in just a few days you would be able to comprehend the profound mysteries of the God killing gods divine deity. There are still 3 left. I'll wait. Thank you, Azura Chin Chin. An eye is a scar on my heart. If there are no ifs for the reward and support, thank you. Chapter 1791. The happiest person was not Luo Tian, but the supreme God King Hong Tuesday. He was clear about everything that happened in the soul-refining tower. He did not stop it, because there was no need. He now realized that the stronger Luo Tian was the better, because in the end, everything would belong to him. Soul-refining tower, 2nd floor. The 1st floor was cleared, and there was not a single soul-refining beast. Then, the 2nd floor continued to kill. Every time, Luo Tian would use the tremor fruit and burning fruit to kill a large number of beasts, causing group damage. With a wave of his hand, he said, "Kill all these beasts." It was like a flood. It was as if the powerful soul-refining beast was a human and they had become a monster. The scene was a mess. Ding, 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 The system exploded crazily. His experience soared crazily. 1 month later, 3rd floor. 1 year later, 4th floor. 5 years later, 5th floor. Each floor was bigger than the previous one, and there were more soul-refining beasts than the previous one. The most important point was that each floor was stronger than the previous one, and the further one went, the harder it was to kill them. Who? It's the 5th floor. The soul-refining beast is too strong. What do these beasts eat? Their skin is too thick. Everyone gathered together to discuss countermeasures. 6 years had passed in the soul-refining tower. In these 6 years, they had a great time, killing to their heart's content. It was the best 6 years they had spent in the soul-refining tower. Captain, what do you think? They looked at Luo Tian. Luo Tian was deep in thought. In 6 years, he had already broken through to the 8th Order Sovereign Realm. His cultivation did not break through to the God King realm just because of the breakthrough of the God, killing God's Godhead. He still had 3 more Godheads, and more importantly, there was still a darkness Godhead that was at the peak of the God-breaking realm. Luo Tian frowned and said, "We have already come this far, no matter how difficult it is. We have to continue. 2 more floors. 2 more floors, and we will be able to reach the top of the tower. At that time, we will definitely have a way to break through this soul-refining tower and rush out of here." There was no way to make the soul-refining beast stronger. Furthermore, the cultivation of these ancient God King experts would forever be stuck at the God King realm, unable to make any breakthroughs. On the 5th level, they also felt a strong pressure. Yes, we've already come this far. No matter how difficult it is, we have to charge out. Only 2 levels left. An old man who was proficient in the laws of ice asked doubtfully, "Hong Tu hasn't appeared even once in the past 6 years. Why do I feel that all of this is a conspiracy? Ice Geezer, you're just a wretched wretch. Do I have to blast you with the soul-refining lightning a few times?" Exactly. Maybe that bastard Hong Tu is cultivating in seclusion? Don't think too much. There are still 2 levels left. Once we break through this spirit-refining tower, we'll find Hong Tu and make him pay with his life. Luo Tian did not say anything. He was worried about Hong Tu from the very beginning. Furthermore, Luo Tian was worried that all of this had been arranged by Hong Tuesday. After being reminded by the ice elemental elder, his heart sank. "Hong Tu, what exactly is your motive? Thousands of God King experts have appeared. If this force is controlled by me, do you think you can still live?" There was no movement. Luo Tian was a little scared. He would rather have a few soul-refining lightning strikes every day. That way he would feel more at ease. "No matter what, at this time I can't retreat. Let's rush to the 7th level first." Luo Tian made up his mind. He had no choice but to continue forward. Break through, and break through again. He was about to break through to the 9th Order Sovereign Realm, only 2 levels away from the God King realm. Continue to kill. Fight. Boom. On the 5th level, Luo Tian and thousands of ancient God King experts took a full 10 years. Finally, all the soul-refining beasts were killed. At the same time, Luo Tian looked at the stairs to the 6th level. Everyone was looking at him. "Who go?" He took a step forward. His body lightened as he entered the 6th level. Luo Tian entered, and the thousands of God King experts behind him followed. They also had no choice. Wahaha! Wild laughter rang out. Suddenly, an elder's body trembled as he said, "Soul-refining demon, the strongest existence in the soul-refining tower." Next, an octopus-like monster walked out from the darkness. Its body emitted an endless amount of power. All of it was the power of law. This kind of power crushed one's mind and sea of consciousness, making it unbearable. God King experts constantly let out painful screams. Run, run. We are no match for the soul-refining demon. Just the pressure of the aura was enough to make them unable to withstand it. He hadn't even made a move yet. Rumble. Crack. The arrogant voice of the soul-refining demon sounded out. Since you are all here, then no one can even think about leaving. All of you can die here, wahaha. Boom! Boom! Just as he finished speaking, the aura on its body swept out like a shock wave. Wherever it went, it was instantly sent flying. Everyone started to panic. Luo Tian held onto the god-slaughtering sword and leaped out. His figure was like lightning. The god-murdering sword techniques continuously slashed out, and the sword chi continued to stack. Dark mode, god explosion, divine fire. 3 cultivation techniques were released. The divine fire caused the soul-refining demon to slightly slow down. 1,000 slashes. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. At this moment, the god-killing sword chi stacked up to 1,000 slashes, and like 1,000 wind blades, it crazily slashed down. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Asterisk whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Asterisk, a long string of damage values appeared from the wound on the soul-refining demon's head. Luo Tian suddenly shouted, "Everyone attack! Don't be afraid, it's just a slightly stronger soul-refining beast. And it's even a crossbred soul-refining beast." Luo Tian alone would not be able to kill the soul-refining demon. Bam! Luo Tian was sent flying. Lowly human, a piece of trash like you wants to kill me. The soul-refining demon said in disdain. Luo Tian flew up and rushed forward again, saying, "Die! Everyone attack together. I'll take on his attack. Release all of your strength and kill him. The soul-refining tower will be more or less done. Kill." The exit was blocked. If he didn't fight, he could only wait for death. Following that, thousands of Divine King rankers began to attack. The damage was not high, but there were many of them. 10 days later, Luo Tian looked down from above, the god-slaughtering sword in his hand fiercely pierced down. Looking at the last few hundred health points of the soul-refining demon, he roared out, "Die!" Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing soul-refining demon, for obtaining 1 million experience points, 1 million God Essence points, and 100,000 soul-refining beast chi blood points. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, First Order Divine King. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing to Divine King, Divine Deity. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing to Divine King, Divine Deity. Hong Tu, Lousy is here. Good night. Chapter 1792. Breakthrough. Sin, Sovereign Godhead evolved into God King Godhead. Heavenly Tao, Sovereign Godhead evolved into God King Godhead. At this moment, Luo Tian's body had the body of 3 God King Godhead. The God King's aura in his sea of consciousness was released, and the God King's aura on his body began to become incomparably strong, so strong that it was hard to shake. Breakthrough. Good boy, you actually broke through. 2. God King Godhead. You now have the body of 3 God King Godhead. The number 1 person in the divine realm. These ancient God Kings immediately sensed the changes in Luo Tian's body. That kind of aura was something they did not have. Luo Tian secretly clenched his fists, and there was a loud explosion in his sea of consciousness. A powerful force was constantly released, and that feeling was too good. Looking up at the last floor of the soul-refining tower, he said heavily, "Hong Tu, it's the last floor." At this moment, Luo Tian did not immediately go to the 7th floor. Instead, he said loudly, "Rest for a day first. Tomorrow, enter the 7th floor and destroy the soul-refining tower." Ha ha ha! I've been looking forward to this day for a long time. Hong Tu, you son of a B*TCH, it's time for me to take your life. Everyone saw hope. They were so close to hope. To them, countless years had worn away their sharpness. Now that their sharpness had reappeared, they would definitely go all out. However, to Luo Tian, the Supreme God King had not made a move until now, which made him feel even more uneasy. Since he had come this far, he would continue no matter what. Tomorrow it should be the last battle. Luo Tian sat down cross-legged, quietly sensing his surroundings. He had to understand the power of a God King's godhead. He had to maximize the power of a God King. He had to face the #1 expert of the divine realm, the one who had once he couldn't even break Hong Tu's defense. The damage was all miss. Huff! In his sea of consciousness, Luo Tian's consciousness entered the world of the God King Godhead and felt the gentle flow of the energy. God of slaughter, sin, heavenly Tao. The three powers of law did not invade each other, maintaining a certain tacit understanding. What would happen if the three powers of law fused? Luo Tian secretly said in his heart, "Let's try it first." His thoughts sank. Under Luo Tian's guidance, the three God King powers gathered at the center of his sea of consciousness. Rumble, rumble. At the moment of contact, Luo Tian's face turned pale, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. PFFF! Everyone immediately gathered around him. "Captain, what's wrong? What happened? Is Hong Tu plotting something again?" Luo Tian waved his hand and said, "I'm fine. I just wanted to fuse the power of the three laws. I didn't expect that the conflict between them would cause the heavens to collapse and the earth to rend. They are completely incompatible. The moment they touched, my consciousness was about to collapse." An old man was shocked and said, "Laws, the reason why they are called laws is because they maintain a tacit understanding and balance with each other. They don't invade each other, which is also called laws. In the world of laws, there are unique laws that cannot be fused." Luo Tian asked doubtfully, "Is there no other way?" The old man shook his head and said, "No, Hong Tu absorbed the power of law from our bodies and only grasped our power of law. He can't release dozens of power of law at the same time. The laws are not compatible. This is the rule." Then, the old man continued, "Your sea of consciousness has given birth to 4 divine deity, 3 God Kings divine deity. Your sea of consciousness must be abnormally wide, giving the divine deity enough space to nurture them. Furthermore, when you condense these divine deity, they will definitely collide with each other, just like 3 rankers fighting in the sea of consciousness. Whoever is stronger will occupy more territory." It was just as he had said. When he condensed the sin and killing God divine deity, he almost died from the pain. The power of law is not compatible. Luo Tian muttered and couldn't help but ask, "What if it fuses? What will happen?" "It's impossible to fuse. The result of the fusion is that your sea of consciousness will collapse." The old man said, "It was just like how the sea of consciousness of a divine realm ranker could only nurture 1 divine deity, unable to nurture 2. The power of the 2 divine deity would collide violently and not be able to withstand it." Even though the old man said so, Luo Tian still wanted to give it a try in his heart, because he felt that the power of the 3 divine deity alone was not enough to deal with Hong Tuesday. Moreover, the appearance of the 4 divine deity must have allowed the 4 powers to fuse and condense a new power, the strongest power in the truest sense. He was sure that the reason why Hong Tu wanted his 4 divine deity was also because he wanted to cultivate the power of the 4. His master must have been able to open up the plane because he had grasped this power. He was incomparably powerful. It was just that this kind of fusion of the power of law had never happened before in the divine realm. Those who tried all died, so no one continued to fuse. Listen to my advice. The power of law is not compatible. The old man looked at Luo Tian and reminded him earnestly. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, "Thank you, but I still want to try." Then, Luo Tian closed his eyes, and the idea once again entered his sea of consciousness. This time, he directly activated the power of the 4 divine deities. It was still at the center of the sea of consciousness. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Ah, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Luo Tian once again spat out blood. I'll *CK it. I don't believe that I can't fuse with you. Luo Tian's heart sank. There's nothing that I can't do. Continue. Bam. Fusion failed. Ding. Fusion failed. Ding. After continuous failures, Luo Tian's sea of consciousness almost couldn't take it anymore. However, in the process of every failure, Luo Tian slowly understood the attributes of the four powers. It was just like refining pills. If you didn't grasp the attributes of the spirit grass, it would be extremely difficult to refine a good pill. God of slaughter is brutal. Sin and death. The heavenly Tao is strange. Darkness devour. For powers represent four attributes for laws. Luo Tian slowly pondered in his heart. Then, try again. Ding. Fusion failed. Ding. Fusion failed. Ah, he was still failing, but Luo Tian did not give up and continued to try. In the secret room. Genius. Peerless genius, the #1 genius in the divine realm, is not an exaggeration. To actually know about the fusion of the power of law. Luo Tian, oh Luo Tian, I really have to admire you. You actually thought of the fusion of the power of law. You guessed right. I want the power of your four divine deity, and I also want to fuse with them. As long as there are multiple divine deity in the sea of consciousness, you can fuse with the power of law. But it's very difficult with your current cultivation. Your current physical body simply can't withstand it. Hong Tu said excitedly. At the same time, Hong Tu laughed sinisterly. Tomorrow, everything you have will be mine. I really have to thank you for these past 10 years. Ha ha ha! Thank you to Little Mood, Green Grass, and I is a scar on my heart for the reward and support. Thank you. Chapter 1793. Ding. Fusion failed. Prompt. The sea of consciousness is on the verge of collapsing. Player, please give up the fusion. Continuous fusion. Continuous failure. Luo Tian tried countless methods, but it still didn't work. It just didn't work. No matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't complete the fusion. The system beep sounded. In the sea of consciousness, smoke filled the air, just like a battlefield where hundreds of millions of troops had fought. No one was willing to submit to anyone, and in the end, all of them were seriously injured. However, the one who was most seriously injured was Luo Tian himself. His sea of consciousness was on the verge of collapsing. If this continued, his sea of consciousness would collapse. At that time, even the divine king's divine deity would be lost. Stop fusing, it's useless. Why won't you listen to us? Don't fuse anymore. Listen to our advice. Captain, I beg you, stop fusing. All the ancient divine king powerhouses gathered around, looking at Luo Tian's pale face. They were all worried about Luo Tian. Fusing with the power of law was simply impossible. No matter how many attempts were made, it would be the same. Impossible was impossible. Rules were rules. Just like a game, the rules set by the GM could not be broken by any player. Luo Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gritting his teeth until they cracked. He looked up at the soul refining tower, at the stairs leading to the 7th floor, and said solemnly, I need a power that surpasses Hong Tu's. Otherwise, how can I fight against Hong Tu? In the divine realm, what kind of power could surpass Hong Tu? Only the fusion of the power of law. Evolve into a brand new power, a power that surpassed the divine realm. But it really didn't work. What's missing? There must be something missing. What exactly is it? Luo Tian kept thinking. He had tried tens of thousands of times, and each time he would come to a conclusion. Every time he failed, he would think that he could definitely fuse, but he was missing something. Suddenly, Luo Tian's eyes turned sinister, and his body trembled. The power of origin! The power of origin! I lack the power of origin. He looked up at the sky and sighed. God, you're 2F asterisk cat up. Instantly, if he could channel the power of essence into his godhood, then he would definitely be able to refine the four magical laws and evolve them into a new type of power that was superior to magical laws. But origin energy was his fatal weakness. From the moment he had entered the soul refining tower, the thousands of points of origin power in his body had been absorbed. Without sector beasts hunting him, his origin power could not be replenished. It was impossible for him to fuse with the power of laws. Luo Tian's heart was filled with hatred, but at the same time he sneered, Origin force, mother asterisk cur. Phew! Luo Tian stood up and said, I'm fine. Give me half an hour to rest. I need to stabilize my sea of consciousness. Shortly after, Luo Tian sat down cross-legged and separated the four streams of power. His sea of consciousness was also rapidly recovering. Half an hour later, Luo Tian looked at the stairs leading to the 7th level and said solemnly, Hong Tu, I'm here. After that, Luo Tian stepped forward. Immediately after, all the ancient godly king powerhouses also went in. Buzz, 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 buzz. A buzzing sound came from the 7th level. It was pitch black here, and he couldn't sense anything. The 6th level is the soul refining demon. What's the 7th level? No one has ever reached the 7th level. No one knows. Could it be Hong Tu himself? Hong Tu, you son of a B asterisk H, get out here. The 7th level was empty. It was completely different from the other 6 levels. Suddenly, a strong light shone down. Boom! It was like a searchlight shining on Luo Tian and the others. It was extremely dazzling, making it impossible to see what was emitting the strong light. Immediately after, Wahahaha! Welcome to the 7th level of the soul refining tower. Hong Tu's excited voice sounded, exploding in everyone's mind. Everyone's expression turned cold. Many people trembled in fear. Towards Hong Tu, the deepest fear in their hearts. Hong Tu smiled and said, Luo Tian, you're truly the divine realm's #1 genius, a peerless genius, using a short 20 years to break through to the divine king realm. I have to say, I admire you very much. Of course, I have to thank you too. Thank you for providing me with so much ancient, godly king's power. These old fellows have lived in the soul refining tower for hundreds of millions of years, and I have never been able to deal with them. Today, you brought them here, and each of them is full of essence chi and the power of law. I am truly grateful to you. Ha ha ha, Hong Tu laughed wildly. Everyone was shocked. One of them shouted, Hong Tu, could it be that you have always known of our existence? You let us follow Luo Tian to hunt soul refining beasts to recover our cultivation, just so that you can absorb all the energy in our bodies on the 7th level? That's right, 100 points. It's a pity that there's no reward. Hong Tu laughed. Do you think that you old fellows can withstand the attack of the soul refining beast and the bombardment of the soul refining lightning? If I didn't deliberately suppress the power of the soul refining beast, would you be able to come here? Stop dreaming. Of course. I did everything for Luo Tian. Luo Tian, I didn't expect you to be able to raise your cultivation by hunting soul refining beast, and all the way without any obstruction. I really want to know what kind of power you have in your body to be able to cultivate like this. Hong Tu had been paying attention to Luo Tian, paying attention every second. Every time Luo Tian leveled up, every change in power, he could sense it clearly. In less than 20 years, from a sovereign to a godly king. Even if he had the soul refining tower, he couldn't do it. We've been tricked. We've been tricked. Hong Tu, you bastard. I knew I couldn't listen to this brat. All along we have been used by Hong Tu, used by this brat. Thousands of godly king experts panicked, because they all knew Hong Tu's methods and strength. Boom! The exit closed. Those ancient, godly king experts were even more flustered. Luo Tian said solemnly. Looks like you've calculated everything about me. Hong Tu laughed. Of course. Your cultivation method, your divine artifact. I know everything about you like the back of my hand. Unfortunately, your power is completely useless to me. Just that, there's one thing that I'm very disappointed about. Luo Tian asked with interest. What is it? Hong Tu said, you didn't fuse a new power of law, which I'm very disappointed about. If you can fuse a new power of law, I'll be even more satisfied. Now, all of you tremble under the eye of destruction. All of you die. Thank you to depravity for your support. Thank you. Chapter 1794. Go to hell. Turn into my power. Hong Tu's sinister voice sounded. Then, buzz. A dull sound rang out, and then the beam of light suddenly changed, turning into a huge eye. Eye of destruction. It could also be called the eye of soul refining. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. His eyes were like lightning, flashing with countless soul-refining thunder. It kept crashing down. Wherever the soul-refining thunder went, death followed. The ancient divine king rankers were instantly killed. Ah. Luo Tian, it's all your fault. All of this is your fault. It's all because of you, you dog. If not for you, we wouldn't have ended up like this. Luo Tian, didn't you say you were going to take us out? It's all bullshit. Liars, liars. All of them are liars. Luo Tian, you and Hong Tu are in cahoots. You evil villain. If there is a next life, I will definitely kill you. There were constant screams. There were constant insults. Luo Tian stood where he was, motionless. He watched as the ancient god kings around him were killed one by the soul-refining thunder. He was actually unable to do anything. His heart ached like it was dying. It was incomparably uncomfortable. He had said it before. He wanted to take them out of the soul-refining tower, but he couldn't do anything. Hong Tu's complacent laughter resounded as he said, "Ha ha ha, all of you can die. All of your strength is mine. I'm a god in the myriad worlds of the divine domain, and I'm a god in the soul-refining tower as well. I'm the master of the myriad worlds of the divine domain. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian, do you feel good? Ha ha ha. This is the result of going against me. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, I will leave you to be the last one. Wahaha. Wild laughter. A complacent wild laughter. Luo Tian looked at the eye that was constantly releasing soul-refining thunder. His eyes turned sinister, and summoned the god-slaying sword, taking a step forward. He suddenly rushed forward. God-slaying strike. Humph. So what if it's a mere supreme artifact? Absorb for me. Just as Hong Tu's voice fell, a huge force directly poured into the god-slaying sword. In less than a tenth of a second, the god-slayer lost its luster. There wasn't the slightest bit of aura, nor was there the slightest bit of power of a supreme divine artifact. It was just like an ordinary iron sword. At the same time, a soul-refining thunder blasted Luo Tian down. A powerful force crushed Luo Tian's body, pressing him to the ground. Hong Tu smiled proudly and said, I told you I know everything about you. Your power, your divine artifact, your martial technique, I know everything about you, but it's useless to me. Luo Tian, just accept your fate. Ha ha ha. Just watch them get killed by the soul-refining lightning. The feeling of death is too wonderful, isn't it? Ha ha ha. Luo Tian was unhappy. Being crushed to the ground and watching the god kings around him being killed one after another, turning into ashes and disappearing forever. He felt an incomparable pain in his heart. We agreed to break out together. We agreed to live together. We agreed to bring them out. Luo Tian, what did you do? Luo Tian asked himself. Rumble, rumble. The eye of destruction unleashed the soul-refining lightning even more brazenly. No matter how the godly kings tried to block it, it was useless. They couldn't block it at all. Some godly kings who weren't godly kings charged at the Eye of Destruction, but they were crushed to dust before they could even get close. Hong too understood each and every one of them too well. Just like Luo Tian, all the power was under his control. How could he be a match for him? In the divine realm, he was a god, the only god. In the soul refining tower, he was the same. Can't I? My power is completely under his control. No power of law can escape his oppression. I need new power. I need new power, new power. Luo Tian's eyes flashed fiercely and his heart sank. He immediately opened the system. He took a look at the soul-refining beast's blood chi. Immediately, Luo Tian clenched his fists tightly. Hong too, don't you understand all of my powers? Then I'll show you what kind of power this is. Suddenly, Luo Tian's thoughts moved. Ding! Do you want exchange for Tathagata War Buddha? Yes, sir. Luo Tian did not hesitate and used up 10 million soul refining beast's blood chi. In the blink of an eye, golden light flashed. A gigantic Tathagata War Buddha walked out from the void, walked to Luo Tian's side and said respectfully, Master, what can I do for you? Luo Tian looked at the Eye of Destruction and said, Kill it for me. The Tathagata, War Buddha, slightly raised his eyes and said, Yes, sir. As soon as he finished, a golden light flashed out and directly rushed in front of the Eye of Destruction, clasping his hands together. Buzz! The Dharma was boundless. Then, he gently pushed out with his palm. Bam! Rumble! 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 With a violent shake, the entire soul refining tower was shaking. Hong Tu frowned. What is this? Luo Tian laughed wildly and said, Don't you know everything about me? You should be very clear about what this is, right? Give me a heavy boom. The Eye of Destruction's HP was extremely high, but after receiving a palm strike from the Tathagata War Buddha, it was as if it was broken. It was completely unable to release the soul-refining thunder, and continuously let out miserable cries. Rumble! Another palm strike came down. The strong light emitted by the Eye of Destruction weakened by half. Hong Tu was incomparably furious. Luo Tian, what exactly is this? Luo Tian laughed wildly. Aren't you arrogant? Aren't you arrogant? Aren't you in control of everything? If you continue to be so damn arrogant, the Tathagata, War Buddha, will break it. Bam! A palm struck down. Eye of Destruction. Crack! It shattered. Then, the system sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Eye of Destruction, for obtaining 20 billion experience points, 100 billion God Essence points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Primordial God Eye. Several notifications sounded. Luo Tian did not have the time to care about what happened, because the moment the Eye of Destruction shattered, the soul refining tower also collapsed. A ray of sunlight shone in. Fresh air diffused in. Luo Tian took a deep breath. Freedom. Everyone also cheered. Ha ha ha. It's broken, it's broken. Charge out, everyone charge out. Only a few hundred of the thousands of ancient, divine kings were left. They swarmed forward. At this moment, the darkness pressed down. Luo Tian shouted, don't go out. You all, die, all of you bastards. Hong Tu slapped down with his palm. The huge palm print directly smashed over 100 divine king powerhouses into powder. Too strong. It was so strong that it could not be shaken. Luo Tian's idea stirred, and he said solemnly, Tathagata, War Buddha, kill him for me. Good night.